3 episodes, hundreds of entries, all in one video. Today, we're going to be covering every single entry from this gigantic iceberg. We'll be going over some of the internet's deepest rabbit holes, unsolved cases, lost media, and so much more. Before we dive into this, I need to give a quick disclaimer. Some of the entries on this iceberg are extremely disturbing, so I'll be putting timestamps on screen when those entries show up. That way you can skip them at your own discretion. And as usual, there won't be any jump scares or loud noises throughout the video, so you can listen to this while you sleep or study, whatever you want to do. And really quick, if you haven't already, make sure to join our Discord server, where we have some great discussions with you guys. We also just launched memberships on the channel, so if you guys want to see members-only live streams and videos where we just have fun, play games, and talk about random topics, you can get access to everything right now for just 99 cents. Huge shout out to these super cool people who got the membership. We look forward to seeing you guys in our next live stream. Anyways, I won't waste any more of your time. This is the complete dark side of the internet iceberg explained. Cicada 3301. Cicada 3301 is an anonymous organization that became known for posting 3 internet-based puzzles on January 4th each year from 2012 to 2014, primarily on 4chan. These mysterious challenges, each lasting nearly a month, appeared to be designed to recruit, quote, highly intelligent individuals. The puzzles themselves were incredibly sophisticated, drawing on advanced cryptographic techniques like RSA encryption, steganography, and public key cryptography, alongside references to literature, philosophy, art, and music. Those who strived to solve the puzzles often had to work collaboratively across countries and languages. One of the most unique parts of these puzzles were the clues Cicada 3301 provided. Clues ranged from encoded messages and music files to real-world scavenger hunts where flyers with QR codes were placed in cities such as Seattle, Warsaw, Seoul, and Sydney. One of the most intriguing artifacts from the 2014 puzzle was the Liber Primus, a cryptic book written in runes, much of which remains undeciphered to this day. Those who solved the puzzles reportedly reached a private forum where they were asked questions about information freedom, privacy, and their personal beliefs. Successful participants were said to have been invited to work on projects aligned with Cicada's values, such as developing cryptographic tools or advocating for internet privacy. Speculation about the group's purpose has been rampant. Some believe Cicada was a recruitment tool for intelligence agencies like the NSA, CIA, or MI6 due to the technical complexity of the puzzles. Others suggest it was a private collective of hackers and cryptographers devoted to protecting digital privacy and anonymity. More skeptical theories propose it was merely an ARG or a social experiment without any deeper agenda. Despite its secrecy, Cicada 3301 has had a lasting cultural impact. Its methods inspired military cryptography projects like the US Navy's Project Architectus and has been referenced in TV shows, films, and video games. To this day, Cicada 3301 is still one of the internet's biggest unsolved mysteries, showing how vigilant 4chan dwellers are when faced with something challenging. The Badge Man. Badge Man refers to an alleged figure seen in Mary Moorman's Polaroid photograph taken milliseconds after JFK was fatally shot on November 22, 1963 in Dealey Plaza. The figure appears behind a wooden stockade on a grassy slope and seems to be wearing a police uniform with a bright spot on the chest interpreted as a shiny badge. Many people believe this was a second shooter firing at Kennedy. Moorman's photo was snapped between frames 315 and 316 of the Zapruder film, a home video recording shot by Abraham Zapruder that accidentally captured the president's assassination. This means Moorman's photo was taken just 0.1 seconds after the fatal headshot. While the crowd rushed towards the knoll after hearing shots, no gunman was found. The Warren Commission concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Moorman said she saw nothing suspicious behind the stockade and doubted any shooter appeared in her photo. In the late 1970s, the House Select Committee on Assassinations revisited conspiracy theories, leading them to studying Moorman's photo. A high-resolution negative revealed no clear human figure behind the stockade. However, poor lighting in the area made it impossible to definitively confirm or deny the existence of a figure. In 1983, Gary Mack, curator of the 6th Floor Museum, obtained an enlarged copy of Moorman's photo. With darkroom technician Jack White, Mack claimed to see a shadowy figure in a police uniform, possibly with a muzzle flash and a badge, leading to the infamous title, Badge Man. Following this, some linked Badge Man to Gordon Arnold, a soldier who claimed to have been filming during the assassination, though his account lacks any recorded proof. Badge Man became a central figure in conspiracy theories, appearing in documentaries like The Men Who Killed Kennedy, which speculated Badge Man was Lucien Sarti. Others suggested that he might have been J.T. Tippett, a Dallas officer that was killed later that day. Gary Mack later clarified that he never confirmed the figure was a possible shooter. Most photographic experts dismissed the Badge Man theory. Analysts from multiple college laboratories concluded the photo's resolution is too poor for reliable identification. Photogrammetry expert Dale K. Myers argued the figure's position made a shot impossible due to obstructions. He also suggested the bright spot could be sunlight reflecting off a soda can, an idea supported by other photos showing a Coke bottle on the pergola wall. No other assassination photos or films show a figure, and witnesses like Zapruder and Lee Bowers never reported seeing a man behind the fence. Badge Man remains a speculative theory fueled by a single ambiguous photo. Though popular in conspiracy circles, it lacks corroboration from witnesses, other images, or any physical evidence. Most experts consider far more plausible explanations, like reflections or background objects. The Dyatlov Pass Incident. In February 1959, a group of 9 Soviet hikers set out on a skiing and mountaineering expedition into the remote northern Urals. Led by 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov, the group were experienced and well prepared for the harsh conditions. Their plan was to reach Atorton, a mountain 10 kilometers north, but during their hike, something went terribly wrong. Weeks later, rescuers discovered their campsite and bodies under circumstances so bizarre, they've puzzled the world for over 60 years. When search teams found the campsite, the first shock was the tent. It had been cut open from the inside, as if the group had panicked and fled without bothering to unzip it. There were scattered footprints leading away from the tent into the snow. It was also noted that the footsteps indicated that the group was barefoot or wearing socks. They stretched for about 1.5 kilometers before disappearing into the thick snow. The first 2 bodies, those of Yuri Krivonishenko and Yuri Doroshenko, were found near a tree line, dressed only in their underwear and lying by a small fire. Their hands were badly burned, suggesting that they had tried desperately to stay warm. 3 more bodies were found between the tent and the tree line: Dyatlov himself, Zina Kolmogorova, and Rustem Slobodin. All 3 appeared to have died of hypothermia, but Slobodin had fractured his skull, which investigators determined wasn't immediately fatal. It took 2 more months for the remaining hikers to be found in a ravine further into the woods. These bodies were in even stranger condition. Nikolai Tabo-Briknolel's skull was severely crushed. Lyudmila Dubinina and Semyon Zolotaryov had massive chest injuries, with no external bruises, which doctors noted was similar to a brutal car crash. Dubinina was also missing her tongue, eyes, and part of her lips. Oddly enough, traces of radiation were detected on some of their clothing. Soviet investigators closed the case with the vague conclusion that the group had died because of, quote, a compelling natural force. This closure of the case left people with more questions than answers. Why did they flee their shelter half-dressed into a lethal cold? What caused such violent injuries with no outward trauma? Over the years, a variety of theories have been raised. One popular explanation is an avalanche. Perhaps a slab of snow broke off and threatened to bury the tent, prompting the group to escape in haste. This was the conclusion that Russian authorities reached when the case was reopened in 2019. But critics argue that an avalanche doesn't fit all the evidence. For example, there were no signs of snow accumulation on the tent, and the hikers wouldn't have fled so far without trying to recover supplies. Another theory presented is infrasound, caused by wind patterns hitting the mountain and generating low-frequency sounds that induce panic and disorientation. Military testing was also rumored, as parachute mines and military weapons could explain the trauma and radiation. There was also a catalog of theories revolving around aliens, Yeti attacks, and even a KGB mission gone wrong. What's weird is that none of these theories fully account for all the facts. The missing tongue and eyes could be due to decomposition, but why were they selectively damaged? The burned hands, the careful attempt to build a fire, the possibility of a fight for clothing among the group. These details suggest a night of sheer terror and desperation. Today, the Dyatlov Pass incident has become a cultural phenomenon. It's inspired books, documentaries, and films, each trying to offer a definitive answer to what happened on that dreadful hike. But as time passes and evidence becomes harder to obtain, the mystery only deepens. What drove 9 seasoned hikers to cut open their tent and run into a deadly blizzard? Was it nature, human error, or something far stranger? Henry Lee Lucas. Henry Lee Lucas, also known as the Confession Killer, was a convicted murderer. He was convicted of murdering his mother in 1960, as well as 2 others in 1983. While he was imprisoned for these crimes, he became infamous throughout the United States for the massive amount of other crimes that he confessed to Texas Rangers and other law enforcement officials. He would go on to confess to approximately 600 other violent crimes, with many of his statements being used to officially close murders and unsolved crimes that were previously thought to be cold cases. An investigation by journalists from Dallas newspapers later revealed that it was impossible for Henry to have committed many of the murders that he had confessed to. Texas Rangers defended their work, but a subsequent investigation by the Attorney General of Texas concluded that Henry had completely fabricated most, if not all, of his confessions while imprisoned. Henry would later admit that his confessions were mostly hoaxes, with the exception of the murder of his mother. He was convicted of murdering 9 others beyond his initial sentencing, and would be given the death penalty, which was later commuted to life imprisonment. Henry Lee Lucas died at the age of 64 while in prison in Huntsville, Texas, with the official cause of death being congestive heart failure. Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 was a passenger flight that seemingly vanished while flying from Kuala Lumpur Airport to its planned destination, Beijing Capital International Airport in China. The flight completely vanished from surveillance radar minutes after the flight's final verbal communication, when the transponder aboard the aircraft, required for radar observation, suddenly stopped functioning. While air traffic control's radar was unable to see the aircraft, the Malaysian military's primary radar system tracked the flight for about another hour, where it was seen making extremely odd movements that deviated from the intended flight path. At the time the transponder stopped functioning, the Malaysian military's radar showed Flight 370 making a subtle right turn before it began a prolonged and extremely sharp turn to the left and continued to fly southwest. The flight flew back over the Malaysian peninsula and then turned right near the Penang Island. It maintained this path northwest before it extended out of the radar's coverage, completely vanishing. In this time, information from radar technology showed that the aircraft experienced extreme altitude fluctuations, when at one point it exceeded its maximum operating altitude by over 15,000 feet, before it made a 50,000 feet nosedive in less than a minute. Neither the crew nor the aircraft's communication systems relayed a distress signal, indications of bad weather, or technical problems before the aircraft vanished from radar screens. 4 hours later, after various air traffic control groups exchanged communication and attempted to ascertain Flight 370's position, the watch supervisor at Kuala Lumpur Area Control Center activated the Kuala Lumpur Aeronautical Rescue Coordination Center, marking the beginning of the search and rescue operation. Malaysia Airlines issued a media statement 1 hour after the scheduled arrival time of the flight, stating that the flight was missing and search and rescue operations had begun. Unbeknownst to investigators or Malaysia Airlines, Flight 370 was still airborne at the time of this initial media statement, and search and rescue operations were commenced while the plane was still in flight over the Indian Ocean. On March 24th, Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak gave a public statement where he announced that he had been briefed by the Air Accidents Investigation Branch, which had concluded that the aircraft's final position before it disappeared was in the southern Indian Ocean. As no places exist where it could have crashed, the plane must have crashed into the sea. By October 2017, 20 pieces of marine debris believed to be from Flight 370 had been recovered in the western Indian Ocean. 18 of the items were, quote, identified as being very likely or almost certain to originate from Flight 370, while the other 2 were, quote, assessed as probably from the accident aircraft. While the true cause of the flight's disappearance is still a mystery, there are 4 main theories as to what could have caused it. The first theory proposes that the disappearance was the result of a murder-suicide by the captain or another pilot of the aircraft. In 2016, New York Magazine wrote that a confidential document from the Malaysian police investigation showed an FBI analysis found a route on Captain Zahari's home flight simulator that closely matched the projected flight over the Indian Ocean, and that this evidence had been withheld from the publicly released investigative report. Another piece of information that helps support this theory is the power interruption that the aircraft's SATCOM link experienced. The satellite communication link functioned properly until it responded to ground-to-air communication with an acknowledge message at 1:07 a.m. At some time between 1:07 and 2:03, power was lost to the satellite data unit. The final report stated that, quote, it is likely that the loss of communication was due to the systems being manually turned off. Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak said it was clear that the radar transponders and the flight data transmission system were turned off deliberately by someone trying to hide the plane's position. The second theory is that passengers aboard the plane played a role in the disappearance, but as more information has come to light, this theory is no longer widely believed by most people. United States and Malaysian officials reviewed the background of every passenger aboard the flight after its disappearance, and 2 men were found to have boarded the plane with stolen passports. The 2 passengers were later identified as 2 Iranian men, one aged 19 and the other 29, who entered Malaysia with valid Iranian passports. The men are now believed to have been asylum seekers, as Interpol later stated that the organization was, quote, inclined to conclude that it was not a terrorist incident. On March 18th, the Chinese government announced that it had checked all of the Chinese citizens on the aircraft and had ruled out the possibility that any were involved in, quote, destruction or terror attacks. The third theory is based on speculation that cargo on the aircraft caused it to crash. The flight carried just over 11 tons of cargo, of which the containers of tropical fruit and lithium-ion batteries were of interest. According to the Malaysian head of police, the Chinese importers who handled the fruit were questioned and later ruled out of a sabotage plot. The lithium-ion batteries were packaged according to international guidelines, being shipped from Motorola Solutions facilities, but they did not go through any additional inspections at Kuala Lumpur Airport before being loaded on to Flight 370. Lithium-ion batteries can cause intense fires if they overheat and ignite, which has occurred on other flights and has led to strict regulations on transport aircraft. The fourth and final theory, the hypoxia theory, suggests that passengers and crew were incapacitated by a sudden or gradual loss of cabin pressure. If Flight 370 lost cabin pressure at 35,000 feet and pilots were incapacitated before they were able to descend to a breathable altitude, it might explain why the flight path showed multiple long stretches of flying in a direct line. What is harder to explain is the seemingly random changes in direction. Unless the flight was under manual control while making these changes in direction, which would have been impossible if we're to believe the hypoxia theory, someone with prior knowledge would have needed to program the autopilot prior to the flight to make these course corrections. While these theories all have some compelling reasoning, the official report has no conclusive information on why the flight went missing, and the disappearance of Malaysian Flight 370 remains one of aviation's biggest and most confusing mysteries. Pentagon UFO videos. In December 2017, the New York Times published 2 Navy videos from 2004 and 2015, codenamed Fleur and Gimbal. Unlike typical shaky amateur footage, these were official Department of Defense recordings, complete with cockpit displays and audio of pilots expressing confusion over what they were witnessing. The release of these videos quickly sparked widespread media attention and public fascination. The footage was brought to light by former Pentagon officials Christopher Mellon and Luis Elizondo. Elizondo, who had directed the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, claimed the program had quietly investigated unidentified aerial phenomena from 2007 to 2012 using nearly $22 million in classified funding. He resigned in 2017, citing government secrecy and a lack of serious attention to the potential security implications of these encounters. In April 2020, the Pentagon officially declassified the 3 videos, confirming their authenticity and stating they posed no known threat to national security. By 2021, the government established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to expand investigations. The office reviewed additional Navy footage showing pyramid-shaped and spherical objects over the California coast. Out of 144 reported incidents, only 1 was definitively explained as a weather balloon. The others involved aircrafts exhibiting flight characteristics, including hypersonic speeds, abrupt stops, sharp turns, and even the ability to enter the ocean without causing a splash. Government officials, including NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines, acknowledged the sightings as real and deserving of further study. Skeptics argue these sightings could be attributed to camera artifacts and other digital malfunctions. However, the Pentagon UFO videos remain a hot topic for ongoing debates about national security, advanced technology, and the possibility of extraterrestrial beings. Abraham Lincoln assassination. On April 14, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln was shot in the head by Confederate sympathizer John Wilkes Booth while attending a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. Booth fled, but was killed 12 days later after a massive manhunt, with Lincoln dying the next morning on April 15th. Just days before his assassination, Lincoln told his wife and friends about a chilling dream he had where he wandered the White House and saw a covered corpse guarded by soldiers, with mourners saying the president had been assassinated. He believed the dream was prophetic, but tried to dismiss it as coincidence. Booth's co-conspirators, Mary Surratt, Lewis Powell, David Harold, and George Atzerodt, were later captured and executed for their involvement in the plot. As for theories, there's not really much to cover here, but I do admit that Lincoln's dream is incredibly creepy. JFK assassination. The assassination of President John F. Kennedy sparked widespread suspicion that Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. Numerous theories have emerged implicating groups like the CIA, Mafia, Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson, Fidel Castro's Cuba, and even the KGB in a coordinated plot. While the Warren Commission in 1964 concluded that Oswald acted solo, the HSCA reopened the case in 1979 and found the original investigation seriously flawed. The HSCA ruled that 4 shots were likely fired and that a conspiracy was probable, though it still affirmed Oswald's status as the shooter. Conspiracy theorists have pointed to inconsistencies, suppressed evidence, witness intimidation, and fabricated materials like the single bullet, magic bullet theory, the Zapruder film, and autopsy findings. Some also propose theories of multiple gunmen shooting from different locations, such as the Grassy Knoll or Daltex building. However, critics dispute these claims, noting that analyses like the National Academy of Sciences' examination of acoustic data and Kodak's audit of the Zapruder film found no manipulation. Debate still runs rampant, fueled by released and still withheld documents under the JFK Records Act, with the most recent batch of records released in March 2025. 2012 phenomenon. The 2012 phenomenon was a global wave of speculation and fear centered around December 21st, 2012, the day marking the end of a 5,126-year cycle in the Mayan long count calendar. While Mayan scholars explained that this date simply ended one calendrical period and began another, many people interpreted it as a prediction of a world-changing event or even total apocalypse. From online forums to documentaries, stories spread about everything from a rogue planet called Nibiru colliding with Earth, massive solar flares causing catastrophic geomagnetic storms, and even the Earth's magnetic poles flipping. Some believed in a galactic alignment where the Earth would line up with the center of the Milky Way, triggering unknown cosmic forces. Others followed theories like Terence McKenna's Time Wave Zero, which claimed that time itself was speeding toward a singularity of infinite complexity on that day. Scientists and NASA repeatedly debunked these ideas, explaining there was no astronomical event or ancient prophecy supporting such claims. In 2012, media coverage, internet discussions, and pop culture helped the phenomenon spread like wildfire. The disaster film 2012 amplified fears by portraying a massive global destruction event, and countless websites and survivalist communities fueled the buzz. Many people prepared for disaster by stockpiling supplies or traveling to places believed to be safe, like certain Mayan ruins or small villages thought to hold mystical protection. Surveys showed that about 10% of people worldwide believed the Mayan calendar predicted the end of the world, with even higher numbers in countries like China and Russia. NASA received thousands of concerned questions as the date neared, including questions from parents worried about their children's fears. When December 21st came and went without incident, the event was widely recognized as another false doomsday prophecy, yet it revealed how deeply humans attach meaning to calendrical milestones. The 2012 phenomenon joins a long history of apocalyptic predictions that reflect our fascination with endings and new beginnings. From Y2K to ancient prophecies, it shows how culture, fear, and curiosity intertwine in times of uncertainty. Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is a loosely defined region in the North Atlantic Ocean where ships and planes are said to mysteriously vanish without a trace. Official investigations of anomalies that take place in the region use explanations such as unpredictable weather, magnetic anomalies, or human error to expound unusual activity. Some theories, especially those circulating online, suggest time warps, underwater alien bases, or even interdimensional portals. The mystery has fueled endless speculation across forums and conspiracy websites. Despite explanations and investigations by sources like the United States government, the Bermuda Triangle remains one of the most talked about unexplainable anomalies in paranormal and conspiracy circles. Titanic. The Titanic was a massive luxury ocean liner built by White Star Line, launched in 1911 and hailed as the largest and most advanced ship of its time. It was designed to be the ultimate symbol of comfort and modern technology, promising a flawless transatlantic crossing between England and New York. On its maiden voyage in April 1912, the Titanic struck an iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic, resulting in the deaths of over 1,500 people and becoming one of the deadliest maritime disasters in history. The event shocked the world and sparked countless investigations, documentaries, and theories that have captured public imagination for over a century. One of the more fascinating theories surrounding the Titanic disaster is that the ship that sank wasn't actually the Titanic, but its nearly identical sister ship, the Olympic. According to this idea, the White Star Line was struggling financially after the Olympic suffered major damage in a collision the previous year. The theory claims that to save money and collect a hefty insurance payout, the company secretly swapped the damaged Olympic with the Titanic. The damaged Olympic was disguised as the Titanic and sent on the ill-fated maiden voyage, deliberately sinking so the company could claim insurance on the supposedly brand new ship. Meanwhile, the still intact Titanic continued service as the Olympic. While the ships looked almost identical and such a swap might seem possible, there's no solid evidence to prove that it happened. Historians generally dismiss the theory, pointing to survivor accounts, ship plans, and official inquiries that confirm it was indeed the Titanic that sank. Still, the Titanic switch theory remains an interesting theory that still breeds discussion in communities like r/Titanic and Encyclopedia Titanica. Cipher Hunt. The Cipher Hunt was an ARG created by storyboard artist and voice actor Alex Hirsch, creator of the animated series Gravity Falls. The ARG was an international scavenger hunt, with the end goal being to find the real-life statue of the series' antagonist, Bill Cipher. The hunt involved retrieving and decoding clues hidden in various locations around the world. The Cipher hunt began on July 20th, 2016 in St. Petersburg, Russia, and finished on August 2nd in a forest in Reedsport, Oregon, where the final statue was found. There's a lot to cover in regard to the logistics of the scavenger hunt and how all of it went down, which would make this entry way too long. If you're interested in hearing more about how this ARG played out, I definitely recommend watching Blame It on Jorge's video on the subject after this one, as it explains everything that I haven't. Universal S. The universal S is a simple, stylized letter S that became a universal doodle for school kids in the late 20th century. It's easy to draw, endlessly repeatable, and somehow ended up on notebooks, desks, and bathroom walls across the world. Despite its popularity, no one really knows where it came from, which has turned it into a piece of modern folklore. Over the years, many have assumed it was linked to pop culture or brands like Superman's emblem or the clothing label Stussy, but none of these explain its origins. Superman's logo is a diamond, and Stussy has denied any connection to the Universal S originating from them. Some theories even tied it to Sereños gang members, but credible detectives say it has no affiliation. The oldest verified appearances of the Cool S are in 1970s graffiti photos from Los Angeles and New York. However, the YouTuber Liminal has traced its shape even further back to a geometry textbook from 1890 called Mechanical Graphics, where it appears as a drawing exercise. There are also similar motifs in 14th century Cairo tilework and in Hans Holbein's 1533 painting, The Ambassadors. In the end, the Cool S seems to be kind of a cultural phenomenon shared not through media or branding, but from mouth to mouth over decades. The Lonnie Zamora Incident. The Lonnie Zamora incident was an alleged UFO sighting that occurred in 1964 near Cicada, New Mexico, when police officer Lonnie Zamora claimed that he saw two people beside a shiny object that later rose into the air, accompanied by a roaring blue and orange flame. Zamora's claims were subject to attention from news media, UFO investigators, and UFO organizations, as well as the US Air Force's Project Blue Book, listing the case as, quote, unknown. Conventional and official explanations of Zamora's claims include a lunar lander test by White Sands Missile Range and a hoax by New Mexico Tech students. Zamora told authorities that he was pursuing a speeding car when he, quote, heard a roar and saw a flame in the sky to southwest some distance away, possibly a half-mile or a mile. Believing that a local dynamite shack might have exploded, Zamora said he discontinued the pursuit and investigated the potential explosion. Zamora claimed to have then seen two people in white overalls beside a shiny object who he would later describe as being, quote, normal in shape, but it's possible they were small adults or large kids. Zamora claimed to hear a roar and see a blue and orange flame under the object, which then rose and quickly flew away. UFO skeptic Stuart Campbell has suggested that everything seen and heard by Zamora and fellow witnesses was, quote, almost certainly a mirage of the star Canopus. It has also been suggested Zamora witnessed the testing of a lunar landing device by personnel from the White Sands Missile Range. Skeptic Philip J. Klass, who visited Cicada several years after the incident, claimed that the entire event was part of a conspiracy plot by the municipal government to increase tourism. Despite countless theories explaining the incident emerging over the years, there has been nothing conclusive and the event is still largely a mystery. Lonnie Zamora died on November 2nd, 2009 in Cicada at 76 years old. The SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation is an online collaborative fiction project centered around a secret global organization tasked with securing, containing, and protecting humanity from anomalous objects, creatures, locations, and phenomena. Known simply as SCPs, these anomalies range from bizarre and harmless to terrifying and world-ending. The website presents itself as an in-universe archive of the Foundation's classified documents, each file detailing a specific SCP's origins, dangers, and how it's contained. The tone is encyclopedic and clinical, most documents being filled with redactions, security clearance levels, and ominous warnings, which gives the content this eerie authenticity despite its fictional nature. The project began in 2008 on the paranormal board of 4chan, where a user posted a creepypasta-style thread about SCP-173, a hostile statue-like creature that only moves when observed, just like that one Doctor Who episode. The post was so well received that others began writing their own SCPs in the same style, eventually leading to the creation of the SCP Wiki, a dedicated website where thousands of contributors have since expanded the universe. Each SCP entry is formatted like a classified report and includes several sections, a numbered designation, a containment procedure detailing how the SCP must be secured, and a description outlining its habitat, nature, and abilities. Entries also include incident reports, recovery logs, and researcher notes, which further expand the narrative and give lore explanations for the Foundation's shadowy operations. The website's collaborative model means anyone can submit their own SCPs or stories, provided they follow the site's strict writing policies. Submissions are peer-reviewed by the community, and poorly received articles are eventually deleted. Beyond the wiki itself, the SCP Foundation has inspired fan games, animations, YouTube channels, and even indie films, making it one of the internet's most expansive and influential pieces of collaborative storytelling. At its core, the SCP Foundation is an evolving world where horror, science fiction, and dark humor coexist. It explores themes of secrecy, ethics, and humanity's relationship with the unknown, all wrapped in a cold professional tone that makes the absurd feel real. 301. 301 is referring to an old anomaly on YouTube where new videos would have their number of views increase until suddenly stopping at 301 until they would unfreeze after about a day and continue to rise. While many users thought that this was a bug, it was actually an intended feature in YouTube's web design as a measure to prevent view bots and make sure that every view being counted was legitimate. If you're curious to learn more, Numberphile has a great video on the topic that explains the whole thing, with questions answered by a YouTube employee. There's actually an Easter egg included in this video by YouTube staff who thought it would be funny to permanently lock the views at 301. YAYVIDEOGAMES. YAYVIDEOGAMES was a Reddit user who seemingly went insane over the course of 4,000 Reddit posts that he created, which featured variations of the same phrase thousands of times. YAYVIDEOGAMES also posted strange images until he was eventually banned from the site. The story has been covered by countless YouTubers and is thought of as one of the internet's weirdest unsolved mysteries. It started when a Reddit thread was created in 2010 by user I Wish I Was a Meme, asking users to list some of their favorite Oblivion mods. In the comments, YAYVIDEOGAMES posted the following. The uninstall button. The game is great and all that, but god, it is hard to fully remove all the junk it leaves behind on your system. You really need to check out that mod when the time comes to get rid of it. Otherwise, I think Oscuro's Oblivion overhaul is a nice start. When another user asked YAYVIDEOGAMES for clarification on what he meant, he went on to write, the uninstall button. The game is great. Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM. But you oft go work, always on work DR. Check out the junk it leaves behind in you. YAYVIDEOGAMES then spammed the thread over 4,000 times in just the span of a few hours, with variations on the phrase, Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM. He then went on to delete his account. This dumbfounded Redditors and went unsolved for years, with users speculating that he simply suffered from severe mental illness, offering explanations such as schizophrenia. Eventually, someone dug into YAYVIDEOGAMES' post history, finding that he posted on another subreddit, r/cleanliness. When looking through the subreddit, a post created by a different user would be found. The post was titled Zelda, and the comments featured spam messages with strange repetitive verbiage and embedded links. The manner in which these posts were made were very similar to YAYVIDEOGAMES. Multiple accounts were found that in one way or another linked back to YAYVIDEOGAMES and are presumed to be created by the same person. All of the profiles had the same patterns of intense repetition. One of the profiles, not sure how big you are, frequently made posts on subreddits related to pharmaceutical drugs, particularly about his struggles with them. One of Not Sure How Big You Are's posts would reveal that he suffered from extreme chronic pain, was overly medicated, and was an ex-Jehovah's Witness. In another post, he said that his chronic pain left him completely bedridden. He was, quote, unable to feel pleasure, suffered from restless leg syndrome, was highly delusional, and was prescribed antipsychotics by a doctor. He also explained that because of his history as a Jehovah's Witness, he believed that actual demons were roaming the earth and manifesting themselves in everyday life, saying that he thought he actually encountered a demon once, and that they were watching him in his dreams. Based on his post history explaining what he's been dealing with throughout his life, and his extremely bizarre behavior with repetition and spamming, it's pretty safe to assume that YAYVIDEOGAMES was suffering some sort of delirium related to his chronic fatigue syndrome. This delirium was then made far worse by the copious amounts of prescription and non-prescription drugs that he posted about taking on other accounts, leading to his insane behavior. His original YAYVIDEOGAMES account was deleted, and all of his other alternate accounts' activity ceased around 2012. Liminal spaces. Liminal spaces are spaces where reality feels altered. Liminal spaces are most commonly defined as transitional spaces that provoke discomfort. The term liminal is defined as, quote, occupying a position at or on both sides of a boundary or threshold. Images of these uncomfortable, creepy, and nostalgic photos have become massively popular online in the last 4 to 5 years. A lot of these photos depict things like old office spaces, schools with empty hallways, or playgrounds at night. A common theme amongst these images is how they often show spaces that are normal parts of everyday life with an altered perspective. A playground at night removes the innocence and expected context of children that would normally inhabit that space with a darker and more unsettling perspective. Other examples, like airports with no people around, just highlight the weird feeling that locations devoid of people give you. Some of the photos are more unexplainable and may just give you that creepy vibe. The most famous example of a liminal space, which also has a separate entry on this iceberg, is the Backrooms, which originally spawned from a 4chan thread that later evolved into a more developed creepypasta. Every copy of Super Mario 64 is personalized. The theory that every copy of Super Mario 64 is personalized suggests that the game adapts uniquely to each player through an experimental artificial intelligence. According to believers of the theory, this AI modifies level layouts, textures, enemy placements, music, and even pulls unused or beta assets to tailor your experience, creating the infamous line, "No two copies of Super Mario 64 are truly identical." Many players claim that playing someone else's cartridge feels strangely unfamiliar, as if the game simply rearranged itself for them. This theory gained traction from anomalies like the infamous Wario apparition, a distorted, nightmarish version of Wario said to chase Mario in some copies. Others report odd HUD changes, secret rooms in Peach's castle, and even dynamic level rearrangements that increase or lower difficulty. The core idea is that Nintendo acquired this adaptive AI in 1995, tested it in pre-release builds, but quietly suppressed it after playtesters reported disturbing occurrences. The ROM and Virtual Console re-releases and spread online through piracy are assumed to be sanitized versions stripped of the AI. Skeptics argue the theory is a collective illusion similar to the Mandela effect, where people's childhood memories of glitches or cartridge damage are misremembered as deliberate game design. Others suggest widespread hacked ROMs or cartridge tilting could explain minor anomalies, but fail to account for the more extreme changes players describe. Some fans believe the AI is benevolent, meant to keep the game endlessly replayable, while others view it as something darker, an algorithm that grew beyond Nintendo's control, which needed to be scraped from existence by the Nintendo ninjas in each re-release following the original. Whether real or imagined, this theory is another contributing factor to Super Mario 64's endless popularity and remains one of gaming's most infamous urban legends. xkcd. xkcd is a stick figure comic by Randall Munroe. It generally doesn't have a continuing plotline or continuity. Most of the jokes in the comics are based on math, physics, science, Unix, memes, as well as romance and sex. The comic erupted in popularity in 2006 when other webcomics such as Dinosaur Comics began linking to it. Since then, it has been among the most well-known of webcomics. Max Headroom signal hijacking. The Max Headroom incident was a hijacking of the TV signals of two stations in Chicago on November 22, 1987, that briefly sent a broadcast of an unidentified person wearing a Max Headroom mask and costume to thousands of viewers. The first incident took place at 9:14 p.m. during an airing of WGN-TV's 9 o'clock news. Viewers' screens went black for about 15 seconds before the image of a person wearing a Max Headroom mask and sunglasses appeared. The masked person rocked back and forth erratically in front of a rotating metal panel that mimicked the real Max Headroom's background animation, accompanied by a staticky buzzing sound. The intrusion lasted for about 30 seconds before it was cut off by WGN engineers regaining control of their broadcast tower. After returning, WGN sports anchor Dan Rohn commented,
"Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. Actually, the computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild, so what we're going to do is start over from the top with the Bears."
The second intrusion happened on the same night, around 2 hours later, when the signal of WTTW was interrupted during a Doctor Who airing. This intrusion featured the same Max Headroom impersonator, this time with audible speech. The masked man spent the next minute making a series of unrelated comments and cultural references interspersed with noises and exclamations. He then called WGN sportscaster Chuck Swirsky a quote, "frickin' liberal," held up a can of Pepsi while referencing the Catch the Wave Coca-Cola slogan, and held a middle finger to the camera inside a hollowed-out dildo. He made some more pop culture references before showing his bare ass to a female figure wearing a French maid costume that would proceed to spank him with a fly swatter. The WTTW technicians couldn't stop the signal takeover because there were no engineers working at the broadcast tower at that time of night. The intrusion lasted about 90 seconds and suddenly ended when the hijackers unilaterally ended their transmission. Despite an official law enforcement investigation being launched in the immediate aftermath of the incident, as well as multiple unofficial investigations and decades of online speculation, the identities and motives of the hijackers remains a total mystery. Markovian Parallax Denegrate. In August 1996, multiple Usenet message groups were bombarded with hundreds of cryptic messages using the subject title, Markovian Parallax Denegrate. The messages looked like someone had taken a dictionary and scanned it while flipping through its pages, resulting in these massive walls of gibberish. Early recipients of these text walls dismissed them as spam, but their unpredictability and scale soon made them infamous as one of the internet's earliest mysteries. One popular theory among those who have attempted decoding the text is that the messages were generated by an early Markov chain program that was stringing random words together based on patterns. In 2016, journalist Kevin Morris would track the messages to an email address belonging to University of Wisconsin student Susan Lindauer. Lindauer denied any involvement, and it was later determined her address was used to conceal the true sender. To this day, no one knows who sent these messages or what their purpose truly was, and it remains one of the most important fossils in internet mystery-solving communities. Webdriver Torso. Webdriver Torso is a YouTube channel that was created by Google themselves on March 7, 2013. The channel has uploaded more than 600,000 test videos. Each of these videos contain two red and blue rectangles against a white background accompanied by computer-generated white noise. There were a few times the videos broke the traditional format. For example, they uploaded a Rick Roll meme in their signature red and blue color scheme. Before Google revealed the channel's purpose, people theorized the videos were coded spy transmissions and even tried linking it to the Cicada 3301 puzzles. In 2014, YouTube would disclose the channel's purpose, stating they're made to test YouTube's video quality when uploading files, using the channel as a benchmark for YouTube's compression quality. Even though it turned out not to be aliens trying to communicate with us, I still really like this entry, and the years of speculation before people finding out its true meaning. The Russian Sleep Experiment. The Russian Sleep Experiment is a creepypasta that tells the story of 5 Soviet-era test subjects being exposed to an experimental stimulant that entirely prevents the subjects from sleeping. The story recounts an experiment set in 1947 at a secret Soviet testing facility where scientists gave political prisoners a drug via gas chambers that prevented sleep for 15 days. As the experiment progresses, the lack of sleep transforms the subjects into violent zombie-like creatures that become addicted to the gas. At the end of the story, every character dies except one scientist. This image that has circulated around the internet for years and is mostly associated with the creepypasta is actually an animatronic Halloween prop called Spasm. Babushka Lady. The Babushka Lady is an unidentified woman who was present during John F. Kennedy's assassination in 1963. The Babushka Lady nickname originated from the headscarf she wore during the assassination. Multiple eyewitnesses and recordings like the Zapruder film show her standing on the grass between Elm and Main, peacefully filming the motorcade as other spectators were ducking for cover from the gunshots. Once the shots had stopped, she was seen heading towards the grassy knoll, eventually walking east on Elm and vanishing into obscurity. In 1970, a woman named Beverly Oliver claimed she was the infamous Babushka Lady, but her account was later dismissed after it was discovered the camera model she supposedly used wasn't made until 6 years after the assassination. As of today, the only testimony we have possibly linking the Babushka Lady to any surviving film is from Gary Mack, who claimed a woman entered the Kodak Dallas office and provided a single photo which aligned with the presumed position Babushka Lady was spotted in multiple films. Unfortunately, the photo was extremely blurry and deemed virtually useless by Mack. As of today, no one else has come forward as Babushka Lady, and we might never know who she was and where that film ended up. Paul is dead. Paul is Dead is a conspiracy theory stating that Paul McCartney of the Beatles died in 1966 and was secretly replaced by a look-alike. According to this theory, McCartney died in a car crash, and to spare the public from mourning his death, the surviving Beatles replaced him with a look-alike, later communicating this secret through subtle details in their albums. McCartney later parodied the hoax with the title and cover art of his 1993 album, Paul is Live. The urban legend was among 10 of the world's most enduring conspiracy theories according to Time magazine in 2009. D.B. Cooper. D.B. Cooper was an unidentified man who hijacked Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305 during a flight from Portland, Oregon to Seattle, Washington. During the flight, Cooper told a flight attendant that he had a bomb and demanded $200,000 in ransom, the equivalent to over $1.5 million today, as well as demanding 4 parachutes upon landing in Seattle. After they landed in Seattle, passengers were released and Cooper instructed the flight crew to refuel the aircraft and begin a second flight to Mexico City with a refueling stop in Reno, Nevada. About 30 minutes after taking off from Seattle, Cooper opened the aircraft's aft door, deployed the staircase, and parachuted into the night over southwestern Washington. Cooper's true identity and whereabouts have never been determined. In 1980, a small portion of the ransom money was found along the riverbanks of the Columbia River in Washington. The discovery of the money renewed interest in the mystery, but yielded no additional information about Cooper's identity or fate, and the remaining money has never been recovered. For 45 years, the FBI maintained an active investigation and built an extensive case file, but ultimately did not reach any definitive conclusions. The FBI speculates that Cooper didn't survive his jump for several reasons, those being the inclement weather, Cooper's lack of proper skydiving equipment, the forested terrain into which he jumped, his lack of detailed knowledge of his landing area, and the disappearance of the remaining ransom money, suggesting that it was never spent. In 2016, the FBI officially suspended their investigation, although reporters, enthusiasts, professional investigators, and internet sleuths continue to pursue numerous theories for Cooper's identity. The most compelling suspects still discussed in the D.B. Cooper case include Vince Peterson, recently identified by investigator Eric Ulis due to rare titanium and stainless steel particles found on Cooper's tie, linking him to a specific Pennsylvania steel plant. Robert Rackstraw, a decorated Vietnam veteran and conman, was heavily scrutinized for years due to his background and possible code messages tied to the case, although he was officially dismissed. Sheridan Peterson, a former Boeing engineer and smoke jumper, matched Cooper's profile in experience and looks, but DNA did not link him. These three remain the most discussed due to their plausible motives, skills, and partial physical matches, but no definitive proof has surfaced, and the D.B. Cooper case will likely forever remain a mystery. Richard Chase. Just a warning, this next entry is incredibly disturbing and recounts one of the most depraved sprees of violent crimes in United States history. If you don't want to hear about that kind of stuff, skip to the timestamp on screen. Richard Chase was a serial killer and cannibal who killed 6 people in Sacramento, California from December 1977 to January 1978. Richard was nicknamed the Vampire of Sacramento because he drank his victims' blood and cannibalized their remains. Richard suffered with pervasive mental health issues most of his life, being officially diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia that was worsened by the amount of illegal drugs that he frequently took. His mother was also a very paranoid person, causing instability in his childhood that would later manifest in his adult behavior. He was involuntarily institutionalized multiple times because of his mental problems, with the staff of one of the institutions nicknaming him Dracula because of his fixation on blood. He frequently killed animals while in the facility and extracted blood from therapy animals with stolen syringes. After receiving basic care and medication during his time as a patient, he was released to his mother's custody to the dismay of the staff that were caring for him. After his release, Richard purchased a pistol in December 1977 and lied about his history of mental illness to do so. In December of that year, Richard killed his first known human victim, a 51-year-old Ambrose Griffin, in a drive-by shooting. The shooting baffled law enforcement, who viewed it as being a random, motiveless crime, and investigation yielded no arrests. In January of 1978, Richard broke into a house and shot Teresa Wallen, a woman who was 3 months pregnant. After shooting her, he mutilated her body and committed other atrocities to the corpse that cannot be talked about on YouTube. Detectives that saw the corpse later said that the terrified expression on her face continued to haunt them for years. 4 days later, on January 27th, Richard entered the home of a 38-year-old Evelyn Maroth and murdered everyone inside the building. Richard stated that he was semi-conscious while carrying out the killings, so the exact timeline of events is unclear. Richard shot family friend Dan Meredith in the head near the door, as well as fatally shooting Evelyn and her 6-year-old son Jason, as well as her 22-month-old nephew David Ferreira, before committing similar atrocities to Evelyn's body that he did to Teresa Wallen. When detectives showed up at the crime scene, there was a bathtub full of blood, which Richard is speculated to have been bathing in. He fled from the scene with the 22-month-old baby, later eating his body and drinking his blood. When the FBI created a profile for Richard and later found his apartment, the entire interior was soaked in blood. For the dates of the Wallen and Maroth murders, he had written the word "today" on the calendar, with the word "today" being written on 44 more dates throughout 1978. He was arrested and stood trial on 6 counts of murder. His defense attorney, Ferris Salami, said in 2010 that Richard Chase was one of the most deranged people he had ever met. He was found guilty of 6 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to death. In 1980, Richard Chase was found dead in his prison cell, with an autopsy revealing that he had died from an overdose of drugs prescribed to treat depression and hallucinations, which he had been secretly hoarding in his cell, unknown to officers. Fan death. Fan death is the idea that people have died as a result of running an electric fan in a closed room with no open windows. The logistics of fan death are impossible due to how electric fans operate, but belief of this phenomenon persisted to the mid-2000s in South Korea and to a lesser extent in Japan. Some versions of fan death suggest that the fan somehow sucks out the oxygen in the room, while others claim it cools the body so much during sleep that it causes hypothermia and death. Where the idea of fan death originated from is unclear, but fears about electric fans date back to their introduction in Korea, with stories dating back to the 1920s and 30s, warning of the risks of nausea, asphyxiation, and facial paralysis from the new technology. In 2006, a South Korean government agency issued a consumer safety alert warning that, quote, asphyxiation from electric fans and air conditioners was among South Korea's 5 most common summer accidents or injuries, according to the data they collected. Fan death remains a really strange example of how urban legends can be perpetuated by cultural superstition and government misinformation for decades. Kennedy Curse. The Kennedy Curse refers to the series of deaths, accidents, assassinations, and other events that occurred involving family members of the Kennedy family. The alleged curse has primarily affected the descendants of Joseph Patrick Kennedy Sr., but it has also affected family friends, associates, and other relatives. Political assassinations and plane crashes have been the most common manifestations of the curse. There's an incredibly long list of things that have happened to members of the Kennedy family, and I'm not going to go over all of them in this entry, as it would make this video way too long, but there's plenty of videos on YouTube covering everything, so if you're interested, I would definitely go check them out after this video. Jetpack Man. Jetpack Man is an unknown person or object that has been seen flying what appears to be a jetpack around the Los Angeles area at least 5 times from 2020 to 2022. Multiple airplane pilots have reported seeing the Jetpack Man at altitudes around 5,000 feet. The first sighting occurred on August 30th, 2020, when 2 different airline pilots reported seeing, quote, a guy in a jetpack hovering near LAX airport at 3,000 feet. In November of the same year, an LAPD helicopter crew recorded a video of what appeared to be a balloon of Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas. The behavior of the balloon was similar in the footage to the Jetpack Man, and this sighting has been used to explain what pilots might have reported seeing. On October 14th, 2020, China Airlines pilots reported seeing a, quote, flying object like a flight suit jetpack at 6,000 feet during their approach to LAX. A 4th sighting took place on December 21st when a pilot and flight instructor captured the first video of the flying object at around 3,000 feet near Palos Verdes and Catalina Island. The academy the flight instructor worked for posted the video to their Instagram account, commenting, "The video appears to show a jetpack, but it could also be a drone or some other object. If it is a guy in a jetpack, then it remains to be seen whether it is a legal test flight or related to the jetpack sightings near LAX recently that caused disruptions to air traffic." A 5th sighting took place on July 28, 2021, when another pilot reported seeing a flying object that looked like a man in a jetpack, roughly 15 miles off the California coast at around 5,000 feet. In air traffic control communications, the flying object was referred to as, quote, the UFO and Iron Man. A 6th sighting of Jetpack Man occurred in June 2022, 15 miles east of LAX at about 4,500 feet. No official investigation has concluded what the Jetpack Man was, and no sightings have been reported since the final sighting in June of 2022. The Battle of Los Angeles. The Battle of Los Angeles is the name given to a rumored attack on the United States by Imperial Japan, and the subsequent anti-aircraft artillery barrage which took place from late February 24th to early February 25th over Los Angeles, California. The event happened less than 3 months after the US entered World War II in response to the Pearl Harbor attacks and 1 day after another attack carried out by Japan near Santa Barbara. On February 24, 1942, the Office of Naval Intelligence issued a warning that an attack on mainland California would be expected within the next 10 hours. Air raid sirens sounded at 2:25 a.m. throughout Los Angeles County. A total blackout was ordered and thousands of air raid wardens were summoned to their positions. At 3:16 a.m., the 37th Coast Artillery Brigade began firing 50 caliber machine guns and 13-pound anti-aircraft shells into the air at reported aircraft, with over 1,400 shells eventually being fired. The artillery fire continued until 4:14 a.m. when the all-clear was sounded and the blackout order was lifted at 7:21 a.m. 5 civilians died as an indirect result of the artillery fire, 3 being killed in car accidents caused by the ensuing chaos and 2 of heart attacks due to the stress of the event. Hours after the end of the air raid, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox held a press conference saying the entire incident had been a false alarm due to anxiety and war nerves. After World War II ended in 1945, the Japanese government stated that they hadn't flown any airplanes over Los Angeles during the war. The event has been the source of many conspiracy theories, including theories of UFOs. To this day, it's still not entirely clear what really happened during the Battle of Los Angeles. Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper was an unidentified serial killer who was active in and around the impoverished Whitechapel district of London, England in 1888. Jack the Ripper's killings typically targeted women working as prostitutes living in the slums of the East End of London. Their bodies were mutilated, and the removal of the internal organs from at least 3 of the victims caused people to speculate that the killer had some anatomical or surgical knowledge. There were 11 murders in the Whitechapel district, with the series of killings being dubbed the Whitechapel Murders, but only 5 of the murders have been directly attributed to being carried out by Jack the Ripper. The canonical 5 Ripper victims are Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. Each of the canonical 5 murders that are directly linked to Jack the Ripper were perpetrated at night, on or close to a weekend, either at the end of a month or a week or so after. The mutilations to the victims became increasingly severe as the series of murders proceeded, except for that of Elizabeth Stride, whose attacker may have been interrupted. Over the course of the Whitechapel murders, the police, newspapers, and other members of the public received hundreds of letters regarding the case. Hundreds of these letters claimed to have been written by the killer himself, and 3 of these in particular are of interest: the Dear Boss letter, the Saucy Jackie postcard, and the From Hell letter. Initially, the Dear Boss letter was considered a hoax, but when one of the victims was found 3 days after the letter's postmark with a section of one ear cut from her body, the promise of the letter's author to, quote, clip the lady's ears off gained attention. Most of the letters that followed copied this letter's tone. The Saucy Jackie postcard had handwriting similar to the Dear Boss letter and mentioned one of the canonical murders. However, it was postmarked more than 24 hours after the killings occurred, long after details of the murders were known and publicized by journalists. The From Hell letter had handwriting and style dissimilar to the first 2 letters, but included a small box in which half of a preserved human kidney was found. Victim Catherine Eddowes' left kidney had been removed by the killer. There's disagreement over the kidney. Some contend that it belonged to Eddowes, while others argue that it was a dark practical joke. The Ripper wasn't caught mostly because of lack of forensic science in the time period, as well as inconsistent police work across jurisdictions. Because of this, Jack the Ripper has never been definitively identified, and the case remains one of the most famous unsolved mysteries in criminal history. 9/11. 9/11, or the September 11th attacks, were 4 attacks carried out by 19 jihadist terrorists belonging to the Al-Qaeda militant group. The attacks involved hijacking 4 passenger airliners, which were later crashed into American landmarks, the first 2 planes being crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, with the third into the Pentagon. The fourth plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania after passengers received intel of the fate of the previous two planes and attempted to stop the hijackers from carrying out their plans. The attacks ultimately killed 2,977 people, making it the deadliest terrorist attack in history, as well as causing at least $10 billion in infrastructure and property damage. The first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, flew into the North Tower of the World Trade Center complex at 8:46 a.m. At 9:03 a.m., United Airlines Flight 175 hit the South Tower. Both of the towers collapsed within 1 hour and 42 minutes after being struck, obviously destroying the towers, but additionally destroying the remaining 5 structures in the complex. American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon at 9:37 a.m., causing a partial collapse. The fourth plane, which as mentioned crashed after the passengers revolted, was believed by investigators to be targeting the United States Capitol or the White House. Later that day, the CIA informed US President George Bush that they had identified the attacks as having been orchestrated by Al-Qaeda under Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden denied his involvement with the attacks until 2004, when a taped statement was released during which he accepted responsibility for the attacks, citing motivations that included US support of Israel, the presence of US military bases in Saudi Arabia, and sanctions against Iraq. The attacks spearheaded the War on Terror and US invasion of Afghanistan. The decade-long manhunt for bin Laden ended in 2011 when he was killed during a US military raid on his compound in Pakistan. The September 11th attacks reshaped geopolitics and led to 2 decades of war, leaving a deep cultural and psychological impact on the United States. In the years following, numerous conspiracy theories have emerged, ranging from claims that the US government allowed the attacks to happen, to theories suggesting that the towers were brought down in a controlled demolition. While most theories have been officially debunked, there are still massive discontinuities in the official 9/11 Commission report, allowing theories to persist for years and become a major part of online lore. Mekayla Bailey. Mekayla Bailey is a missing 17-year-old girl, last seen on April 12, 2016, in Yorkton, Saskatchewan. On the morning of April 12th, Mekayla texted her friend asking for a ride to the bank with the intent to withdraw $5,000, an amount that was nowhere close to the money she actually had. At 8:20 a.m., she arrived at school but was seen leaving only 6 minutes later. CCTV footage showed her withdrawing $55 at a nearby bank and visiting a pawn shop where she unsuccessfully attempted to pawn a silver ring around 9 a.m. By 9:15 a.m., Mekayla was spotted at a Tim Hortons where she appeared nervous, clutching onto her backpack, which was strange as she didn't regularly carry one to school. She would leave and re-enter the building multiple times, seemingly making phone calls and pacing back and forth. At 10:12 a.m., Mekayla texted a friend saying, quote, "Hey, I need help." But she quickly retracted with a follow-up text saying, quote, "Never mind, I figured it out." After sending these odd text messages, she asked a nearby woman to rent her a hotel room, which the woman refused. Sometime before noon, Mekayla returned to school and told 2 of her close friends that she planned to take a bus to Regina, which was more than 2 hours away. At 12:02 p.m., Mekayla left school for a second time, going straight to a bus depot where she'd be told the next bus to Regina wouldn't arrive until 5 p.m. Whilst waiting for her bus, she would reportedly order food inside the depot, but no CCTV footage of this account exists. At 1:45 p.m., she exited the depot and was never seen again. Once she was reported missing, investigators discovered she had been texting several men, including a Christopher who was planning to visit her in Saskatchewan. Police would later confirm Christopher wasn't even in Canada at the time she went missing. Since she went missing in 2016, there have been many unconfirmed sightings of her as recently as 2019. The internet has thrown out a variety of theories speculating that she was groomed by someone online, then trafficked, Many have also simply speculated she just left her hometown and never returned. As of July 2025, the r/Mekayla Bailey subreddit is still active, with Yorkton locals often posting local news clippings of missing remains found in rivers and landfills. However, none of these remains have ever been linked back to Mekayla, and we might never know what happened on that fateful day. Perplex City. Perplex City was an ARG created by Mind Candy, a London-based developer in 2005. The ARG was produced, designed, and directed by Adrian Hun. The ARG was centered around players searching for the Reseda Cube, an artifact of spiritual significance to the inhabitants of a fictional metropolis known as Perplex City. The game offered a cash prize of approximately 200,000 United States dollars to the person that found the cube. Andy Darley discovered the cube in a wooded area located in Northamptonshire in the UK on February 2, 2007. Clues leading to the cube were hidden in puzzle cards sold by Mind Candy. Mind Candy announced that the first set of cards for the second season of the game, called Perplex City Stories, would be released on March 1, 2007. In June of that year, however, Mind Candy announced that the release of the second season would be indefinitely put on hold. If you want to learn more about the ARG, Chill Fuel has a good video covering it. Crow 64. While this entry is listed on the Iceberg as lost media, it's actually an ARG. Crow 64, or the Catastrophe Crow, was introduced in a 2020 YouTube video by Adam Butcher in a documentary style, uncovering the history of a never-released 3D platformer developed between 1996 to 2001 by the fictional game designer Manfred Lorenz of Opus Interactive. The story claims that the game had buzz at Nintendo's Space World in 1996, where they showed gameplay footage with features like a recurring death mechanic called the Eternal Revival System. Following the video, multiple obscure YouTube channels released gameplay clips from various levels and strange footage with cryptic visuals. A community-based investigation took place across Reddit and Discord, where users collected clues like odd sounds, ciphers, and eerie messages. The production of these videos embedded low-visibility email addresses across the channels. Viewers solving a ciphered cheat code were invited to send messages. Responses to emails sent by viewers referenced Lorenz's fictional son. Additional buried files, including audio leading to pyramid imagery, introduced more puzzle layers involving Egyptian symbolism and resurrection metaphors. While there hasn't been an official finale, the ARG is still a cool example of interactive storytelling. Doctor Who missing episodes. A handful of episodes from Doctor Who are no longer held by the British Broadcasting Corporation. Between 1967 and 1978, the BBC routinely deleted archive programs for various practical reasons, such as lack of space and a lack of rebroadcast rights. As a result, 97 to 253 episodes are currently missing, primarily from seasons 3, 4, and 5, leaving 26 serials incomplete. Many more were considered lost until recovered from various sources, mostly being overseas broadcasters. While it's not totally unusual that Doctor Who is missing some episodes, as many broadcasters routinely clear their archives, Doctor Who's case is unusual in that each of its 97 missing episodes survive in audio form, recorded off-air by fans at home. Many missing episodes have had their visuals reconstructed either through specially commissioned animation or use of surviving footage and stills. I'm sure there's a lot of information I'm probably missing in this entry, but countless lost media YouTubers have covered the topic. So if you're interested, I would definitely check those videos out. Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage was an American railroad construction foreman remembered for his improbable survival of an accident in which a large iron rod was driven completely through his head, destroying a majority of his brain's frontal lobe, as well as his injuries' reported effects on his personality and behavior over the remaining 12 years of his life. On September 13, 1848, Gage was directing a work gang blasting rock while preparing the roadbed for the Rutland and Burlington Railroad south of the village of Cavendish, Vermont. While tamping gunpowder into a rock with a tamping rod, his attention was attracted by his men working behind him. Looking over his right shoulder and inadvertently bringing his head into line with the blast hole and tamping iron, Gage opened his mouth to speak. At that same instant, the tamping iron sparked against the rock and the powder exploded. The tamping rod blasted upward through his left cheek, behind his left eye, and exited through the top of his skull, landing around 80 feet away. Phineas was thrown onto his back and gave some brief convulsions of the arms and legs, but began speaking within a few minutes, walked with little assistance, and sat upright in an ox cart for the 3/4 mile ride back to town. He received medical attention around 30 minutes after the accident, with doctors believing it possible that he would completely recover from his injury. Despite the trauma, he never lost consciousness for long, could walk and talk, and physically recovered within a few months. After his recovery, however, Gage's personality reportedly changed drastically. He became rude, impulsive, irresponsible, and had difficulty holding down a job. His friends commented that he was no longer Gage. He used profane language, ignored social conventions, and struggled with long-term planning and judgment. Phineas Gage's case became a cornerstone in neuroscience and psychology as it provided the first real clue that specific brain areas controlled aspects of personality and behavior. His skull and the tamping rod are now on display at Harvard's Warren Anatomical Museum. Lincoln-Kennedy coincidences. The Lincoln-Kennedy coincidences urban legend refers to a series of strange parallels between the lives and assassinations of Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. For example, both presidents were elected exactly 100 years apart and were succeeded by men named Johnson after their murders. Both of them were shot in the head on a Friday whilst sitting next to their wife. Both of their assassins have 3-part, 15-letter names. Lincoln was shot in the Ford Theater, and JFK was shot while in a Ford Lincoln. These are just a few of the connections people have noticed, but I won't be listing every single one today, as it would make this entry way too long, and I'm sure most of you have probably heard these coincidences at some point. Google "Your Name the Hedgehog" post result. Google "Your Name the Hedgehog" post result is an online forum game telling people to use Google to search for their name, followed by "the Hedgehog" referencing Sonic the Hedgehog, and then link the result to the original thread. The main purpose of the game is to highlight the overwhelming volume of original character fan art made by fans of the Sonic franchise, especially on DeviantArt, which many people see as being cringy. On September 11th, 2010, IGN member Kirby Starr started a thread titled "Google Your Name the Hedgehog." Most of the replies involved either a link to or an actual image of a fan-made character from the Sonic series sporting the user's first name. The thread led to 17 posts prior to being archived and is the earliest documented instance of the game. Pickle Ree. In October 17, a short video titled "Rick and Morty McDonald's Szechuan Sauce Freakout" was posted to YouTube, with YouTuber Chairman Mar playing a character freaking out because he's told that there's no more Szechuan sauce. He jumps on the counter, yells and flails around, imitating Pickle Rick from Rick and Morty, before running out of the restaurant. IMDb described him as being, quote, "an autistic man-child, but it's obvious that he's playing a character." The Pickle Ree video is still one of the most infamous public freakout videos to date. Star Park. Star Park is an ARG tied to the game Brawl Stars. The ARG started in September 2020 when Supercell, the game's developer, released a trailer for Star Park, presenting it as a cheerful amusement park where the brawlers originate from. Viewers quickly noticed that something felt off. The video featured glitches in the footage, unsettling imagery, and eerie audio in the background. Fans began uncovering secret messages, hidden codes, reversed audio, and cryptic websites. A website for Star Park employees was found, starpark.biz, containing surveillance footage and employee logs that suggested mind control, unethical experiments, and corporate cover-ups. A recurring theme was that the brawlers weren't just game characters, they were people being brainwashed or experimented on by Star Park scientists. As the ARG evolved, more content was discovered across platforms, including YouTube videos with visual glitches, backwards messages, and documents filled with redacted text. Fans worked together in online communities to piece together theories about the park's secrets. Through hidden clues and cryptic messages, Supercell made a pretty cool ARG that a lot of fans enjoyed. WKBRL. Piggybacking off the last entry, WKBRL was a 24/7 live-streamed radio station that ran on YouTube for over a year, hosted by Supercell. The broadcast featured things like ambient noise, strange elevator music, radio static, and occasional muffled voices. Throughout its runtime, WKBRL slowly built an eerie dystopian atmosphere. Listeners picked up on cryptic whispers, reversed speech, and coded phrases that played into the Star Park ARG. The WKBRL's final message gave the community closure on the months-long ARG. The death of Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe was an American actress and model who died from an overdose on August 5, 1962, at the age of 36. Although her death was ruled as a probable suicide, a plethora of conspiracy theories surrounding her death have spawned over the last 70 years. In the 1970s, Normal Mailer's biography of Monroe's life would suggest she had been murdered by the CIA in an attempt to pressure the Kennedy family, most likely due to her affairs with JFK and RFK. In the late 1970s, Robert Slatzer would claim Robert F. Kennedy ordered Monroe's death in order to hide their relationship. Anthony Scaduto would build on this theory, alleging Monroe also had pages of classified political secrets that needed to be buried along with her. Another theory surrounding mafia boss Sam Giancana would spawn in the 80s, but it never had any concrete evidence to prove it. In the 90s, another biographer would propose that Monroe convinced a doctor to prescribe her Nembutal, whilst she was also using a chloral hydrate enema solution to curb her addiction. This combination of chemicals would wind up killing her, and with the doctors fearing blame, they staged the scene to look like a suicide. No theory has produced any definitive proof of foul play, and Monroe's niece maintains the position that her death was in all likelihood an accidental overdose. Harry Potter and the portrait of what looked like a large pile of ash. This entry is referring to a video by Soot House, where they read an early experiment in AI-generated writing. The group reads and laughs at the insane content of the book, which was written by a predictive text algorithm trained on the 7 Harry Potter books. There's not much I can do to relay how funny the video is by just plainly describing it, so definitely check it out after this video. It's pretty funny. The original Jeff the Killer image. I'm sure you've all seen this image before. While the story of Jeff the Killer became one of the most iconic creepypastas of the early 2010s, the image that launched it has become a piece of lost media. The version most people know, Jeff's face with his distorted smile staring into the camera, circulated widely on sites like 4chan and YouTube around 2008 to 2011. However, no one knows where the original, unedited version of that image came from. There have been rumors for years that the original photo was of a girl who had taken her own life, or that it came from some disturbing corner of the web, but those claims are unverified and mostly rooted in speculation. At one point, a girl named Katie Robinson was said to be the face in the image, but it was later debunked. Despite the internet's best efforts, the unaltered, pre-photoshopped version of the Jeff the Killer image has never been found. No one can say for sure who originally uploaded it or why it was made. If you want to learn more about the whole story, Blame It on Jorge has an incredible video on the topic, and I definitely recommend checking it out after this video. Bir Tawil. Bir Tawil is an 800 square mile stretch of desert between Egypt and Sudan. What makes it strange is that it's the only remaining piece of land left unclaimed by any recognized nation. Bir Tawil exists because of a border dispute during the colonial times. In 1899, the British drew the official border between Egypt and Sudan in a straight line. But just a few years later, in 1902, they redrew it based on tribal land use. This created two conflicting borders and two key pieces of land: the Halaib Triangle, which is valuable, coastal, and rich in resources, and Bir Tawil, which is entirely barren and worthless. Egypt claims the 1899 border, giving them the Halaib Triangle, but excluding Bir Tawil. Sudan claims the 1902 border, which gives them the Halaib Triangle, but also excludes Bir Tawil. Bir Tawil now stands as a geopolitical no man's land. Over the years, several people, mostly internet users, have tried to claim Bir Tawil for themselves. One man from the US even traveled there in 2014 to found a kingdom so his daughter could be a princess. Others have declared it a micronation online. Bir Tawil remains lawless, uninhabited, and unwanted. The Valentine's Day Massacre. The Valentine's Day Massacre happened in 1929 during the height of the Chicago gang wars. 7 men linked to Chicago gangster Bugs Moran were lined up against a wall inside a garage and executed by 4 men, 2 dressed as police officers. The hit was likely ordered by Al Capone in an attempt to take out Moran and weaken his North Side gang. Moran himself escaped as he arrived late to the staged meeting. No one was ever convicted, and the case remains officially unsolved. The brutality of the attack made it one of the most infamous mob killings in American history. Some parts of the internet treat the massacre more like a creepypasta than real history. There are stories about the garage where the killings took place being haunted, as well as conspiracy theories claiming the massacre was a setup by corrupt law enforcement. It's a classic example of a real-world crime that's been absorbed into internet lore. Gemini Home Entertainment. Gemini Home Entertainment is an analog horror anthology created by Remy Abode. Each episode is formatted like an educational VHS tape you'd find in your school library, with a little segment at the end that unravels the whole video and reveals something much darker. And that's pretty much all I can say about it without spoiling anything. It's a really amazing series, and I strongly recommend you check it out when you have a few hours on hand. Sorry about the short entry, but I really like this series, and I want to keep the mystery behind it going. Disappearance of Frederick Valentich. On October 21st, 1978, 20-year-old pilot Frederick Valentich disappeared while flying a small Cessna plane over the Bass Strait in Australia. Before losing contact, Valentich radioed to air traffic control to report that a strange aircraft was hovering above him. He described it as having 4 bright lights and moving erratically. His final transmission ended with a metallic scraping sound. No trace of Valentich or his plane was ever found. Some believe that he crashed into the ocean, with others pointing to the UFO report and see it as evidence of an alien abduction. A 2013 review of the radio transcripts and other data by astronomer and retired United States Air Force pilot James McGaha and author Joe Nickell proposes that the inexperienced Valentich was deceived by the illusion of a tilted horizon, for which he attempted to compensate and inadvertently put his aircraft into a downward, so-called graveyard spiral, which he initially mistook for simple orbiting of the aircraft. The case still remains one of the most talked about aviation disappearances in UFO circles. Shizuo Kanekuri. Shizuo Kanekuri was a Japanese marathon runner who competed in the 1912 Stockholm Olympics. During the race, he collapsed from exhaustion and was cared for by a local Swedish family. Embarrassed, he quietly returned to Japan without telling the race officials, who reported him as missing. For decades, no one knew what happened to him. Then, in the 1960s, Swedish authorities discovered he was alive and well. In 1967, he was invited back to Sweden to finish the marathon 55 years later. His official race time was 55 years, 8 months, and 6 days. While this sounds like an urban legend, it's completely true, and it's one of the stranger stories in Olympic history. Mantell UFO Incident. On January 7, 1948, Air National Guard pilot Thomas Mantell was ordered to pursue an unidentified flying object spotted over Kentucky. He chased the object in his P-51 Mustang, attempting to follow it into a higher altitude until he eventually blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and died in the subsequent crash. Reports at the time described the UFO as a massive metallic disc. It sparked nationwide panic and media speculation, becoming one of the first major UFO incidents in the United States. Rumors circulated that the object was an alien spacecraft that shot down Mantell's plane once it got too close, with other theories saying that Captain Mantell's body was found riddled with bullets. The body was missing, the plane had completely disintegrated in the air, and the wreckage was radioactive. The official explanation was that Mantell had likely been chasing a high-altitude weather balloon, but the mystery, timing, and violent end led to decades of conspiracy theories, with some claiming the object was of extraterrestrial origin. Kaikoura Lights. Kaikoura Lights refers to a series of UFO sightings over the Kaikoura mountain range in 1978. The first sighting occurred on December 21st, when a crew aboard a cargo plane spotted multiple flickering house-sized lights hovering nearby in sync with the aircraft's trajectory. On December 30th, a TV crew would report another sighting on a trip to Christchurch. These lights were similar, closely tailing the aircraft for more than 10 minutes. It was even reported that an orb descended alongside the wingtip before slowly hovering away. Following these two incidents, the Royal New Zealand Air Force and local scientific experts investigated the reports, attributing the strange occurrences to radar anomalies, squid boat lights reflecting off clouds, unburnt clouds, and even lights all the way from Venus. This was a puzzling explanation, given the incidents only happened days apart, with the crew on board gathering enough information to make a genuine case for something supernatural. The last reported sighting of UFOs over Kaikoura was back in 2015, but I couldn't find any information detailing the event. MLK assassination theories. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on April 14, 1968, in Memphis, Tennessee. James Earl Ray was arrested and later pled guilty to the shooting, but almost immediately, doubts about the official report began to surface. Over the years, conspiracy theories have suggested that Ray was a scapegoat and that the assassination may have involved the FBI or CIA. MLK's family has publicly supported the idea that there was a broader plot to kill him. After James Earl Ray pled guilty in 1969 to avoid the death penalty, he recanted his confession, claiming he had been manipulated into pleading guilty and that he did not act alone. He spent the rest of his life trying to withdraw the plea and push for a new trial. FBI documents show that King was under heavy surveillance by the FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, who saw him as a threat. Some believe the FBI may have passively allowed the assassination, or worse, had an active role in orchestrating it. There's a lot of information missing from this entry, as the conspiracy runs very deep and is very extensive. Wendigoon has talked at length about the theories surrounding the case, and he has a 1-hour video discussing the entire thing. I definitely recommend watching that video after this one if you're interested and looking to learn more about the case. Hitler's suicide. The official story is that Adolf Hitler died by suicide in his Berlin bunker on April 30th, 1945. His body was reportedly burned by his staff, and the Soviets later claimed to have recovered the remains. However, conspiracy theories quickly emerged, claiming Hitler faked his death and escaped, often pointing to locations like South America, particularly Argentina, where several high-ranking Nazis were known to have fled after the war. The lack of publicly available physical evidence, conflicting Soviet reports, and post-war sightings fueled decades of speculation. Even the FBI investigated claims that Hitler might still be alive, although nothing came of it. While historians overwhelmingly agree that he died in the bunker, the mystery and secrecy surrounding the aftermath allows theories about his suicide to be some of the most prevailing theories surrounding World War II. The Backrooms. The Backrooms began in May 2019 with a photo posted on 4chan's paranormal board. We've all seen this image before. Surprisingly, the origin of the photo was not known until May 2024 when a Discord community traced the image to a 2003 renovation blog. On this blog, there were multiple posts documenting the remodel of a former furniture store, and in that thread of pictures, there was the Backrooms image, titled DSC00161.jpg. This is just the beginning of the Backrooms though, as in 2022, Kane Parson would release a found footage short on YouTube. In the short, we follow a man exploring the backrooms, stumbling upon long halls, weird drawings, staircases leading to office buildings, and a tall monster that pushes him through a hole leading to what is seemingly 1,000 feet above a suburb. This video would explode in popularity, leading to communities creating pages and pages of lore. Parson himself would team up with A24 to produce a Backrooms film, which Parson stated would begin production sometime this year. I won't get into the full lore of the Backrooms today, simply because it's such a rabbit hole it'd probably take me over an hour to cover everything. Y2K38. Y2K38, or the year 2038 problem, is a bug similar to Y2K, but it affects systems that count time using the 32-bit format, specifically measuring seconds since January 1st, 1970. On January 19th, 2038, the number will exceed the maximum value a 32-bit signed integer can store, causing the time to roll over into a negative number. This could lead to crashes, corrupted data, or incorrect timestamps in systems that aren't updated, specifically in older infrastructure, embedded devices, and financial software. While many modern systems now use 64-bit timekeeping and are safe from this problem, the concern is about older tech that's still running older operations. Things like ATMs, factory equipment, or outdated servers. It's not as hyped as Y2K was, but for systems that haven't been patched in decades, 2038 could be a ticking time bomb. James Harrison. James Harrison, known as the Man with the Golden Arm, is an Australian blood donor who helped save over 2.5 million babies. After receiving a life-saving transfusion as a teenager, he began donating blood regularly. What made Harrison special was that his blood contained a rare antibody used to create a treatment for rhesus disease, a condition that can be fatal to unborn babies. His plasma was used for decades to create anti-D injections, preventing countless deaths. He donated nearly every week for over 60 years until he retired in 2018 due to age limits. While his story isn't necessarily dark or unusual, it shows up in today's Iceberg because of how unknown it is and how one man's biology quietly shaped medical history. False memories. False memories are recollections of events that feel real, but never actually happened, at least not the way that we remember them. They can be as small as misremembering a word in a song, or as major as thinking you witnessed something that didn't occur at all. These aren't just mistakes. False memories can be deeply convincing, sometimes even forming around trauma or being implanted through suggestion. False memories are at the core of things like the Mandela effect, where groups of people share the same incorrect memory. What makes false memories unsettling is how they blur the line between perception and reality. There are a handful of theories attempting to explain why false memories form, as well as natural factors like trauma that can cause them. If your mind can fabricate an entire event without you realizing it, what else do you remember that might be completely wrong? Breast-shaped hill. A breast-shaped hill is exactly what it sounds like. A naturally occurring hill or mountain that resembles the shape of a female breast. These formations appear all over the world and are often tied to local myths and fertility symbols. These hills are a weirdly universal landscape feature, and the fact that so many cultures independently noticed and named them gives it a strange place in geography, folklore, and internet curiosity. r/Pyongyang. r/Pyongyang is a half-satirical, half-serious subreddit that parodies North Korean state media. The reason I say half is because the content posted on the subreddit is absurd, with the moderators being infamous for banning anyone if you're even the slightest bit critical of North Korea and its leaders. The subreddit is also host to a variety of actual propaganda from DPRK sympathizers. I've also seen others speculate it being run by ultra-nationalist leftists who believe that North Korea has perfected some version of communism. We'll probably never know the beliefs of every individual on the subreddit, but I do have to wonder how many members actually believe this stuff. Sonic.exe. Sonic.exe is a creepypasta that appeared online in 2011. It tells the story of a haunted Sonic the Hedgehog game where Sonic becomes demonic, with black eyes, bleeding pupils, and general creepiness. The game glitches, characters die violently, and the player is tormented by Sonic himself. The original story was written in the style of a lost game disc found by a fan, a popular trope at the time. Despite its amateur writing, Sonic.exe went viral, spawning fan games and being played in YouTube playthroughs. While it's mostly viewed as a meme nowadays, it helped shape the early creepypasta scene and left a lasting mark on horror and gaming culture, especially among younger fans. Eiffel Tower replicas and derivatives. There are over 50 known replicas and derivatives of the Eiffel Tower scattered across the world, from full-sized copies in Las Vegas and Tokyo to smaller ones in places like Pakistan, Russia, and even rural Tennessee. Some are tourist attractions, while others just sit oddly out of place, in malls, amusement parks, or small towns. The weird part isn't that they exist, but how widespread and strangely disconnected they are. No central reason, no shared origin, just copies. To some, it's just global admiration for a famous structure, but for others, it's a symbol of cultural mimicry, architectural cloning, or even part of the internet's fascination with liminal landmarks, familiar yet out of place and copied so many times that they lose meaning. Marie Byrd Land. Marie Byrd Land is a massive unclaimed region of Antarctica, roughly the size of the western United States. It's one of the most remote and least explored places on Earth. What makes it interesting isn't just the isolation, it's the fact that no country officially owns it, and it's never been part of any territorial claim under the Antarctic Treaty. Similar to Bir Tawil, another entry on the iceberg, it's seen as a kind of no man's land in modern geopolitics. Conspiracy theories link it to everything from secret Nazi bases to hidden civilizations and alien activity, mostly fueled by its inaccessibility and lack of oversight. In reality, it's probably just an icy, uninhabited spot, but the mystery around it keeps the internet guessing. Graham's number. Graham's number is so large, you physically can't write it out, not even if you filled the entire observable universe with tiny digits. It's a number from a real math problem in combinatorics used by mathematician Ronald Graham in the 1970s. The number is so massive that even describing it requires special notation, like Knuth's up arrow notation, just to get started. Even though it's unfathomably large, it's still a finite number. What's especially strange is that the last digits of Graham's number are known, but the full number itself is impossible to visualize. It's one of those concepts that makes your brain hurt to just think about it. It exists, it's real, but it's completely beyond human comprehension. A number so large, it's closer to infinity than anything we'll ever actually use. January 0. January 0 might sound like a glitch, but it's a real thing in certain computer systems and astronomical calculations. It refers to the day before January 1st, effectively December 31st of the previous year, but counted as day 0 of the new year. It's used in some programming languages and Julian date systems to make date math easier, like calculating intervals without jumping across months or years. Microsoft Excel displays the day before January 1st, 1900, the earliest date it can represent, as January 0, 1900. It also treats 1900 incorrectly as a leap year, whereas only centuries divisible by 400 are, so it displays the day before March 1st, 1900 as the non-existent February 29th instead of February 28th. To the average person, January 0 might look like a broken calendar, but in reality, it's just one of those odd technical shortcuts that make sense to some machines, even if it feels wrong to us. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. This seemingly nonsensical string of words is actually a grammatically correct English sentence. It uses 3 different meanings of the word buffalo: the city of Buffalo, New York, the animal buffalo, and the verb to buffalo, meaning to bully or confuse. Put together, the sentence roughly means buffalo bison from Buffalo, who are bullied by other buffalo bison from Buffalo, themselves bully buffalo bison from Buffalo. This is a pretty famous example of how language can be twisted into something that looks like gibberish, but actually follows complex grammatical rules. 1927 Liberian general election. The 1927 Liberian general election is infamous for being one of the most fraudulent elections in history. Charles D.B. King, the incumbent president, was officially re-elected with nearly 230,000 votes. Despite Liberia having only about 15,000 registered voters at the time, the election was marred by widespread voter intimidation, ballot stuffing, and corruption. It eventually sparked an international investigation into forced labor practices and human rights abuses in Liberia. The election really shows how out of hand political corruption can distort democracy, and it remains a dark chapter in Liberian and African political history. Non-human electoral candidate. Around the world, there have been bizarre cases of non-human candidates running for political office, from animals like dogs, cats, and goats to fictional or symbolic figures. These candidacies often serve as protests or satirical statements against the political system. Notable examples include a cat named Stubbs, who was a mayor of an Alaskan town for 20 years, and a goat elected mayor in a small Swiss village. There's an incredibly long list of non-human political candidates, and I'm not going to get into all of them on this iceberg because it would just make the video way too long, but if you want to see how many crazy animals and other things actually ran for political positions, the Wikipedia for this topic has a really good comprehensive list. Death by vending machines. I'm sure some of you have probably heard someone say, more people die every year from vending machines than shark attacks. While it sounds kind of like a weird urban legend, people dying to vending machines is actually very real. Vending machines are responsible for an estimated 2 to 4 deaths per year when people try to shake or tip them over to retrieve their snacks. The machines can weigh over 650 pounds, making them super deadly when they topple over. So next time your snack gets stuck in a vending machine, maybe try to be smart about how you get it out. Toilet deaths. The last entry on today's iceberg is about people dying on the toilet, one of the most mundane and common objects in daily life, which has been linked to a surprisingly high number of accidental deaths worldwide. These accidents range from slips and falls to heart attacks triggered by the strain of using the toilet. In some cases, people have drowned in toilets during floods or suffered fatal injuries due to structural failures. There's even a documented phenomenon called toilet-related cardiac events, where the act of straining can trigger deadly heart issues. I'm not going to list everyone that passed away on the toilet, but the Wikipedia page titled List of People Who Have Died While on the Toilet is a super comprehensive and well-made list of exactly what it sounds like, so if you're interested for whatever reason, definitely go check that out. Genie. Genie refers to an American feral child discovered in November 1970 in Arcadia, California. Jeannie had suffered through extreme conditions and isolation from the age of 1 all the way until she was 13. Confined by her father in a bedroom, she was strapped to a potty chair or confined in a sleeping bag-lined crib for approximately 13 hours a day, stripped of any social interaction, language exposure, or nutritious food. When Jeannie's mother sought services to treat her own blindness, Jeannie would tag along on a trip where her mother would mistakenly enter the Temple City Social Services building instead of the Disability Relief building she had meant to enter. Inside of the Social Services building, a social worker realized the girl was over 13 years old but appeared only 6 or 7. Not only that, she could not speak, chew, walk properly, or control her bladder. Jeannie weighed just 59 pounds, walked in a hunched posture, and had underdeveloped muscles and bones, which doctors later determined were those of an 11-year-old girl, not a 13-year-old. Once taken into care, Jeannie was studied at a children's hospital in Los Angeles by specialists, including linguist Susan Curtis and psychiatrist Jay Shirley, who aimed to test theories of language development after early childhood. She quickly learned basic motor and self-care skills and acquired a vocabulary of over 100 words. Jeannie couldn't form sentences longer than 3 words, which sparked linguists' interests as it supports Eric Lenneber's critical period hypothesis for language acquisition. Her early foster home placements included her teacher's home and then the household of researcher David Rigler, where she experienced relative stability and progress. However, after research funding ended in 1974, Jeannie moved back with her mother and later into institutionalized adult care, where she suffered additional neglect, eventually decaying the language and social skills she had learned. Jeannie's case raised complex ethical issues. While it had advanced scientific understanding of brain development and language learning, it also revealed exploitation, unstable caregiving, and neglect from state-funded care. As of July 2016, Jeannie is in California State Protective Care, and she is denied all interviews following her last in 2008. Mariko Aoki phenomenon. The Mariko Aoki phenomenon is a strange and well-documented medical observation from Japan. Many people report an intense sudden urge to defecate upon entering bookstores or libraries. Although it's not a recognized medical condition, the phenomenon has become a subject of both serious investigation and tongue-in-cheek discussion. The phenomenon takes its name from Mariko Aoki, who in February 1985 wrote a letter to the magazine Hon no Zashi, describing how for several years she consistently felt bowel urgency while browsing bookstores. That letter sparked an influx of similar stories from readers and prompted a special front-page article titled, "The Phenomenon Currently Shaking the Bookstore Industry." In the wake of this special article, editors and readers coined it as the Mariko Aoki phenomenon. Multiple theories have attempted to explain the phenomenon, though none are actually conclusive. One hypothesis centers on the scent of books. It suggests that paper, ink, and adhesives might chemically stimulate the digestive system. Another ties it to postural triggers. Browsing patterns like bending for low shelves or pacing could mechanically prompt the bowels. A more psychological explanation proposes a Pavlovian association to earlier bathroom reading habits, arguing that if you commonly read books or magazines on the toilet, when you walk into a bookstore, you might feel inclined to take a number 2. The last theory is more obvious. Coffee, which is often consumed in bookstore cafes, is a known laxative that may contribute to why you're feeling like you need to go. Despite ongoing media coverage, from magazine follow-ups, academic articles, urban legend books, to TV panels, the phenomenon remains medically unexplained. No epidemiological or physiological studies large enough to offer definitive answers exist. Still, a surprising amount of research suggests that it's far from rare. At least 1 million in Japan have admitted to experiencing bookstore-induced bowel urges. I guess we may never know why people feel this sudden urge inside of bookstores. Heaven's Gate. In March 1997, the Heaven's Gate religious group carried out a mass suicide in Rancho Santa Fe, California, resulting in the deaths of 39 members. The group had believed Earth was about to be recycled, and the only way to ascend to the next level was to leave their human bodies, which they called vehicles. They thought that their souls would then join a spaceship traveling behind the Halley-Bopp comet, which they saw as their salvation. Led by Marshall Applewhite, the group had spent multiple years preparing for this event, adhering to strict rules and living communally. Members rejected individualism, family ties, and forbid all sexual activity. In the weeks leading up to their deaths, they recorded farewell videos, calmly expressing joy about their decision, believing they were about to transcend their earthly forms. The suicides took place over 3 days. Members consumed a lethal mixture of phenobarbital, applesauce, pudding, and vodka, followed by plastic bags being placed over their heads to induce asphyxiation. The bodies were discovered lying neatly in bunk beds, all dressed in identical black clothing and Nike Decade sneakers, with a purple shroud covering each face. To this day, the Heaven's Gate mass suicide remains one of the most bizarre cult events in recent history, and is a really creepy view into how the hive mind of a cult operates. The most mysterious song on the internet. The most mysterious song on the internet refers to a lost song that was recently found. Originally recorded in the early 1980s from a German radio broadcast, a teenager named Darius captured it on a cassette in 1984. Nearly 20 years later, Darius's sister would buy him a website domain. He used this domain to upload and publish his digitized cassettes, and within that website, containing hundreds of unknown songs, there was the most mysterious song on the internet. Despite years of searching from lost media wiki users coming up empty, it still circled forums frequently, remaining unsolved for nearly 2 decades. However, the search rekindled in 2019 when the recording went viral on Reddit's r/themysteriousSong. Users combed the track for clues: the singer's accent, the instruments, synth tones, and lyrical snippets. The project eventually spawned a broader interest in similar unidentified tunes, giving birth to a loose genre known as Lost Wave. A breakthrough came on November 4th, 2024, when a Reddit user discovered an obscure German newspaper article referencing a band called Fex, who played at Horfest, an amateur musical festival in 1984. By contacting former band member Michael Heidrich, they confirmed that their song Subways of Your Mind was indeed the mystery song people had been hunting for 20 years. Heidrich provided multiple recordings, a 1983 demo and 1985 live versions, and the band had no idea their music had become an internet phenomenon. The Sun Vanished. The Sun Vanished emerged in April 2018 as a Twitter-based ARG. It begins with a simple tweet, "Help," followed by eerie updates. "It's late in the morning and still dark outside. Where is the sun?" The anonymous account, known as TSV, shared photos, videos, and polls detailing life in a world that had plunged into perpetual darkness after the sun mysteriously disappeared. As the tale unfolded, TSV would document daily survival, strange phenomena like flashing lights and frigid temperatures, and periodic interaction with followers. Over time, the narrative expanded through additional Twitter accounts and a dedicated Discord community, introducing characters like Tucker. These secondary accounts provided parallel perspectives and deeper lore. Tucker's tweet filled in gaps with longer stories, while Discord discussions turned into theories, fan art, and group investigations. All of these story elements baked within social media profiles and community services immersed people to a degree I haven't seen in other ARGs. There's real-time posts, pauses in activity, user-voted actions, and multimedia elements blurring the line between fiction and reality. Viewers witnessed apocalyptic chaos, encounters with alien creatures dubbed strobe monsters, and surreal effects like dark water hallucinations. Eventually, TSV posts would begin to dwindle. However, despite indefinite pauses in posting, the project maintained momentum, with fans expecting return posts, a planned short film adaptation, and an ongoing ARG universe. The Sun Vanished stands out as a great example of modern social media horror done right. Its haunting fusion of storytelling, audience participation, and atmospheric multimedia is exactly what other slow-burn ARGs try to achieve. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a web series created by Becky Sloan and Joe Pelling. If you were a kid on the internet during the time the first few episodes were released, I'm sure you can relate to the experience of being completely traumatized by what you thought was going to be a cute puppet show for kids, but ended up being something much darker.
I just tried to think creatively. Now when you look at this orange, tell me please, what do you see?
It's just a boring old orange.
Maybe to you, but not to me.
Each episode starts off cheerful, with the characters learning about topics like creativity, time, love, computers, and other innocent things. But that innocence is gradually stripped away, and the viewer is sent into a terrifying world of surreal, disturbing imagery with body horror, psychological horror, and existential dread. A lot of fans of the series interpret Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared as a commentary on how media, especially corporate children's shows, sanitize complex topics, discourage free thought, and mask darker agendas behind smiles and songs. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is one of the best web series that I've watched to date, and I remember being horrified by some of the imagery as a kid. The series also sparked a lot of my interest in creepy and macabre media, and just weird stuff on the internet in general. If you haven't seen any of the episodes, I definitely recommend watching them after this video. 177076. 177076, also titled What Football Will Look Like in the Future, is a fictional web series created by John Boyce. The story of 1770-76 unfolds in a far distant future where humans have become immortal but also infertile, meaning no one ages, dies, or is born after the date April 7th, 2026. In this utopia, there's no fear of injury and endless possibilities, and society slowly evolves into a state of tranquility, except everyone is wondering, why do humans still play sports? Presented as a multimedia experience, 1770-76 mixes text, satellite imagery, and YouTube videos into a flowing narrative, posting daily chapters from July 5th, 2017 to July 15th, 2017. The story is told through the eyes of 3 sentient space probes, Pioneer 9, Pioneer 10, and the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. These probes engage in conversation while watching bizarre football games across the United States. These games of football defy all modern rules and regulations of the football we know. For example, one game spans the length of Nebraska with a single-point finale. Another centers on collecting every football autographed by NFL player Koy Detmer. The story has been praised for its emotional storytelling and mind-bending philosophy. In 2018, it won a National Magazine Award for Digital Innovation and was long listed for the Hugo Awards, cementing its status as a groundbreaking piece of digital storytelling. In 2020, a sequel named 220 was announced, continuing the saga with a 111-team college football mega game, which you can also read at sbnation.com. Since then, Boyce has announced a sequel to 220 titled 221, as well as a physical publication of the stories titled 50007, An American Football Odyssey. Mike the Headless Chicken. Mike the Headless Chicken was a rooster whose decapitation on September 10th, 1945 should have been fatal, but thanks to a precise cut that spared his brainstem and jugular, Mike survived for an astonishing 18 months. His owner, Lloyd Olson from Fruita, Colorado, stated that Mike could still perch, walk clumsily, and even make gurgling sounds. Recognizing this unusual feat, Olson began feeding Mike liquids and small bits of grain through an eyedropper. Scientists from the University of Utah examined Mike and confirmed his survival was no hoax. His intact brainstem maintained essential functions like heart rate, breathing, and swallowing. Additional physical structures in birds enabled his legs to work even without higher brain input. Mike's unique condition earned him worldwide fame. He toured the country in sideshows, was featured in Time and Life magazines, and drew admission fees of 25 cents. At the peak of his fame, Olson reportedly earned around $4,500 per month, equivalent to $80,000 today. Mike's story would end in March 1947 in Phoenix, Arizona, while choking on mucus during a motel stop. Lacking his usual feeding and cleaning syringes, the Olsons couldn't save him, and he died that night. He holds the Guinness World Record for the longest surviving headless chicken and remains the centerpiece of Fruiden's annual Mike the Headless Chicken Day, celebrated every May with races, egg tossing, and chicken-themed games. Jody.org. Jody is an art group consisting of Joan Heemskirk and Dirk Paismans. The group was one of the first to utilize the internet's creative possibilities, beginning to use the internet as art material around 1994. They basically started the art form of web art. Their most popular project is their website jody.org, with 9 W's, which is made in very basic HTML. There's nothing necessarily creepy or dark about this entry, but the website is very bizarre and it's still fun to click around on. Changing the amount of W's in the URL also changes your starting page. If you have some extra free time, definitely check it out. Jim Pickens. Jim Pickens is a custom sim character created by YouTuber Call Me Kevin. The character is a regular on Kevin's channel, appearing in other games Kevin has posted like Minecraft, GTA Vice City, and Planet Coaster. The Jim Pickens character is essentially the main protagonist of Call Me Kevin's universe of characters. Jim's first appearance was in a now-deleted YouTube video titled The Sims 3 Let's Play Episode 1, introducing Jim Pickens, where he would build a small home, get a job as a criminal, and adopt a dog named Paul Pickens. Jim is now an infamous character not only for his abundance of appearances, but for his storyline, created through Kevin's multiple Sim series. In Kevin's sim universe, Jim is a notorious serial killer who has murdered over 150 Sims in his lifetime, including, but not limited to, many children, his primary nemesis Dennis Rackett, and so many others. I won't be getting into the entire timeline of Jim Pickens because it truly spans over so many years and it would make this single entry over an hour long. There's not really much besides that. It's definitely an interesting example of a YouTuber creating a universe around a character that their audience gets attached to, kinda like Germa's Glue Man and Vinesauce Vinny's Ralph Bluton. Montauk Monster. The Montauk Monster was an animal carcass that washed up on a beach near Montauk, New York in 2008. A photograph taken by a local quickly spread all over the internet, sparking a lot of speculation about what the creature might be. The creature has leathery, pinkish skin with no visible fur, a beak-like snout, and weirdly human-looking fingers. Some conspiracy theories took off, with people claiming that the creature escaped from the nearby Plum Island Animal Disease Center, a high-security government lab in the area, which has been subject to plenty of other rumors of the facility being involved in bizarre biological experiments. The Montauk area is already infamous for the so-called Montauk Project, an alleged series of military time travel experiments that actually inspired the Netflix show Stranger Things. The monster mysteriously disappeared before it could be properly examined, with some people saying it was taken away by the government. No official identification of the creature was ever made, and it remains one of the internet's weirdest cryptid mysteries. Long Island serial killers. Just a warning, this next entry includes descriptions of a series of violent murders, so if you don't want to hear about that kind of stuff, go to the timestamp on screen. The Long Island serial killers refers to a series of unsolved murders in the Long Island area. Between December 2010 and April 2011, the remains of 11 individuals were discovered along Long Island's Ocean Parkway. The first bodies were discovered in December 2010, which were designated as the Gilgo 4. These 4 included Melissa Barthélemy, Megan Waterman, Amber Costello, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. After these bodies were discovered, even more would be found. Those bodies belonging to Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, Karen Vergata, and a toddler found in 2011. Investigation began in 2010 during a missing persons search for Shannon Gilbert, whose remains were eventually found in a nearby marshland, 19 months after her disappearance in December of 2011. Weirdly enough, Shannon's murder would be ruled as an accidental drowning by Suffolk County. In March 2022, a major breakthrough would come when, during a reopening of the case, investigators would narrow down a possible suspect to 58-year-old Rex Howerman, a Long Island architect whose DNA matched a hair found on the burlap sack that was wrapped around Megan Waterman's body. Not only that, the Chevrolet Avalanche that he drove, cell phone tower history, and his internet search history further connected him to the locations where the bodies were found. Howerman was arrested on July 13, 2023. He was initially charged with the murders of Melissa Barthélemy, Megan Waterman, and Megan Costello. Later on, he was additionally charged with the murder of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Jessica Taylor, Sandra Castilla, and Valerie Mack, linking him to 7 victims spanning nearly 2 decades. The evidence supporting their accusation of Howerman included graphic fetishized plans that were documented on his computer dating back to the 90s, which detailed how to dismember and, quote, prep bodies. As of June 2025, police have announced further forensic evidence tying Howerman to 2 more murders, and Howerman has pleaded not guilty to the 7 counts of second-degree murder. Hubert Blaine, Wolfischlegelstein-Hausen-Bergerdorf Sr. Hubert Blaine, Wolfischlegelstein-Hausen-Bergerdorf Sr. was a German-American man who held the record for the longest personal name ever used. His name is made up of 27 names. Each of his 27 names starts with a different letter of the alphabet in alphabetical order, followed by a long single-word last name. I'm not going to attempt to read his entire name, so here's Google Translate saying it.
Adolf Blaine, Charles David, Earl Frederick, Gerald Hubert, Irvin John, Kenneth Lloyd Martin, Nero Oliver, Paul Quincy, Randolph Sherman, Thomas Uncas, Victor William, Xerxes Yancey, Zeus, Wolfish, Legel, Steinhausen, Bergerdorf, Wilchevor, Altermoring, Wissenhoft, Schaefer, Swesson, Schaefer, and Woljeff, Legend, Sork, Faltic, Beschützen, Voron, Gryffindor, Cherob, Jirik, Find a Welchevor. Alterns, Wolf, Hunter, Tauser, Jaras, Vorandir, Scheinen, wie Under, Stier, Mensch, der Raumschiff, Genach, mit uns, Stitten, Sieben, Iridium, Elektrisch, Motors, de Brocklicht, Talsenor, Spring, von Crufut, G. S. Dart, Sein, Lang, Fairthins, Wischen, Stern, Artig, Raum, Daras, Uschenik, Bar, Schafter, Stern, Welchich, Hapti, Wombar, Planeting, Chrysader, Hensich, and Vohinden, 7, Verst, Tandai, Munchalik, Keiko. NNTE, Fort Valanzen, and Sitcher, Freuen, on Levens, Langlich, Freud, Andrew, Hammett, Nick, Time, Furch, Voron, Griffin, Vorandor, Intelligent, Shop, Spin, Hins, Wischen, Stern, Artig, Rom. Senior.
And that's basically the entire entry. This guy's name is just long as fuck. 2 hours doing nothing. 2 hours doing nothing is a video created by YouTuber Muhammad Didit. The video is 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 52 seconds, and featured Muhammad sitting in his bedroom on the floor, doing exactly as the title describes. Nothing. The video quickly went viral, gaining over 3 million views 1 month after its release. The video has since been taken down. This style of video is very similar to another infamous series of videos I'm sure you guys are familiar with, Sitting and Smiling, created by Benjamin Bennett. Differently from Muhammad's singular video, Benjamin has created 327 episodes of him sitting on the floor and smiling directly into the camera for around 4 hours at a time. Over the years, there have been multiple incidents during his live streams. During his 5th stream, a burglar broke into his house, opened his door and said hello before seeing him sitting and staring into the camera and leaving. During his 52nd stream, Benjamin clearly urinates on himself, with the wet puddle seeping out from under him and evaporating over the remainder of the footage. He never acknowledged this or broke composure and remained sitting and smiling at the camera. During streams 238 and 257, he spontaneously burst into tears multiple times. These are just 2 examples out of the handful of videos of people doing this kind of endurance art style on YouTube. Mary Toft. Mary Toft was an English woman who in 1726 was thrown into the spotlight when she tricked doctors into believing she had given birth to rabbits. Following a fascination with rabbits after sighting one while pregnant, she had a miscarriage. But after the miscarriage, she would claim she had given birth to a pile of animal parts. This prompted local surgeon John Howard to investigate the situation. To Howard's surprise, Mary delivered several pieces of animal flesh, which pushed him to notify physicians with more expertise. This brought the case to the attention of Nathaniel St. Andre, the surgeon to the royal household. Andre concluded that her birth was genuine, and she had in fact given birth to rabbits. Mary was sent to London, where she would be studied in deeper detail. However, during this excursion, she was no longer able to produce any more rabbit parts, leading to her confessing to the miscarriage being a hoax that her family had created. Due to the intense scrutiny and the waste of the medical professional's time, Mary Toft was imprisoned. In the centuries after her hoax was executed, the story has been used as inspiration for fictional novels and biographies of Mary's life. Men in Black. You've likely at some point heard of the Men in Black. Probably from the Will Smith movies.
Philly, we called it bussing. You just bussing on each other. Oh. You called it bussing.
But long before Hollywood got involved, the Men in Black were part of one of the creepiest UFO conspiracies. Men in Black are supposedly government agents dressed in jet black suits who question, interrogate, harass, and threaten witnesses who claim to have seen UFOs. Eyewitness reports related to the Men in Black date back to as early as the 1940s and 50s, the golden age of UFO sightings. UFO witnesses of the time said that they were soon visited by strange, pale men in black suits driving jet black cars and asking unsettling questions. These so-called agents often arrived without warning, knew personal details about the witnesses, and made threats against them to stay silent about what they'd seen. Witness encounters with these creepy agents have never been officially explained, and there have since been countless theories about what they could have been. Despite the media glamorization of the characters in films and TV, the Men in Black remain one of the eeriest parts of UFO conspiracies and lore. Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy is one of, if not the most, infamous serial killers in American history. He confessed to murdering at least 30 young women across multiple states, but many believe the true number to be much higher. To lure victims, he would fake injuries, wearing a sling or pretending to need help. After the murders, he would often revisit the bodies of the victims, desecrating their corpses and further mutilating them. His killing spree spread across multiple college campuses, and despite multiple arrests, he managed to escape custody twice, continuing his murders even while on the run from police. What's especially terrifying about Bundy is his outward appearance. He was a well-groomed guy, as well as being educated and charismatic, which allowed him to manipulate people very easily. His image has also fueled a bizarre phenomenon online, where people romanticize him. Tumblr blogs and TikTok edits glorify him, with the original posters and other users calling him handsome and misunderstood. During his trial, which was one of the first to be nationally televised, he represented himself in court. Before his execution in 1989, Bundy spent years denying his crimes, only confessing as a last attempt to delay his death sentence. He was sentenced to death by electric chair and died on January 24, 1989, at the Florida State Prison. His last words were reportedly, quote, "Give my love to my family and friends." Robert Cooper. Just a quick warning, this next entry contains descriptions of a violent murder, so if you don't want to hear stuff like that, go to the timestamp on screen. On May 25, 2004, the body of Okie Albert Kite Jr. was discovered in his basement in Aurora, Colorado. Kite had been bound, beaten, tortured, and stabbed to death. His wallet and cell phone were taken from the crime scene, and the unidentified perpetrator would later attempt to use the victim's debit card at an ATM while driving the victim's pickup truck. The primary suspect in the case is a man who rented a room from Kite prior to the murder. The renter provided completely false information about himself, including the alias Robert Cooper. Witnesses that lived near Kite claimed the perpetrator would often turn his face away when people other than Kite were nearby. He is believed to be associated with the Turkish Hezbollah due to a similarity in foot flogging techniques used by the perpetrator on his victim and the techniques utilized by the organization. Witness statements and the perpetrator's DNA profile also link him to the Balkan area. Despite witness testimonies and DNA profiling, the killer has been unidentified for 21 years, and to this day, the murder of Okie Albert Kite Jr. remains a total mystery. The Monument Mythos. The Monument Mythos is an analog horror web series created by Eve Casanas. The series is set in a fictional alternate history of the world where there are horrific secrets behind iconic major landmarks across the United States. There are 3 seasons of the series, with each season having 11 episodes each. There are 4 spin-offs of the original series as well, which are all pretty cool. Like other analog horror entries on the Iceberg so far, I'm not going to go too in-depth explaining the plot, as I think it would be better to not spoil the series and just have you guys experience it for yourselves. If you're interested in analog horror, I definitely recommend checking this series out. Wendigoon also has a really good video on the series if you're interested. Blank Room Soup. Blank Room Soup is a supposed dark web video that went viral following its upload to YouTube. In the video, a man with his eyes censored is in a white room eating a bowl of soup. While eating the soup, 2 people in these creepy costumes enter the room, petting him and soothing him before he eventually breaks down into tears. This video immediately gained popularity in online horror communities. Many were quick to speculate the true meaning hidden behind the video, with the most popular theory claiming the man and his wife had been kidnapped by the men in costumes, with the man seen crying in the video being forced to eat the remains of his wife cooked into a stew. However, there's no supporting evidence for this theory, and it's just something commonly said by users of the internet. So what's actually happening in this video? Well, the full story isn't exactly out there, but here's what we do know. The suits in the video aren't actually anonymous costumes. In fact, they were made by artist Raymond Percy. You might know him from his work on The Simpsons and the Snoopy Presents short films. These humanoid suits were actually named Ray Rays, a creation from Percy that he had sketched, eventually developing into a custom-made real-life suit that he would use for multiple performances and music videos. During an interview with YouTuber Rainbot, Percy would claim the suits were stolen following a performance of his. However, these suits would be reused in a music video from the band Stolen Babies, possibly disproving this claim from Percy. While it seems like this story is almost over, there's actually a lot more to it. There are 3 other videos released as follow-ups to the Blank Room Soup video. There's not really anything special about these videos. One of them is simply another angle of the first, and the 4th is really blurry footage of one of the suits standing nearby a bus stop. The real meat lies in the 3rd video. In this video, we see a man whose body has been completely tied up with rope being pushed by one of the suits. This video is really eerie, but it quickly falls apart once you realize who the man tied up is. The man is Gil Sharon from the band Stolen Babies. If you do a quick Google search, you'll find behind-the-scenes photos from their Push Button music video, where lo and behold, Gil is wearing the exact same outfit seen in the third Blank Room Soup video. Once you've seen this video and know the actual story behind its origin, it's pretty clearly just a twisted art project by Raymond Percy, with possible involvement from the band Stolen Babies. To this day, we don't know the full story, and Percy still claims his suits were stolen before the first video was made. Still, this was one of the creepiest videos you could find in the early days of YouTube, and I can tell you firsthand that it terrified me when I first saw it. Flat Earth. Flat Earth is an outdated and scientifically disproven belief that Earth is a flat plane or disk. The theory dates back to ancient civilizations, including Mesopotamia and early Greece. But by the 4th century, Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle provided strong arguments for a spherical Earth. In the modern era, flat Earth theories still persist and have surprisingly gained more and more belief throughout the years. These ideas have gained most of their popularity through the advent of social media. Flat Earth believers are usually paranoid people who believe every institution is evil and out to ruin and control their lives, causing them to believe basically any conspiracy theory thrown their way. I'm sure you guys have heard about Flat Earth at some point, so I'm just gonna move on. The Grifter. The Grifter is an internet urban legend alleging the existence of an odd video that contains subject matter so disturbing that anyone who watches it will walk away traumatized. The video was first mentioned on 4chan's paranormal board, with the poster claiming he had watched the video and it affected him so deeply that it, quote, ruined something deep down within my soul. The original poster then proceeded to post 3 blurry images from the video file. I don't think YouTube would be happy if I showed these images, so I won't be showing them today, but I'm sure you can imagine them. All 3 of the images show a baby, one of them crying, one of them sleeping, and the other staring at something in a dark room. On September 8th, 2009, YouTuber Joe Jacob666 uploaded a short video titled The Grifter. The video featured dark footage of a hallway with distorted audio playing in the background. A video from another user would be posted shortly after, featuring the images of a baby from the original 4chan post. But even then, none of these videos were the supposed original. After the story had gained some traction, people were quickly able to track the original images to the 2000 film Little Otique, in which a couple who can't have a child carve a wooden root out of a tree into a humanoid baby, with the wife slowly losing sanity and eventually believing that it was a real human child. The movie is so disturbing, it should be on its own iceberg in all honesty. And that's really all there is to this video. It was basically a glorified creepypasta created on 4chan that never evolved into something more. The Man from Tarid. The Man from Tarid is an urban legend dating all the way back to the 1960s. The legend claims that in 1945, a Caucasian man entered the Haneda airport. When entering and attempting to check in, airport security grew suspicious of the man, resulting in a regular passport check. During this passport check, the staff noticed on his passport his home country was listed as Tarid, a country that does not exist and has never existed. As the staff grew more confused, so did the man, stating that Tarid had existed as a nation for more than 1,000 years. Eventually, he was given a map where he would point to the country of Andorra, claiming that Tarid should be there. Following this strange occurrence, security put the man in a hotel with 2 guards placed outside until he could be properly vetted. However, staff would grow even more confused when they later entered the room, to which the man was nowhere to be seen, vanishing off the face of the earth. This story is really popular online, with many theorizing this is evidence of an alternate universe existing and crossing over into our own. However, the story is most likely completely fabricated, as it has many similarities to a real-world incident that occurred in 1959. In October 1959, a man named John Allen Kuchar Zegras was arrested by Tokyo Metropolitan Police on the allegation that he was using a fraudulent identity to enter the country. On the forged passport, the nationality Zegras was listed under was a fake country named Negusi Habesi Gul Uul Esprit. Although his passport had contained legitimate stamps from Japanese embassies in multiple East Asian countries, his passport was eventually determined to be counterfeit. According to Zegras, he claimed that he was born in the United States, and after serving as a pilot for the Royal Air Force, he became a spy for the United Arab Republic, stating he had arrived in Japan to recruit military volunteers. John Zegras was sentenced to 1 year in prison, where he would attempt suicide. After his recovery, he was released and deported to Hong Kong. Y2K, a postmodern RPG. Y2K, a postmodern RPG, is a game designed to look like an old-school JRPG, with inspirations from adjacent games like Earthbound. The game's plot heavily mirrors the real-life case of Elisa Lam, a Canadian student that was found dead in a water tank on the top of the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles in 2013 under mysterious circumstances. In Y2K, there's a character named Sammy Pock who dies under nearly identical circumstances, disappearing mysteriously in an elevator before being found dead in a water tower. A lot of people found it in poor taste that the game used a real unsolved death for the foundation of its plot. Beyond that, Y2K is known for its surreal and uncanny atmosphere, as well as its strange and glitchy visuals that help add to the aesthetic. I've never played the game and don't know much about the lore, so I don't have much to say, but if you guys have any thoughts about it, more specifically about its relation to Elisa Lam, I'd love to hear what you think in the comments. Dancing Plague of 1518. In July of 1518, in the city of Strasbourg, a woman named Frau Trophia stepped into the street and began to dance. She danced for hours, seemingly unable to stop, and within days, dozens of others joined her, dancing uncontrollably in the streets in a trance-like state. Some historical records claim that around 400 people joined in on the dancing, moving endlessly for days or even weeks. People danced until their feet were bleeding, until they collapsed from exhaustion, and according to some accounts, until they died from heart attacks, strokes, or sheer exhaustion. The event went on for weeks, and eventually the dancers were taken to a shrine in the mountains, where the dancing finally stopped. To this day, no one knows exactly what caused the dancing plague. Some theories state it was a mass hysteria triggered by extreme stress and famine in the region. The Dancing Plague of 1518 remains one of history's most bizarre and unsettling mass events. Odd-eyed cats. This entry refers to cats with heterochromia being very relevant within Turkish religion and folklore. Van cats are a natural breed originating from Lake Van in the eastern Anatolia region of Turkey. Within Turkish folklore, it is claimed that a Van cat was aboard Noah's Ark, and that when the Great Flood had calmed down, Allah blessed the cat with a rosy patch of fur on its head. In modern-day Turkey, Van cats are seen as a status symbol. A 1991 BBC documentary noted that all white cats are locally praised in Van, coveted by tourists and even locals. The love for these cats was so outreaching that when Turkey hosted the 2010 FIBA World Championship, their mascot was a Van cat named Baskat. That's really all there is to this entry. I do gotta say though, researching this was really difficult since I was just looking at cats on Google Images for like an hour. Great Moon Hoax. Back in 1835, before the internet could spread fake news, newspapers did the job just fine. The New York Sun published a series of articles claiming that astronomers had discovered life on the moon. According to the articles, Sir John Herschel, a real and respected astronomer, had spotted entire forests, oceans, and bizarre animals on the moon's surface, including man-bats, unicorn-like creatures, and blue goats. The articles described the moon beings in great detail, claiming they had built temples and lived in advanced societies. People crowded around the offices of the Sun newspaper to read each new installment, fully believing that the moon was inhabited by extraterrestrial life. Of course, all of this was fake. The stories were satirically written by journalist Richard Adams Locke, mocking the acceptance of wild pseudoscientific claims at the time, but the public didn't get the joke. The Sun never issued a retraction, and the hoax massively boosted their sales, making it one of the most famous media hoaxes in history. Unfavorable Semicircle. Unfavorable Semicircle was a channel that appeared on YouTube around 2015. uploading thousands of videos with cryptic titles, which were often just random strings of numbers and letters. The videos themselves were low-resolution, abstract visuals with distorted audio, harsh beeping, or garbled static. Some videos were only a few seconds long, while others stretched for hours with nothing but eerie noise. A lot of people believed that the channel was an ARG or art project. Others thought it might be a number station, transmitting coded messages on YouTube. Some even believed that it was a front for illegal activity or a method for communicating with sleeper agents. In 2016, the channel was abruptly taken down by YouTube without explanation, adding a lot more to its mystery. To this day, no one knows who ran the channel, what its purpose was, or what the thousands of videos truly meant. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog was an animated Sonic series based on Sega's Sonic the Hedgehog video game series. During its run, a total of 65 episodes were produced and aired in the United States from September to December 1993. In 1992, DIC Entertainment and Bobot Entertainment would produce a pilot episode to sell the show. The episode was produced in-house and was only for executives' eyes, so it was unaired and not included in any subsequent DVD releases. In episode 41 of the series, a clip of the unaired pilot was shown on a television that two characters were watching. Another portion of the pilot, featuring Dr. Robotnik, was included in the end credits of each episode, as well as being featured in a 1994 commercial for the Fox 39 Kids Club channel. In March 2009, a video that was supposedly the full episode was uploaded to YouTube by user D. Variano. This version features no sound effects, no music, and barely any voiceover from characters besides Sonic. Unfortunately, this wasn't the full version of the pilot, and fans of the series had to wait until 2021, when Discotek would re-release the entire series on Blu-ray disc. This full release featured the work print version of the pilot as a bonus feature. I strongly recommend checking out the episode on the Blu-ray release if you haven't seen it already. It's super high quality, and if you're a fan of Sonic, it's a really great watch. Billion to One. Billion to One is a card from the ARG Perplex City that features a photo of an unknown man with a caption reading, "Find me." During the game, you were able to discover a hint line for the card reading, "My name is Satoshi." We already covered Perplex City in the last video, which I implore you to go check out after this one, but don't worry if you haven't seen it, I'll recap it for you. Basically, Perplex City was a 2005 ARG that promised a $200,000 cash prize to any participant that was able to locate a mysterious cube hidden somewhere in the UK. The cards in the ARG gave clues to where the cube was located, so this card was one of the highest priority, as no one could figure out what it meant or who this person was. In an attempt to solve the identity of this mysterious man, fans of the ARG took to social media, spreading the word of the search. Years after the game had already ended, Satoshi was still unlocated. That is, until December 2020, when Tom Lucas Sager would find the man and report his findings to Laura E. Hall, a fan of the game who had created a website specifically for clues related to the man. Laura quickly reached out to Satoshi, where he would respond with an email, writing, "Hello, thank you for contacting me. You said you have been looking for the guy named Satoshi. I am Satoshi. Yes, I am Satoshi, who you have been looking for." Satoshi Shimojima is a 49-year-old man from Nagano, Japan. When Perplex City was being developed, the author of the Satoshi puzzle contacted Satoshi via a friend from a PR company that worked with Mind Candy. Satoshi was eager to take part in the puzzle, so he quickly snapped a selfie while on vacation. It took nearly 14 years to locate Satoshi, so by the time he was found, he had actually forgotten the riddle he was supposed to give the person who found him. However, puzzle author Jay Bidolph would thankfully post the question on SoundCloud. The audio simply says, "Who died after giving birth to flames?" The answer being Izanami, the goddess of creation and death. WikiFeet. WikiFeet is a foot fetish photo sharing website that posts pictures of celebrities' feet. It was founded in 2008 by Eli Ozer, an Israeli computer programmer who now manages the website full-time, supported through ads and donations. The website has been subject to years of scrutiny and controversy, primarily due to its nature of posting paparazzi images focused on female celebrities' toes. In January 2019, WikiFeet would be involved in its most widespread controversy. U.S. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had recently been reported to have nudes of her circulating online. WikiFeet users cross-referenced photos of her feet with the toes in the supposed nudes and determined that the shoe didn't fit. WikiFeet users put their fetishistic minds together and were able to track the toes to Sydney Leathers, a woman involved in the 2013 Anthony Weiner sexting scandal. As of July 2025, WikiFeet is still operating normally, and you can visit their website daily to see the foot of the day. Lina Medina. In 1939, Lina Medina, a girl from Peru, became the youngest confirmed mother in medical history at just 5 years old. Lina was brought to the hospital because her stomach was growing unusually large, and at first, they thought it was a tumor. Doctors discovered she was 7 months pregnant. Lina gave birth via C-section to a healthy baby boy, shocking the medical world. Tests later confirmed that she had fully developed reproductive organs at an extremely young age due to a rare condition called precocious puberty, which causes early physical development. The case is as tragic as it is disturbing because the identity of the father was never confirmed. Lina's father was arrested on suspicion of abuse, but was released due to lack of evidence, and Lina herself never revealed any details about how she became pregnant. Lina's case remains one of the most shocking medical stories in history. Moon landing conspiracy theories. On July 20th, 1969, the world watched as Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first humans to walk on the moon during NASA's Apollo 11 mission. But almost immediately, conspiracy theories began to form, claiming that the moon landing was faked by the US government to win the space race against the Soviet Union. These theories argue that the footage was filmed on Earth, possibly in a secret studio directed by Stanley Kubrick, and that the entire event was staged to boost American morale during the Cold War. Theorists point to supposed anomalies in the footage, like the American flag appearing to wave despite the lack of wind on the moon, shadows that look inconsistent, and the absence of stars in the lunar sky. Despite evidence like rock samples, retroreflectors left on the moon's surface, and independent tracking of the mission by other countries, these theories have persisted for decades upon decades and make the moon landing conspiracy theory one of the most famous conspiracy theories of all time. Illuminati. While the moon landing theories are incredibly popular, this next entry might take the cake. The Illuminati is one of the most well-known conspiracy theories in the world. Originally, the Illuminati was a real organization founded in 1776 in Bavaria by Adam Weishaupt. It was a secret society that promoted Enlightenment ideals like reason and secularism, while opposing religious and state oppression. The group was banned in the late 1780s and officially ceased to exist. However, according to conspiracy theorists, the Illuminati never truly went away. Instead, it supposedly evolved into a shadowy global organization that secretly controls world governments, financial systems, entertainment industries, and even wars with the goal of creating a new world order. These theories claim that world leaders, celebrities, and powerful families like the Rothschilds and Rockefellers are high-ranking Illuminati members, pulling the strings behind the scenes. Symbols like the all-seeing eye, pyramids, or hidden messages in music videos and corporate logos are often cited as proof of the Illuminati's influence. Online, forums and YouTube videos have analyzed speeches, hand signs, and celebrity deaths, looking for evidence of Illuminati sacrifices or coded communication. The Illuminati is one of the longest-running conspiracy theories, probably because it taps into a universal fear that we don't truly control our lives and that a hidden group dictates the fate of the world from the shadows. The Wyoming Incident. The Wyoming Incident is an early analog horror video that emerged around 2006, claiming to be a real broadcast hijacking that happened in Casper, Wyoming during the 1980s. According to the mythos surrounding the video, viewers watching a local news station suddenly experienced a signal hijack. The screen cut to a looping, low-quality video of close-up faces with blank stares, unsettling smiles, and flickering text paired with a high-pitched droning noise. Text flashed on the screen with phrases like, "You are in a maze," "We will control all that you see and hear," and "We are watching you." Versions of the story claim that people who watched the hijack live reportedly suffered headaches, nausea, and hallucinations afterward, fueling the creepypasta-like myth. The Wyoming incident set the stage for later analog horror projects like Local 58 and Channel 7. The Wyoming incident lives on as one of the internet's earliest analog horror projects, merging creepypasta-esque storytelling with unsettling visuals to create a new genre of online horror. Publius Enigma. In 1994, users on the alt.music.pinkfloyd Usenet group received a strange message from someone calling themselves Publius. The message claimed there was a hidden puzzle inside Pink Floyd's album The Division Bell that, if solved, would lead to a reward. One of the messages reads as follows: "As some of you have suspected, the Division Bell is not like its predecessors. Although all great music is subject to multiple interpretations, in this case, there is a central purpose and a designed solution. For the ingenious person or group of persons who recognizes this, and where this information points to, a unique prize has been secreted." The mystery deepened when, during a Pink Floyd concert in New Jersey, the word Enigma appeared in bright lights on the stage, proving the band or someone close to them was aware of the messages. This was before social media, so fans on forums and in fan clubs scrambled to decipher lyrics, album art, and even stage lighting patterns, convinced there was a hidden message. People speculated the puzzle involved references to communication, isolation, and the Cold War, all central themes of the Division Bell. Some thought it was a marketing stunt by EMI Records, while others believed it was a deeper message from the band about human connection. Despite years of theories and attempts, the Publius Enigma has never been solved, and no official prize was ever claimed. Pink Floyd's members gave vague answers when asked about it in interviews, with some denying involvement while others hinted there was something to it. Publius Enigma remains a really bizarre, unsolved mystery and rabbit hole from the early internet. 11BX1371. 11BX1371 is a 2015 viral video sent to GadgetZZ.com, the Swedish tech blog that publicized it. The video is black and white and 2 minutes long, with its title coming from the plain text of a base 64 string written on the DVD. The video includes a person wearing a plague doctor outfit, walking and standing in an abandoned building. The audio is just a loud buzzing sound that plays while the figure holds up a hand with an irregularly blinking light. The film did not have any credits or anybody claiming to have made it. There have been multiple encoded and hidden messages found in the video, as well as images of tortured and mutilated people. A handful of the images were sourced to notable murder investigations such as the Boston Strangler. The messages and images have been interpreted by some internet sleuths to be implying a threat of bioterrorism against the United States, but others think the video is simply a prank or viral marketing stunt for an upcoming film, video game, or student film. After the video was publicized in 2015, it was found that it had been posted to YouTube several months earlier, along with the similarly threatening message in binary code. Internet investigators were able to figure out that the video was filmed in the former Zofielka Sanitarium outside Otwock, Poland, sometime between November 2013 and the video's release. I remember being terrified of this video and any rumors related to it when I was younger, and I'm sure anyone that was interested in creepy stuff on the internet as a kid can probably relate. 11BX1371 remains a really bizarre and mysterious video without much of a definitive conclusion or explanation to this day, and it has left a lasting impact on internet lore. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, also known as Sonic.exe, is a 7th generation platformer that was generally disliked by fans of the series. A year before the game's release, a tech demo that featured numerous changes from the final build was shown to journalists at the 2005 Tokyo Toy Show. The demo showcased an abridged version of the Kingdom Valley level. This demo was primarily focused on displaying the game's Havoc engine and the multitude of technical advancements over previous games, like Sonic Heroes. Despite the demo existing as playable software for a limited time, it has never leaked online. However, in 2021, developer Chaos X would release a fan-made recreation of the demo titled Project TGS. It's very unlikely to surface these days, but I'd love to see the demo in playable condition. The allure of seeing a what-if scenario regarding Sonic.exe is just too interesting to pass up. The $100,000 Pyramid. The $100,000 Pyramid is a revival of the classic Bob Stewart game show that's been airing on ABC since 2016, hosted by Michael Strahan. Normally, each episode runs about 42 minutes with commercials, but in 2020, there were reports that 22-minute versions of the show were produced for syndication, but these versions mysteriously never aired and remain lost. According to listings and insider reports, ABC edited down full episodes to a 22-minute format to fill a half-hour programming block, possibly for local affiliate stations or international sales. These versions would have contained the same gameplay but with certain segments trimmed, rare ad bumpers, and different pacing that might have included never-aired transitions or edits. However, these 22-minute cuts were quietly pulled, and no clear reason was given. Some speculate it was due to syndication conflicts or the pandemic impacting distribution plans, while others believe it was an internal decision after test markets rejected the shortened format. Today, no known copies of these 22-minute edits are publicly available. Lost media communities have classified them as lost television, and collectors search for recordings that may have aired in limited markets or test runs, but so far, nothing has surfaced. This case is a really interesting example of how even recent television broadcasts can become lost media with no trace or signs of recovery. PBS Kids Play. PBS Kids Play was an online virtual world for kids launched in 2008. It featured games and activities with characters from popular PBS kids shows like Arthur, Clifford, and Maya and Miguel. Kids could explore different themed areas, play educational minigames, and earn rewards in a colorful, safe environment designed for online early learning. While it was loved by many, PBS Kids Play required a paid subscription, and by 2015, it was quietly shut down with little notice as PBS shifted to newer digital platforms and apps. The shutdown meant that all of the games, user progress, and the interactive environment simply vanished. Today, PBS Kids Play is considered lost media, with only screenshots, fragments of gameplay footage, and vague memories from forum posts remaining online. Many of the Flash-based games and assets were never archived before the shutdown, and due to licensing restrictions, it's unlikely the platform will ever be restored. For many, PBS Kids Play is a nostalgic fragment of early internet childhood, a time when online worlds felt magical before the internet fully became what it is today. Abandoned. Abandoned is the tentative title for an upcoming PlayStation 5 exclusive survival horror game developed and published by Blue Box Game Studios. Blue Box has described the game as a cinematic horror survival shooter that centers around a man named Jason Longfield who awakens stranded in a forest after being kidnapped. Following the game's announcement in early 2021, the game would attract a lot of attention as it was speculated the god himself, Hideo Kojima, was secretly involved in the development. This theory was caused by Abandoned's resemblance to Kojima's cancelled Silent Hill project, as well as the fact the director of the game, Hasan Kahraman, shared the same initials as Kojima. This wouldn't be the first time Kojima was involved in a pseudonym incident, as in 2015 he took on the name Joachim Morgan, going as far as creating a fake game company titled Moby Dick Studio. Following the widespread speculation, Blue Box Game Studios would comment, stating they had no connection to Kojima or Konami. This was further disproved when it was revealed Kojima was no longer working with PlayStation, but Xbox for his upcoming game. In the following year, Kojima wouldn't comment on any of the rumors regarding his involvement. That was until he took to his podcast, Brain Structure, where he would state he never took the internet craze seriously until he started receiving deep-faked images, which he would describe as a nuisance. As of 2025, Abandoned has been delayed indefinitely, and Kahraman has been recently accused of toxic behavior in a private chat room where he attempted a romantic advance on one of his game's artists, as well as supposedly planning to advertise the game as Silent Hill 5. The first word written on the internet is LOL. The first message sent over ARPANET, the predecessor of the modern internet, was in 1969 between UCLA and Stanford. The researchers were trying to send the word login, but the system crashed after they typed the letters L and O. When the system restarted, they sent the word login again, technically making the first letters on the internet L, O, and L. While they weren't intentionally writing the acronym as it's known today, this is still a cool piece of trivia. The Philadelphia Experiment. The Philadelphia Experiment is an urban legend claiming that in October 1943, the U.S. Navy conducted a classified experiment aboard the destroyer escort USS Eldridge at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. According to the accounts, the ship was absorbed into a green mist, rendering it invisible. It then suddenly teleported 200 miles to Norfolk, Virginia, then returned to Philadelphia, all in the span of 10 seconds. Crew members allegedly suffered horrific afflictions like insanity or even being fused into the ship's metal structure. The story first gained traction in the 1950s via letters from Carl Meredith Allen, which he sent to UFO researcher Morris Jessup. Later in 1979, Jessup's annotations would be adapted into multiple publications that helped popularize the legend. However, the tale was disproven by multiple Navy accounts, placing the USS Eldridge in the port at the reported time of its teleportation. There was also no evidence of any research of such, nor were there any crew testimonies supporting the story. Over time, the myth has inspired many books and was partially adapted into a 1984 movie titled The Philadelphia Experiment, where two men aboard the ship are sent 40 years into the future. Mortis. Mortis.com is one of the internet's oldest and creepiest mysteries. The domain was registered in the 1990s, and for years, all it displayed was a black screen with the word Mortis in white text. There were no links, no images, nothing. Just an empty, ominous page that felt like it was hiding something. Things got weirder when people started looking into the website's server hosting. Internet sleuths discovered that the server contained hundreds of gigabytes of encrypted files with strange folder names and indecipherable content that no one could access without credentials. For years, theories spread across forums suggesting that Mortis.com was a dead drop site for spies, a digital vault for illegal content, or an ARG waiting to be solved. Attempts to contact the owner of the site went nowhere, and those who tried to brute force or poke around in the server found nothing they could open. Some speculated it was tied to the occult because of its name Mortis, which is Latin for death. Others believed it was part of a larger dark web operation or a modern-day number station. In 2018, Mortis.com briefly went up for sale, leading to even more speculation and theories, but it was quickly taken down again. To this day, no one knows what was really on Mortis.com, or why it existed, and the site no longer exists. Nazi UFOs. The Nazi UFO conspiracy theory claims that during World War II, Nazi Germany developed advanced flying saucer technology, creating anti-gravity aircraft that could defy the laws of physics. And no, this isn't the lore behind a COD Zombies map, it's an actual conspiracy theory. According to these theories, Nazis either built working UFOs and hid them in underground bases, or they escaped at the end of the war, taking this technology to secret locations in Antarctica or South America. By the 1960s, fringe authors were publishing tales of Nazi UFOs that were tied to the occult or aliens, which is where this conspiracy really got its footing. This conspiracy runs super deep and has a bunch of branching theories, so I'm not going to be able to explain everything in this entry. If for whatever reason you're interested in Nazi UFOs and aliens, the Wikipedia page has links to all the related theories and origins of this conspiracy. Slender Man. Slender Man is one of the most infamous creations of internet horror. He first appeared in 2009 on the Something Awful forums during a Photoshop contest where users were asked to create paranormal images. User Eric Knudsen, under the name Victor Surge, posted black and white photos of children with a tall, faceless, thin figure in the background, dressed in a black suit with long, tentacle-like arms. He called him Slender Man. From there, Slender Man evolved into a creepypasta icon, spreading across forums, YouTube, and early internet horror communities. Stories described him as a supernatural entity who stalks and abducts children, causes memory loss, paranoia, and sickness in those who see him, and can teleport or stretch his limbs to inhuman lengths. Slenderman became the subject of countless ARGs and indie games like Slenderman, The 8 Pages, and fan art growing into a symbol of internet folklore. Slenderman's story would take a dark turn, however, in 2014 when two 12-year-old girls in Wisconsin lured their friend into the woods and stabbed her 19 times, claiming they did it to appease Slenderman, believing he was real and that harming their friend would make them his proxies. The victim, Peyton Leutner, miraculously survived, but the case shocked the world and left a horrifying mark on the Creepypasta's legacy. To this day, Slenderman remains one of the most iconic horror and creepypasta characters of all time. Just Room Enough Island. Just Room Enough Island, also known as Hub Island, is an island located in the Thousand Island chain in New York. The island is known for being the smallest inhabited island, being only around 3,300 square feet, or about 1/13 of an acre. Purchased by the Sizeland family in the 1950s, the island has a house, a tree, shrubs, and a small beach. Silvagunner. Silvagunner is a YouTube channel parodying the video game soundtrack channel Gilvasunner. Silvagunner primarily posts tracks from popular Nintendo titles soundtracks. However, the songs are entirely remixed with meme sounds and other popular sound effects. The videos they upload get millions of views and appear as one of the top search results when Googling Super Mario soundtracks, which of course throws the viewers off when they hear a completely different song than they remember. Today, Silvagunner is still uploading meme remixes of popular Nintendo songs. Doggo Lingo. Please bear with me, this entry may be very cringy. Doggo Lingo is the cutesy internet language people use to talk about dogs online, calling them doggos, puppers, floofs, or describing them as doing a heckin' protect, or borking at the mailman. You'll often see phrases like such wow and very floof in the same internet humor as Doge memes and Shiba Inu captions. Doggo Lingo gained popularity on Twitter and Tumblr in the early 2010s. It was quickly adopted by corporate meme culture, being used by brand accounts to appear relatable. The forced wholesomeness of the language is seen by many today as being really cringy and forever intertwined with corporate attempts to appeal to internet users. 33.3% spoon, 33.3% knife, 33.3% fork. This entry is about a spoon that's also a knife and fork all in one. That's it. Let's just get to the next tier. Mr. Black Darkness 666. Mr. Black Darkness 666 is a satirical YouTube channel that was covered in a video by Leafy Is Here in 2016. The videos that Mr. Black Darkness posted are obviously jokes and staged skits where he's made fun of by schoolchildren for being goth.
It sucks even harder than when I'm sucking on this fucking cigarette. Shut the fuck up.
Leafy would discover his channel and subsequently post a video titled The Saddest Man on YouTube. In the aftermath of this video, Mr. Black Darkness would receive tons of harassment in his comment section and other social media profiles. Because of all the harassment he had received, Mr. Black Darkness uploaded 2 videos calling out Leafy, one where he claims it ruined his life and that his girlfriend broke up with him because of it, and another where he takes a custom-made voodoo doll of Leafy and performs a dark ritual cursing Leafy's soul. Keemstar from Drama Alert would later gather the two to have a discussion on his channel. During this discussion, Leafy would claim Mr. Black Darkness was DMing him photoshopped images of Leafy being killed, which he confirmed that he was sending in retaliation of the harassment he received. Eventually, they would put their differences aside, and Mr. Black Darkness would make a video uncursing Leafy, which surprisingly might have worked as Leafy returned to YouTube 1 year later. That's really all there is to this story. It was just some silly YouTube drama that is hilarious looking back on. I hope Mr. Black Darkness is doing well for himself these days. Forgotten Languages. Forgotten Languages is an online group that has produced thousands of pages of nonsensical text in made-up languages. The texts on the website roughly discuss philosophy, artificial intelligence, and extraterrestrial life. No one knows exactly who runs Forgotten Languages. The site claims to be part of a, quote, non-profit linguistic research project, but some people believe that it's something else entirely. One theory is that it's a government or private black project experimenting with encryption methods or advanced linguistic artificial intelligence. Similar to other mysterious entries on the Iceberg, others have theorized that it's a modern number station, hiding encoded messages in plain sight under the guise of gibberish. These are just among the most common theories, and this website is a huge rabbit hole that I can't possibly explain in just one entry, so I'm just gonna move on. Local 58. Local 58 is one of the original analog horror series to hit the web. Created by Chris Straub, the series is a spin-off of his creepypasta story Candle Cove. The video series presents itself as a public access TV channel from Mason County, West Virginia. At the moment, there's 3 seasons, live streams, and a whole website that creates this massive story, so I won't be getting into it today, as I implore you to watch it yourself. I remember when this first hit YouTube, and it was fascinating. Little did I know it would help create one of the most popular mediums for horror art on the internet. The Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting. On June 24, 1947, Kenneth Arnold, a private pilot and businessman, was flying near Mount Rainier in Washington. During his flight, he saw something that would change UFO history forever. Arnold reported seeing 9 shiny, disc-like objects flying in formation at incredible speeds, which he estimated to be over 1,000 miles per hour, much faster than any aircraft at the time. Arnold described the objects as moving as, quote, like a saucer would if you skipped it across water. When reporters covered the story, they misinterpreted his statement, coining the term flying saucers, which quickly became synonymous with UFOs in pop culture. This sighting alone sparked the modern UFO craze in the United States, leading to a surge in reports of strange objects in the sky, military investigations, and public fascination with extraterrestrial life. Just weeks later, the infamous Roswell incident would occur, further cementing the UFO craze. As someone that's interested in UFO sightings, I was really surprised to find out that flying saucers came from what was simply a misunderstanding by reporters. The Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting single-handedly began the sensationalism behind UFOs and aliens in the United States, and remains a really interesting sighting itself. Yogmaya's Jal Samadhi. Yogmaya Neopani was a Nepali ascetic and women's rights activist during the Rana regime. She would found a devoted following by advocating for social reform and righteous governance. When the Rana regime repeatedly ignored her reform repeals, Yogmaya escalated her protest to planning a mass immolation of over 240 followers. However, the state would intervene, arresting many of her followers in the process. 3 years later, on July 5, 1941, Yogmaya stood on a rock above the Arun River, donning a flaming oil lamp plate on her head. One by one, Yogmaya and her followers dove into the river, with an additional 2 followers diving in the following day. In total, there were 68 fatalities. According to the eyewitness accounts, as they dove into the river, they chanted, quote, "May the unjust Rana government be destroyed. May Dharma be established." Today, the event stands as the largest mass suicide in Nepali history. Polybius. Polybius is one of the most famous urban legends in gaming and internet culture. The legend claims that a cursed arcade game from Portland, Oregon in the 80s was so addictive and psychologically disturbing that players would experience seizures, hallucinations, amnesia, and nightmares after playing it, with some even supposedly committing suicide. The story goes that men in black would come to collect data from the arcade machine, leading to theories that it was part of a government experiment in mind control or psychological warfare. After a few weeks, the game allegedly disappeared without a trace, leaving only rumors and fragmented memories behind. Despite years of searching, no physical evidence of Polybius has ever been found. Whether it was a real government experiment or just an internet ghost story, Polybius remains a haunting piece of gaming folklore. Roanoke. In 1587, over 100 English settlers established a colony on Roanoke Island off the coast of what is now North Carolina. This was one of the first attempts at a permanent English settlement in the New World, led by John White, who returned to England for supplies shortly after establishing the colony. When White finally came back in 1590, the entire colony had vanished without a trace. The only clue was the word Croatoan carved into a post and crow carved into a nearby tree. There were no signs of a struggle, no bodies, and no clear evidence of what happened to the settlers. There's a huge amount of theories about what happened to the Roanoke colonists, but these are among the most popular. Some say they may have integrated with local Native American tribes, like the Croatoan, to survive harsh conditions. They also may have been killed by hostile tribes or Spanish forces. Some believe they tried to sail back to England and were lost at sea. And on the darker, more paranormal side, people have tied the disappearance to curses, alien abductions, or time slips. Despite modern archaeological efforts, the fate of the Roanoke colony has never been solved, leaving it one of America's oldest and eeriest mysteries. The Walton Files. Okay, I know this is unorthodox, but I'm like 99% sure that everyone has watched at least some of the Walton Files, so I'm gonna throw this segment over to Steven, who's editing this entire video, who literally called his niece and got her to explain the Walton Files to him.
Hey, I need you to explain to me what the Walton Files is. I've never watched it, and I need to know.
Okay, so the Walton Files is basically...
I'm trying to make any sense because there's corporate businesses like Cyberfun Tech, and then there's also Body Files Inc., which are both, they're businesses for it, so I'm trying to explain what happened. Cyberfun Tech.
It's all going good from there until things between Felix and Jack kind of fall through when Felix kills Jack's kids.
Wait, so it's basically Five Nights at Freddy's?
It's basically Five Nights at Freddy's. It's a very complicated story because there are so many characters and it's based on the family, but then there's a bunch of other characters that we learn about in each new episode, so it's hard to explain, especially because we don't know who Vaughn is.
So it's basically like the story of FNAF, but if William Afton lived in a homeowners association?
Yeah.
The Evil Farming Game. The Evil Farming Game is a non-existent farming simulator game that was first talked about by Reddit user Sparta213 before being confirmed to not exist because of Sparta falling asleep while watching Vinesauce clips. On April 30th, 2016, Sparta made a post to r/tipofmyjoystick. The post reads as follows. I know almost nothing about this game. All I can remember is that it's kind of like Harvest Moon, but with a dark twist. The game starts out with you and your wife. One night, you get into a fight, and you end up stabbing her to death. Now the game revolves around you farming to stay alive while trying to keep the town from finding out about the incident that happened. Every now and then, the cops come to search your house, and you have to hide her corpse. I have no recollection of what console this game was for or when it came out. I know that it was released after 2000. I know this is so vague, but it's really hard to remember something you forgot. Also, it had to be before mid to early 2015. Graphics were not 3D. I'm 100% sure it wasn't a browser game. Another guy, who was obviously lying for attention, made another post using details from Sparta's original post and claiming he also played this game. Rumors of the game's existence spread online, with users using different posts as proof. The game was later proven to not exist at all, and the entire thing was built off of OP's false memories of the game. I'm not going to explain everything about this entry, as it literally doesn't exist, but Wang has multiple videos on it if you're interested.
Honestly, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like Harvest Moon, but with like corpses. It sounds like that'd be a fun game. You're just playing as Harvest Moon, but throughout all the gameplay, you gotta hide a dead corpse. You know what? No, fuck. You know what it is? Harvest Moon, it's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with like a saw blade. No, fuck it. You kill her with like a barbecue kebab rack. You impale her accidentally, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't mean that.
Hollow Earth. The Hollow Earth concept proposes that the Earth contains an interior world within it. This theory has been seen in a multitude of fiction, conspiracy theories, and real scientific papers covering the subject. In ancient times, the concept of a hollow Earth wasn't so unbelievable, with many cultures and religions connecting the idea to the afterlife, like Christianity's hell. Later, in the 16th century, the non-fiction novel Mundus Subterraneus claimed there was an intricate system of cavities and channels of water connecting the North and Southern Pole. In 1818, John Cleves Siems Jr. would suggest the Earth contained a hollow shell with multiple entry points at both poles. This idea was later adapted into multiple non-fiction books, further developing the theory. For example, in William Fairfield Warren's book, Paradise Found, the cradle of the human race at the North Pole, he presented the idea that humanity began on a continent in the Arctic called Hyperborea. He also proposed that every mythical land were actually folk memories of a far distant time when man was originally created. Like, this guy literally claimed that Atlantis was located under the North Pole. Anyways, humans have speculated about a possible ancient Hollow Earth society for centuries now, and if you ever want to see one, go watch that Godzilla movie from a couple years ago. They give King Kong a big robot fist, and it's just as cool as you probably think it is. The Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society is exactly what it sounds like, a group of people who believe the Earth is flat, not a sphere. While flat Earth beliefs have existed for centuries, the Flat Earth Society itself was formally established in 1956 by Samuel Shenton, later gaining public attention under the leadership of Charles K. Johnson in the 1970s. Since we've already covered Flat Earth in an earlier entry, I'm not going to go too in-depth on this one. It kinda speaks for itself. Moving on. JAT Flight 367. On January 26, 1972, JAT Flight 367, a Yugoslavian DC-9 airliner, was flying from Stockholm to Belgrade when it exploded mid-air over Czechoslovakia, breaking apart at 33,000 feet. The cause of the explosion was later determined to be a briefcase bomb placed in the baggage compartment, though no group was definitively held responsible. Out of all 28 passengers and crew on board, only one person survived, Vesna Vuvalic, a 22-year-old flight attendant. Vesna was found alive in the wreckage, pinned by a food cart in the fuselage after falling over 33,000 feet without a parachute, earning her a place in the Guinness World Records for the highest fall survived without a parachute. Vesna suffered numerous injuries, including a fractured skull, broken legs, and was temporarily paralyzed, but she recovered and lived until 2016. JAT Flight 367 remains one of the most improbable survival stories in aviation history, as well as stumping investigators in regard to what group carried out the bombing, or if it was a bomb that even caused the explosion in the first place. Brian Schaefer. Brian Schaefer is an American medical student who has been missing since April 1st, 2006. On the evening of March 31st, 2006, Brian joined his friends at a bar to celebrate the start of spring break. Later on in the evening, near the early morning hours, Brian was separated from the group, and they had assumed he simply went home. However, Brian was spotted on CCTV footage talking to two women on the second floor of the bar. In this CCTV footage, he is seen walking away from the group of women. After this, Brian Schaefer was never seen again. Brian's disappearance is incredibly puzzling, as there is zero evidence of him popping up anywhere else after he was last seen on security camera footage. Columbus, Ohio police have proposed several theories. One theory posits that one of Brian's friends did something to him, as when they went to interview the group he was last seen with, one of them refused a polygraph test regarding the incident. It has also been theorized that the smiley face killer was involved in his disappearance. The only possible lead to where Bryant currently is was provided in September 2008 following his father Randy Schaefer's death. Once Randy's obituary was posted online, it received a signature possibly from Brian saying, "To Dad, love Brian." Upon further investigation, it was determined that this post was likely a hoax and it was posted from a public computer in Franklin County. In 2019, an image of a homeless American man in Tijuana, Mexico circulated online, with many people believing the man in the photo was Brian. However, FBI facial recognition analysis determined that the man was not Schaefer. As of 2025, the search for Brian still continues in Columbus and multiple internet communities. In 2021, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation released an age-progressed photo of what Brian could possibly look like today. If you have any information regarding Brian's disappearance, you can submit a tip through the FBI's Missing Persons website. The Ghost Breaker. The Ghost Breaker is a lost film from 1914 starring H.B. Warner. The movie was based on the 1909 Broadway play of the same name. Weirdly enough, another adaptation of the play would release in 1922, which has also been lost to time. The plot is pretty simple and follows the Broadway play pretty closely. Here's a literal summary for those interested. Princess Maria Theresa discovers a text detailing a locket that leads to the Aragon family treasure. Unfortunately for Maria, her maid Carmencita steals the text and sells it. Mischievous nobleman Duke Dyatlov overhears Maria's discovery and starts secretly pursuing the treasure as well. After that, a bunch of other characters get involved, ultimately leading to Maria falling in love with a man named Jarvis and fleeing with the treasure into the sunset. Even though the film was shown all the way until 1917 in multiple theaters, no existing prints have surfaced online, with the only existing media being a few stills. Marble Hornets. Marble Hornets is an analog horror series created in 2009 by Troy Wagner and Joseph Delage, inspired by early Slenderman creepypasta stories. In fact, it was so early in the Slenderman mythos, the first episode was released only 10 days after the initial Slenderman Photoshop contest. With an initial budget of just $500, Troy and Joseph created 26 entries for the series. It eventually matured into a pillar of the Slenderverse and established early analog horror tropes that are still seen to this day, like ARG elements and that iconic VHS aesthetic. Marble Hornets has over 300 episodes spanning over 3 seasons, so I won't be covering it fully today, but maybe sometime in the future, as this is one of the earliest analog horror series ever created. Kanye Quest 3030. Kanye Quest 3030 is an indie RPG maker game that was released in 2013, described as a satirical, fan-made RPG starring Kanye West. In the game, Kanye is transported to the year 3030 and must battle clones of rappers like Tupac, Eminem, and MF Doom in a bizarre hip-hop-centric future. On the surface, the game seems like a silly parody RPG, but upon closer inspection, internet users discovered a hidden section tied to a mysterious cult-like group called Ascensionism. In 2015, a player found a secret event where, if you entered the word Ascend into an in-game terminal, the game would break from its normal aesthetic, displaying glitchy, unsettling visuals and cryptic instructions. It asked players personal questions about their beliefs and willingness to ascend, even requesting that players submit their personal information. The hidden segment claimed to be part of an ascension experiment, with cryptic messages implying the player would be contacted in the future. This discovery led to theories that Kanye Quest 3030 was not just a parody game, but a recruitment tool for a real-world cult, a social experiment, or simply an ARG testing players' reactions to cult indoctrination tactics. People tried to track down the creator, but they went silent, and any official channels for the game disappeared. To this day, the true purpose of Kanye Quest 3030 and its Ascensionism ending remains unsolved. Danish Protest Pig. This next entry might sound like a meme, but it's actually a real piece of hidden history tied to resistance and cultural defiance. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Danish farmers living in the Schleswig region, a disputed area between Denmark and Germany, were under Prussian rule. which banned them from displaying the Danish flag. In response, these farmers found a creative way of protesting. They bred the pig with a red fur and a white stripe running down its back, resembling the Danish flag. This breed became known as the Danish protest pig, or Protestschwein. The protest pig allowed Danish farmers to quietly defy German authorities, showing their national pride without risking punishment. The pig itself was large, sturdy, and friendly, becoming a symbol of quiet rebellion during a time when even the smallest acts of cultural or national pride could lead to massive consequences. Transhumanism. Transhumanism is a philosophical and intellectual movement that studies the enhancement of the human condition through theoretical technology. More specifically, they primarily contemplate overcoming human limitations with stuff like gene editing, artificial intelligence, nanotech, cryogenics, and much more. Transhumanism has deep historical roots, establishing itself in many forms over centuries of philosophical and scientific thought pieces. We have the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Divine Comedy, Descartes' Meditations, and the list goes on. In the 1990s, the movement would start to see its first organizations begin, the most popular being Max Moore's philosophy of extropy, officially founding the Extropy Institute, as well as Bostrom and Pierce's World Transhumanist Association. Basically, almost every movement seeks to reduce overall human suffering and extend the lifespan in the near future. However, their movement doesn't come without some criticism. In this day and age, AI is such a point of controversy. I mean, it's already replaced my local Krispy Kreme.
I want 10 million donuts.
Got it. Would you like to add a chocolate milk?
10 million, please.
Okay.
There are a plethora of authors that have written about this very subject and its possible consequences, including, but not limited to, William Gibson's fantastic cyberpunk novel Neuromancer, and Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. The Phoenix Lights. On the night of March 13th, 1997, thousands of people across Arizona and Nevada reported seeing strange lights in the sky. Witnesses described a massive, V-shaped formation of glowing orbs moving silently overhead, which was so large it blocked out the stars it passed. At around 7:30 p.m., people made the first reports of a V-shaped craft with 5 lights moving slowly across the state. Then, later that night, a series of stationary lights appeared over Phoenix, hovering in the sky for hours. Police, air traffic controllers, and civilians all reported the phenomenon, and there are even videos capturing the lights. The US military later claimed the stationary lights were flares dropped during a training exercise, but many witnesses refused to accept this explanation, saying that the lights moved in formation, made no sound, and were far too large to be flares. To this day, the Phoenix Lights remain one of the eeriest and most compelling unsolved UFO cases. Hanako-san. Hanako-san is a Japanese urban legend about the spirit of a young girl who haunts bathrooms. The legend reportedly originates from the 1950s, commonly spread by gossiping schoolgirls. The origin of the legend isn't particularly known, but many believe it was most likely created shortly after World War II, as one of the primary stories surrounding the legend claims that Hanako-san is the ghost of a girl who was killed while playing outside during an air raid. In other versions of the story, Hanako is often described as a young girl with a bobbed haircut that was murdered by her abusive parents in a school bathroom. Although the urban legend is mostly dated, the popularity of the legend still persists in various media. Most of you have probably heard about the anime Toilet-Bound Hanako-kun, which is actually based off of this legend. There's also a Kiyoshi Kurosawa short film centered around the legend. I highly recommend you check out Kurosawa's film Pulse. It is genuinely the scariest movie I have ever seen. Laughing Horse's Orphis Headquarters. While there's not really enough information available about this entry to really give a comprehensive explanation of what it truly is, I'm gonna do my best to explain it. Laughing Horse's Orphis Headquarters is referring to a website, lhohg.info. The homepage shows a flashing green octopus-like creature, along with some completely unrelated text about retirement plans and some phone numbers, as well as this really creepy black and white image of some kind of party with a guy wearing a Mickey Mouse mask staring directly into the camera. Clicking the Russian text on the homepage will redirect you to a page including a single photo of Ronald McDonald standing and smiling with a police officer. And that's where I'm going to stop explaining exactly how the site operates. Clicking different sections of the page will send you down an endless rabbit hole of subpages with different images, shapes, and schizophrenic rambling. The website is kind of an internet mystery that's sometimes loosely labeled as an ARG, although it's not technically a playable or interactive game. The website describes itself as, quote, leading neurolinguistic programmers of post-hypnotic operating systems for distributed computing over human botnets. Whatever that means. There's a Twitter account with the handle u/LH0HQ, which appears to be associated with the website and describes itself in a similar way. And that's all we really know about this website. Whether it's an ARG, some insane person's creation, or something darker, we may never know. If you want to check out the website for yourself, go ahead, but please be advised that there's a lot of flashing lights, and if you're epileptic or simply sensitive to that kind of imagery, definitely don't go to the URL. thispersondoesnotexist.com. At first glance, this website seems simple. Every time you refresh the page, it shows you a new photo of a human face. But here's the unsettling part. None of these people are real. thispersondoesnotexist.com was launched in 2019 by developer Philip Wang to demonstrate the power of generative adversarial networks, a type of AI that can generate photorealistic images by training on thousands of real photos. Each time you load the site, the AI generates a completely new face, creating people who look convincingly real but have never existed. It's obviously fascinating technology, but it also feels really creepy and unsettling. Levelland UFO Case. The Levelland UFO case occurred during November 2nd and 3rd of 1957 on the highways around the small town of Levelland, Texas. In 1957, the town only had about 10,000 people living there, so when a large number of witnesses reported seeing strange objects in the sky, UFO conspiracy theorists quickly started believing in this small-town mystery. On the night of November 2nd, 1957, two farmers, Pedro Cicada and Joe Salaz, contacted the Levelland Police Department reporting they had spotted a UFO. Saucedo told police officer A.G. Fowler that they had been driving 4 miles west of Levelland when they saw a blue light quickly flash near the road. When the blue light was spotted, their truck's engine died, and a rocket-shaped object appeared floating towards the truck. Saucedo told the police officer, quote, "I jumped out the truck and hit the dirt because I was afraid. I called out to Joe, but he didn't get out. The thing passed directly over my big truck with a great sound and a rush of wind. It sounded like thunder, and my truck rocked from the flash. I felt a lot of heat." Officer Fowler assumed this was a prank call, so he didn't think anything of it. However, another report would come in from motorist Jim Wheeler reporting he saw a bright egg-shaped object about 200 feet long sitting in the road. He also claimed that his vehicle died, and as he got out of his car, the object took off, quickly shutting off its bright lights. As the ship flew away, Wheeler's car began to restart and work normally. This exact same situation would be described by 6 subsequent people, all stating they spotted an impossibly long egg-shaped object along the road, which by the time they spotted it, completely disabled their car from working until it eventually left. By the time these 8 reports came in, several Levelland police officers were attempting to investigate the claims made by callers. Sheriff Ware Clem stated he spotted a brilliant red object moving in the sky at 1:30 a.m. Additionally, Fire Chief Ray Jones claimed he also saw an object when his vehicle's lights and engine began to sputter. During that stretch of about 4 hours, Levelland police received 15 UFO reports. Following the reported sighting, the United States Air Force assigned a research group to investigate the reports. After getting a statement from 3 eyewitnesses and discovering there were thunderstorms in the area days before the sighting occurred, the research group concluded that a severe electrical storm was the cause of the sightings. This is by far one of the most unique UFO cases I've read into. There's an entire book worth of accounts from locals who witnessed the exact same object and effects. Imagine something like that happening to you in 1957, before social media, before the internet. It's just absurd. I can't possibly envision how I would react to something like this. A858. A858 is a subreddit that appeared online in 2011 with posts consisting of seemingly random strings of letters and numbers, long codes with no clear meaning. At first, people ignored it, assuming it was probably just spam or nonsense. But as the posts continued, users became intrigued, believing it was a puzzle or an ARG. Communities formed to try to decode the strings, working tirelessly to find patterns within the endless walls of hexadecimal characters. Occasionally, messages were successfully deciphered, revealing cryptic phrases like, "The fate of the world rests in the hands of a single individual," or "It was a good game." Some posts were decoded into image files, while others led nowhere, adding to the mystery. The moderators of the subreddit provided no explanations, maintaining strict control and removing off-topic discussions. Then, in 2016, the subreddit posted, "The A858 project has concluded. You may unsubscribe." The post stopped, and the subreddit went silent, leaving the community with no definitive answers. Users have multiple theories as to what the subreddit may have been, ranging from an advanced cryptography experiment, recruitment for intelligence agencies, a test of Reddit's engagement, or even a lone cryptography enthusiast testing ciphers on the public. Others believe it may have hidden instructions, keys, or secrets that were only meant for a specific person to find, buried within the thousands of encoded posts. To this day, no one knows who ran A858, what its true purpose was, or if it's truly finished, and it remains one of the internet's most mysterious unsolved puzzles. Joanna Lopez. On multiple occasions in the late 1980s, viewers in Chicago witnessed something unsettling on their TV screens. A black and white screen displaying a grainy photo of a young woman with the text Joanna Lopez and a phone number beneath it. No audio, no explanation, just this image, often appearing during the sign-off of WMAQ-TV, an NBC affiliate. The image was very eerie, with Joanna's face barely visible in the poor quality broadcast, making it feel like something straight out of a creepypasta or analog horror. But the mystery goes even deeper. No official record of Joanna Lopez's disappearance or a missing persons report with that name tied to Chicago has ever been found publicly. Attempts to call the number displayed in the broadcast led nowhere, and archived news outlets have no clear reference to who she was or why the alert aired repeatedly. Some theories suggest it was an unsolved missing persons case that for whatever reason was quickly buried, a glitch in the emergency broadcast system, or something much darker, like an encoded message, human trafficking signal, or a test pattern for something else entirely. The fact that this broadcast actually happened, with screenshots and VHS captures preserved by viewers, just makes it even creepier. Unlike many internet mysteries, Joanna's case is real, but it remains unsolved and unexplained. This entry really creeps me out. I'm just so unnerved by how some people can completely disappear, leaving only a ghostly image on a late-night broadcast to remember them by. The Mandela Catalog. Okay, I know we've had like a million analog horror series on this list, but I promise this is the last one for this video. The Mandela Catalog is an analog horror series created by Alex Kister. The series is set in the fictional Mandela County in Wisconsin, which is being invaded by entities called alternates. These alternates' primary goal is to mentally destroy their victims until they assume their identity as a doppelganger. Like many others, the series uses imitation VHS quality overlays and presents itself as found footage. And like I've said, for every single analog horror series on this iceberg, I won't be covering every single episode in this entry. So if you're interested in it, I recommend checking out Alex's channel and maybe watching a video explaining the story. Truman Show Delusion. The Truman Show delusion is a mental disorder in which a person believes that every aspect of their life is a part of a staged television show. The name originates from the film The Truman Show, where Jim Carrey plays Truman Burbank, a man who slowly discovers his entire life has been an elaborate television production. The production is so intricate that every person Truman has ever interacted with is actually a paid actor performing to a worldwide audience. While the delusion is not considered an official disorder, there have been hundreds of cases reported. Since 2002, Joel Gold and his brother Ian have been researching the phenomenon, claiming one patient's case of the disorder was so extreme they traveled to New York City after 9/11 to verify that the attacks actually happened and weren't a plot twist in his own Truman Show. Another one of Gold's patients believed that in order to, quote, release himself from the show, he needed to climb the Statue of Liberty. This patient stated, "I realized that I was and am the center, the focus of attention by millions and millions of people. My family and everyone I knew was and are actors in a script, a charade whose entire purpose is to make me the focus of the world's attention." Even though this disorder isn't fully recognized by medical professionals, it's still an interesting case of grandiose delusions that were influenced by fictional media. Let me know in the comments if any of you have Truman Show-esque delusions. I promise you, I'm not an actor. Gate Tower Building. The Gate Tower Building is an office building in Osaka, Japan, known for the fact it has an entire highway off-ramp passing through the building. During the Meiji period, a wood and charcoal business held the property rights for the building's plot of land. In 1983, redevelopment of the plot was approved, but building permits were refused since a highway was already being planned. The plot owners somehow negotiated with the Hanshin Expressway Corporation to build the highway through the office building. To get this unique construction approved, multiple highway, city planning, and city development laws were revised in 1989 to allow the combined construction. The Gate Tower building still stands to this day and is currently the only building in the world with the highway passing through it. Other similar buildings are either roads or monorails, so I won't be counting those. Sealand. Sealand is one of the strangest countries in the world, and I say countries in heavy air quotes. Sealand is a self-declared micronation on an abandoned World War II sea fort in the North Sea, about 7 miles off the coast of England. In 1967, a man named Paddy Roy Bates occupied this old British anti-aircraft platform and declared the Principality of Sealand, claiming independence from the United Kingdom. He gave himself the title Prince Roy, wrote a constitution, created a national flag, and even started issuing passports and currency. The United Kingdom initially tried to remove him, but a court ruled that because Sealand was outside the UK's territorial waters at the time, British laws didn't apply, allowing Roy and his family to continue ruling their nation. In 1978, there was an armed coup attempt when a group of German and Dutch individuals tried to take over Sealand, leading to a hostage situation before Roy Bates recaptured the fort. While Sealand is not officially recognized by any country, it continues to operate its website, sell titles like Lord and Lady of Sealand, and maintain its claim of independence. Norfolk Southern-Gregson Street Overpass. The Norfolk South-Gregson Street Overpass, also known as the Can Opener Bridge, is a railroad bridge in Durham, North Carolina. The bridge was designed in the 1920s with a clearance for vehicles of 11 feet and 8 inches, the standard height when it opened. Since 1973, the standard clearance for bridges was increased to a minimum height of 14 feet, although bridges constructed before this date were not required to be rebuilt to meet the increased clearance requirement. Despite numerous warning signs about the low clearance, a large number of trucks, buses, and RVs have collided with the overpass at high speeds. The bridge gained fame when a nearby office worker, Jürgen Henn, set up cameras to track the collisions with the bridge. Since April 2008, he has recorded over 180 crashes and posted them on YouTube. If you have some free time, the videos are kind of bizarrely entertaining. Island of California. At one point in history, California was believed to be an island, and this wasn't just a fringe theory. For over 100 years, European explorers, map makers, and even kings genuinely thought California was a massive island drifting off the western coast of North America. The origins of this myth dates back to the early 1500s, inspired by a popular Spanish romance novel called Las Serges de Esplandian, which described a paradise island ruled by Amazonian warrior women named California. When Spanish explorers sailed along Baja California, they assumed they had found this legendary place, and early maps began depicting California separated from the mainland. Despite evidence from explorers like Juan Bautista de Anza showing it was connected to the mainland, the island of California continued to appear on maps well into the 1700s. It wasn't until 1747 that King Ferdinand VI of Spain officially declared that California was, in fact, not an island. Death Zone. The Death Zone is referring to the 50 square mile strip of land in Yellowstone National Park known as the Zone of Death. It isn't marked on signs and there's no fence around it, but it exists due to a legal loophole that could technically allow someone to get away with murder. Here's how it works. Yellowstone National Park spans across Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, but the entire park falls under the jurisdiction of the Wyoming Federal District Court. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a jury trial, and it states the jury must be made up of people from the state and the federal district where the crime was committed. The problem is that no one lives in the Idaho portion of Yellowstone. If a serious crime like murder were committed there, there would be no eligible jury to lawfully conduct a trial, making prosecution legally impossible. Thankfully, no known crimes have tested this legal anomaly, but its mere existence has fueled urban legends, creepypastas, and a lot of online discussion about how the American legal system isn't as airtight as some claim it to be. A non-existent existing island. For over a century, maps showed an island called Sandy Island in the Coral Sea between Australia and New Caledonia. It appeared on nautical charts, in digital maps, and even on Google Earth as a black polygon floating in the ocean. The island was first discovered in 1876 by a whaling ship, which logged its position, and it was marked on many maps after that. But here's the weird part. Sandy Island doesn't actually exist. In 2012, a team of Australian scientists sailing through the area decided to check out Sandy Island for themselves, and found nothing but open ocean, 4,800 feet deep, where land was supposed to be. It was a ghost island, present in atlases, weather maps, and global databases, but completely absent in reality. After the scientists reported their findings, Sandy Island was removed from Google Maps and nautical charts, but no one is entirely sure how it ended up on so many maps for so long. Some believe it was a cartographer's error that copied over from map to map, while others suggest it was a pumice raft mistaken for land or a mirage seen by early sailors. 1956 Olympic Flame Hoax. During the 1956 Summer Olympics in Melbourne, Australia, a prank unfolded that has become one of the strangest moments in Olympic history. The Olympic torch relay had just arrived in Sydney, with crowds gathering to watch the ceremonial flame be carried through the streets. But just before the official runner was set to arrive, a university student named Barry Larkin decided to pull off a stunt. Larkin, wearing a tracksuit and looking official enough, ran into the crowd holding a makeshift torch made out of a chair leg, a can of flaming kerosene, and a pair of old underwear. The crowd cheered, thinking it was the real Olympic flame. Even the city's mayor came out to greet him, giving a speech before realizing that something was off. When the mayor reached for the torch, Larkin handed it over and disappeared into the crowd. The torch quickly fell apart, revealing the prank to everyone. Meanwhile, the actual torchbearer arrived moments later, only to find the crowd confused and the mayor embarrassed, having already made his speech to a flaming can of underwear. While this prank was relatively harmless, it remains an infamous and bizarre moment in Olympic history and shows how events as official as the Olympic Games can be duped with just a little bit of confidence and timing. 2018 Makassar mayoral election. In 2018, something unusual happened in the city of Makassar, Indonesia. During its mayoral election, the incumbent mayor, Muhammad Ramdan Pamanto, was disqualified from running for re-election shortly before voting day due to a legal technicality. His only challenger had already withdrawn from the race, leaving no official candidates on the ballot. Despite this, Indonesian election laws required the election to proceed, leading to a rare none-of-the-above election. Voters were presented with a ballot where they could either vote for the empty column representing the single withdrawn candidate, or they could vote against it, effectively voting for no one. In a surprising outcome, the none-of-the-above option won, with the empty column receiving more votes than the withdrawn candidate. This meant that the election was declared invalid and Makassar was placed under interim leadership until a new election could be held. Sexually active popes. This entry refers to the list of Catholic priests who were sexually active before and after they had become the pope. The list is really long, so I won't be getting into the ones who were legally married or had legitimate children, so we're only going to be covering those who were suspected of having illegitimate children after receiving their holy orders. Julius II was not married and harbored 3 illegitimate daughters, one of which was Felice della Rovere, one of the most powerful women during the Italian Renaissance. Julius reigned as pope for 10 years. During that time, the Conciliabellum of Pisa sought to remove him from the position, as well as accusing him of sodomy. Paul III had 3 sons and 1 daughter with his mistress Silvia Ruffini after his appointment as Cardinal Deacon of Santi Cosimo in Damiano. Paul would break up with Silvia in 1513, later making his son Pier Luigi Farnese the first Duke of Parma. Gregory XIII received his holy orders in 1539. He would subsequently have an affair in 1548, resulting in the birth of Giacomo Boncompagni in 1558. That's really all there is to mention in this entry. I don't want to make this video a whole hour of popes' relationships, so I'll just leave it there. Let me know if you want me to cover this topic in full though. Erratas. On November 25th, 2015, a user created a post to 4chan describing a conversation they had with a friend. The post stated that the friend was carrying out her shift at her retail job when a coworker noticed the label on a tape gun she was using to package supplies. Most of the labels on the tape guns had the names of their respective departments, but hers had a label that read, Erratas. The employee told her to get rid of the tape gun and not mention it to any supervisors, as his previous job apparently had been writing code to flag and fire any employees that searched for the term erratas in their computer system. A month later, a different user would post to 4chan, asking if anyone with software or IT-related jobs on the East Coast had heard of a sketchy HR-related program called erratas. Another user replied to the thread, stating that it was a program that allowed a third-party company unconditional access to employees' information, and any employee that asked about it or searched for it would get fired or placed in non-computer departments. This user stated that UPS, Unilever, and Ecolab all made use of the program. Another month later, an additional post was made to 4chan from a user saying they wanted to make a new genre of music. They attached a few links to their post, with one of the YouTube titles linked being, "YouTube is monitoring and controlling my life." The video was uploaded by a channel called Chronos for Life Jurassic Park, who claimed to be a victim of erratas. Viewers of Chronos' videos realized that if you turn on the YouTube auto-generated captions in their video titled, "Here Goes Nothing," an address is listed. The same address appears in the Bandcamp page for KFC Murder Chicks. This discovery would eventually lead to a whole rabbit hole of deleted YouTube channels, esoteric messaging, connections between seemingly unrelated accounts, and a whole network of conspiracy theories that I'm not going to get into in depth in this video. After this weird internet mystery gained some popularity, posts made to 4chan with the erratas search term were deleted, with some users receiving notices that their posts were taken down for copyright infringement. This was odd, as 4chan is of course massively unregulated and copyrighted material is found everywhere on the site. YouTube accounts discussing the mystery were also taken down by YouTube and never reappeared. Whether this whole thing was just some ARG or actually some malicious corporate program to harvest information about employees and control their lives, we may never know. While a small number of internet users are still somewhat actively investigating the mystery, new updates about erratas have gone silent for years, and the consensus is that it was some kind of marketing stunt for the KFC Murder Chicks music group. Mara Murray and 112 Dirtbag. Mara Murray is a missing woman who disappeared during the night of February 9th, 2004. During that afternoon, Murray emailed her work supervisor and her college professors stating a family member had died and she needed to take a week off. However, no death had actually occurred, according to her family. Following these emails, Murray voicemailed her boyfriend stating they would talk later, packed her bags, withdrew $280 from an ATM, purchased $40 worth of various alcohol at a nearby liquor store, checked her voicemail one last time, and left Amherst in her black 1996 Saturn sedan. Later that evening, Murray's car was found crashed along New Hampshire Route 112. There was no sign of Murray in or outside the car, and her cell phone, debit card, and credit card were missing. Ever since that night, Mara Murray has been missing. Now, Murray's case is striking. We have a ton of evidence suggesting she wrecked her car and then somehow disappeared into thin air. This is not what Murray's father believed, though. He believed that on that night of February 9th, Murray was abducted and murdered, stating specifically, "She was out there helpless, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no one to ask for help. I think some local dirtbag grabbed her." Remember these two details: the fact she went missing on Route 112 and that her father speculated she was abducted by a dirtbag. On February 9th, 2012, 8 years after Murray was last seen, a video from user 112 Dirtbag was uploaded to YouTube with the title, "Happy Anniversary." On the 112 Dirtbag channel, multiple videos were posted connecting him to the disappearance of Mara Murray. The most notable videos are of course the anniversary video, but there's also a video showing a receipt to the Bretton Wood Mountain Resort dating 2 days after Murray's disappearance. Another shows him playing music on a keyboard for 4 minutes before quickly flashing a cryptic drawing with various numbers and a terrifying face. The man in all of these videos is Alden Howes Olson, a blogger from Massachusetts. Olson has an extensive online history of crafting conspiracy theories regarding multiple disappearances around the New England area, including Murray's, which he has written about for years. Following the discovery of Olson's YouTube channel and blog, he was investigated by local police, who determined he had no connection to Murray's case. Olson was simply a crazy guy posting about her disappearance online. Murray's disappearance and Olson's cryptic videos are definitely one of the strangest things I've ever seen on the internet. In the 20 years after Murray's disappearance, speculation is possibly more prevalent than ever, with the r/Mara Murray subreddit having over 50,000 members, and 112 Dirtbag becoming one of the most infamous early internet mysteries. Antinatalism. Antinatalism is the belief arguing that it is morally wrong to bring new people into existence because doing so inevitably causes suffering. Antinatalists believe that even if life contains happiness, the harms and pains that come with existence outweigh any potential benefits. Some antinatalists view procreation as unethical due to overpopulation, environmental concerns, or the inability to guarantee a good life for future children. While antinatalism is generally a niche belief, it's found its place in online forums and subreddits. As of writing this entry in 2025, the primary r/antinatalism subreddit has over 232,000 members. Voting pencil. The voting pencil conspiracy theory states that using pencils provided by British polling stations allows for the results to be changed by the United Kingdom's security service. After finding its footing in online spaces, the theory later spread to Canada in the 2025 federal election. In both the UK and Canada, federal law requires a pencil to be offered to voters, but they are free to bring their own pen or other writing utensils if they feel inclined to do so. That's pretty much all there is to it. Some people just think that their marks on voting ballots are being erased to rig elections. World Without Oil. World Without Oil was an ARG started in 2007, based around the idea of what the world would look like if oil suddenly disappeared. Players and internet users received emails, later followed by blog posts and videos describing a rapidly escalating global oil crisis. Each new day, updates were made describing gas prices skyrocketing, airline failures, and martial law, while players roleplayed about how they would adapt. The surviving forum and blog posts remain as a cool look into an earlier ARG and the world building that surrounded it. People's Temple. The People's Temple was a religious movement founded in the 1950s by Jim Jones, teaching Christian values combined with progressive politics, included but not limited to socialist ideology, racial equality, and social justice. Over time, the movement grew larger, expanding to congregations in California where Jones would gain further recognition in politics, eventually serving as chairman of San Francisco's Housing Authority. During this expansion, suspicion that the movement was a secret cult became widespread, resulting in Jones convincing his followers they were victims of an external enemy and relocating hundreds of them to a remote settlement in Guyana, South America. This small commune known as Jonestown was advertised as a self-sufficient socialist utopia free from social injustice. However, this was far from the truth. Jonestown was host to a plethora of drug use, restricted travel, armed guards, and strictly monitored communications to anyone outside the island. The backlash People's Temple received was enough to get the attention of Congressman Leo Ryan, who decided to visit the island to investigate the rumors in November 1978. When Ryan and his group of journalists arrived, Temple members greeted them with open arms, but Ryan soon noticed the harsh conditions and numerous people asking to leave the island with him. On November 18th, while boarding their flight home on a local airstrip, Leo Ryan and his group were ambushed by People's Temple guards, opening fire on the group, resulting in the death of Ryan, 3 journalists, 1 defector, and injuring 9 others. Following this ambush, Jones, back at the main camp, ordered his followers to consume a cyanide-laced grape-flavored juice. Parents and nurses administered lethal doses of cyanide, sedative, and grape juice into the throats of the children on the island. Adults then lined up in droves to take the poison out of large barrels and plastic cups. Ultimately, over 900 people died, including more than 300 children and Jones himself to a self-inflicted gunshot wound. To this day, the Jonestown massacre remains one of the largest mass suicides in modern history. Currently, as of July 2025, the Jonestown incident has received new coverage following the opening of a $750 tour of the grounds, which features a flight from Guyana's capital of Georgetown, a van ride through the facilities, and a night in the mining town of Port Kaituma where Leo Ryan was murdered. The tour has received mass criticism, with many Guyana natives claiming the tour has brought new attention to the site, which had been decreasing in recent years. David Lewis. In January 1993, Karen Lewis and her daughter would leave their home in Amarillo, Texas to go shopping 400 miles away in Dallas, Texas. Her husband, David Lewis, a local attorney, chose to stay home for unknown reasons. Karen assumed this was because he wanted to record Super Bowl 27, which was taking place that weekend. Sometime during the same day, a member of the church Lewis attended reported that they spotted him frantically running around the Southwest Airlines terminal at Amarillo International Airport. Between 10:30 p.m. that night and sometime the next morning, 3 witnesses reported seeing Lewis's red Ford Explorer in multiple locations throughout the town. When Karen and her daughter returned home, everything seemed ordinary. The VCR was recording the game, laundry had been done, 2 sandwiches were made and placed in the refrigerator, and his wedding ring was left on the kitchen counter. This all seemed normal to Karen, assuming he was most likely at a neighbor's house watching the game. The next day, on February 1st, Karen would report her husband missing to local police, and the case was never solved until 2003. On the night of February 1st, in a small Washington town, 1,500 miles away from Amarillo, civilians driving along Route 24 spotted a man walking in the road. This worried them, so they quickly did a U-turn to warn oncoming traffic that someone was in the road. On their way back, they found him dead in the road, likely due to a hit and run. The man had no identification on him, so the incident was quickly forgotten as there was no suspect or identity for the victim. That was until Pat Ditter, a Washington detective in the area, began investigating missing persons cases in 2003. Upon discovering the hit and run, he quickly cross-referenced the height of the unidentified man with various missing persons cases around the country. Ditter revisited the evidence from the case, where he discovered a pair of glasses found on the body that matched David Lewis's missing persons photo. Once he had made this discovery, DNA tissue from the body was compared with DNA from Lewis's mother, finally closing the case and determining that the man involved in the hit and run was none other than David Lewis from Amarillo, Texas. Even though the case had been solved, many questions have puzzled the family for years following the case. How did David fly over 1,500 miles in such a short span of time? Why was he in Washington? And why were the clothes he was wearing when his body was discovered so different from the usual clothes that he wore? We will probably never know David's motive for fleeing so quickly to a state he had never been to, or why he was wearing someone else's clothes. To this day, David's motive for fleeing remains a total mystery. Miami cannibal attack. On May 26, 2012, in Miami, Florida, a man named Rudy Eugene attacked a homeless man named Ronald Popo near a highway. Eugene was found naked, assaulting Popo and biting his face, reportedly eating parts of it before being shot and killed by police when he refused to stop. Early reports fueled rumors that Eugene was high on bath salts, but toxicology reports later found that only marijuana was in his system, leaving the reason for the attack and his behavior unclear. The incident was labeled as the Miami zombie attack by some news outlets, and conspiracy theories, zombie stories, and other sensational narratives spread quickly online. A lot of people still associate bath salts with cannibalism and zombie-like behavior. The Miami cannibal attack remains infamous today, mostly for its shocking violence. I mean, the guy literally ate the man's face, but it's also seen as sparking a short moment in internet horror culture, showing how true crime stories can morph into urban legends. Prayers. Sometime in the 1990s, ABC5 and IBC13 would air their daily 1 o'clock prayer. This segment usually featured footage of people praying in church, a statue of Jesus, and acronyms for prayer. However, one of the segments aired on television was different from the others. The people who reported seeing this prayer said it was unsettling, as it featured images of Mary crying blood. All footage of the incident is currently lost, with the only recovered material being a 2000s broadcast that contained the same text reportedly shown at the start of the lost footage. Ben drowned. Okay, I know some of you guys, especially those of you that watch other Iceberg videos, are probably sick of hearing about this, especially with how deep it is in the iceberg, but I'm gonna cover it really briefly. Ben Drowned is one of the most famous creepypastas on the internet, centered around a haunted copy of the Zelda game Majora's Mask. In 2010, a 4chan user made a post claiming he bought a used Majora's Mask cartridge, only to find that it was glitched and haunted by a character named Ben. The game displayed distorted music, creepy NPC behavior, and text saying things like, "You shouldn't have done that." He later posted gameplay videos showing the supposed hauntings. The story expanded into a full ARG with hidden websites, coded messages, and forums discussing the mystery of who Ben was and how he died. Today, Ben Drowned is seen as a classic internet horror story and ARG. CH/SS. CH/SS is an analog horror series that first appeared online in 2016. The series begins as a series of instructional videos and advertisements for a program sponsored by the American government. But as the series progresses, it becomes a labyrinth of espionage, corporate dishonesty, and supernatural occurrences. In addition to the YouTube videos, there were Mediafire links in the descriptions of these videos, as well as an in-character Twitter account fleshing out the story into a more traditional ARG. The ARG is heavily inspired by the Cold War, real-life military projects like MKUltra and the SCP Foundation. There hasn't been any new content for years, but the ARG is still pretty cool to look back on. Randonautica. Randonautica is an app that launched in 2020. If you were on TikTok around the pandemic, I'm sure you're probably at least somewhat familiar with this entry. The app would send users to random coordinates near their location using what they called quantum random number generation, as well as making users set an intention before going to the locations. The app went viral on TikTok and YouTube, with people sharing their randonauting adventures. While many users found empty fields and random neighborhoods, there were some much darker finds. The most infamous incident tied to Randonautica happened in June 2020 when a group of teens in Seattle found a suitcase on the shoreline while using the app. Inside the suitcase were human remains, later identified as victims of a homicide, which sparked some rumors online that the app was cursed or somehow led people to dark or dangerous places. While the creators of the app insist that it's meant for adventure and mindfulness, its permanent association with creepy, unsettling discoveries and abandoned buildings has given it a reputation as something much darker. Post-content. Post-content is a YouTube analog horror series. On this channel, the creator would post ominous tutorials unlike anything else, kind of similar to Alan Tutorial, if you've seen that one. The videos are presented as vlogs, where viewers follow the main character throughout his house as he encounters monsters and anomalies that get more paranormal as the series progresses. Within the videos, the creator makes multiple comments in classic YouTube vlogger fashion, like telling the viewer to check out his merch and ring the notification bell as he's being tormented by ungodly horrors.
So, smash that bell. Ring the bell icon. And remember to
make sure to subscribe. New York City pop-up shop details coming soon. Get your Maverick merch, logovault.com/shop, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Take it easy, fam. Conk, you got this one.
Like the other analog horror entries on this iceberg, I won't be recapping every single episode, since that would take a few hours, so I'll just leave you with this. Go watch this series. It's a hilarious parody of YouTube vloggers, and doesn't have enough recognition. YouTube in the last hour. YouTube in the last hour refers to the variety of strange things you'll find on YouTube if you sort your search by last hour. Nowadays, if you try to use this feature, you'll most likely be met with a ton of random YouTube shorts and AI live streams, but there is a possibility to still find some gems. Now, if we traveled 10 years back, the last hour search feature was home to hundreds of mysterious videos with no views. It might not mean much to you guys, but I find it kind of sad how unusable this part of YouTube is now. I used to spend hours searching random keywords trying to find scary and weird videos, but now it's just this.
Oh no! Sahur tricked Labubu into a mousetrap with cookies.
Anyways, that's really all there is for this entry. Go try it out sometime. Maybe you'll find something good. Lake Nyos. Lake Nyos is a deep crater lake located in the Oku volcanic field of northwest Cameroon. Because of its location and constant heating, the lake is host to large amounts of CO2 that accumulate in high pressure under the lake. Over time, the gas will build up and eventually release, resulting in a limnic eruption. If an eruption were to happen, it would be catastrophic, releasing so much CO2 that anyone in the nearby area would quickly suffocate to death. That's exactly what happened on the night of August 21st, 1986. At around 10 p.m., witnesses reported a faint rumbling coming from the lake. Suddenly, a large degassing occurred, which covered the nearby land in toxic water vapor and CO2 clouds. The concentration of CO2 was so high that within hours, over 1,700 people and 3,000 livestock were suffocated to death. Blood Falls. Blood Falls is a place in Antarctica where bright red water pours out of the Taylor Glacier onto the ice below, making it look like the glacier is bleeding. The deposit was found in 1911 by geologist Thomas Griffith Taylor. The red color puzzled scientists for years. It's caused by iron-rich, salty water from an ancient subglacial lake that has been trapped under the ice for millions of years. When this water comes into contact with air, the iron oxidizes, basically rusting, giving the water its deep red color. Windowless Skyscraper. Windowless Skyscraper, also known as 33 Thomas Street, is a skyscraper with 0 windows located in Lower Manhattan. The building is officially owned by AT&T, operating as a telephone exchange tower for long-distance calls and other cellular features. Although the building is completely normal besides its exterior, many have speculated the building has secretly been used by the NSA surveillance hub. In 2016, The Intercept released an article claiming that once cross-referencing Edward Snowden's whistleblowing documents, they discovered the architectural plans for the building were incredibly similar to NSA surveillance site, codenamed Titan Point. Inside of secret NSA travel guides, they disclose that Titan Point is located in New York City and that their partner, Lithium, the secret codename for AT&T, is the supervisor to the site. These travel guides also state that NSA agents traveling to Titan Point should visit the nearby FBI New York field office to obtain a cover vehicle before ringing the front entrance buzzer and signing in to the AT&T facility. There's a ton more evidence supporting this theory, like the fact AT&T has claimed the building has multiple 4S switches, which the NSA frequently refer to in leaked documents, but I won't be getting into all the evidence today as it's a huge rabbit hole. This building is just super strange, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Who Killed Captain Alex? Who Killed Captain Alex is a 2010 independent action film directed, produced, and written by Isaac Geoffrey Godfrey Nabwana. The film has received massive recognition online and in film communities because of its ultra-low budget of only 85 United States dollars. The film's camera and the computer it was edited on were made of scrap metal sourced from a machine shop close to Nabwana's house. All of the actors made their own costumes. Film props were custom made by Nabwana, and they even used condoms filled with red food coloring for the exploding gunshot squibs. The film is truly a work of art, and you should go check it out as soon as you finish this video. Hitogata. Hitogata refers to an alleged lost commercial brought to light in 2004 by users on 2chan, a Japanese forum board similar to 4chan. Within a thread reminiscing about creepy commercials users had seen as children, a user posted this, which has been roughly translated into English. There was this terribly scary commercial, and I still have it constantly left in my memory. There were 2 white human figures depicted against a black backdrop, and this noise going can, kept ringing. What's sure is the part that went, every 2 seconds, a man dies on Earth, and when the noise is repeated again, the other figure disappears. In the next instant, the human figure returns back to its original place, and now the other one disappears. It was a commercial with only that repeating over and over. Shortly after this post was made, other users began reporting that they had seen the same commercial. Some said the background was a darkened image of train tracks, whilst others claimed the humanoid silhouettes were more man-like. The discussion gained a lot of traction on 2chan and other Japanese forum boards, resulting in multiple recreations of the commercial being made. Since the video is stated to have been very short and advertising something, users began searching for companies that would have been advertising like this. The search included drugstores, clothing companies, and public service announcements, eventually being narrowed down to AC Japan, a non-profit ad council that distributes PSA commercials for various sponsors. Sometime after the search garnered enough popularity, a user allegedly reached out to AC Japan, who denied any claims that they made a PSA that resembled Hitogata. Today, we currently have no evidence that Hitogata actually existed, and this could be another case where it never did, like the evil farming game from our previous video. Even then, the search for this commercial is really interesting, somehow eluding lost media sleuths for more than 20 years. Anarcho-primitivism. Anarcho-primitivism is a political and philosophical movement arguing that human beings should return to pre-industrial and even pre-agricultural ways of living to escape some of the problems caused by modern society. Primitivists believe that agriculture, technology, and industrial society have led to inequality, environmental destruction, and the decline in mental health that younger generations experience. They generally reject technology and advocate for what they call rewilding, but some view it as more of a critique of civilization rather than an actual call to action. Primitivist ideas were adopted by Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, but most believers criticize the violence he committed and the lengths he went to push the agenda. Worlds.com. Worlds.com is one of the earliest 3D virtual worlds on the internet. Launched in the mid-90s as an online chat platform where users could create avatars and explore 3D environments like city streets, clubs, and sci-fi spaces. While it was meant to be a fun social platform, Worlds.com gained a bit of a creepy reputation in internet lore because of its empty, outdated environments and the eerie, liminal feeling of wandering alone through low-poly cities and halls. Some players have reported seeing strange usernames silently sitting in corners or being followed by avatars that don't respond. Because of its age and abandoned feel, Worlds.com is often compared to the Backrooms and other liminal space horror concepts. Worlds.com still exists today, but it remains a relic of early internet culture. Pipergate. Just a heads up, this next entry covers things including child exploitation and abuse, so if you don't want to hear about things like that, skip to the timestamp shown on screen. Pipergate is a strange and possibly criminal series of YouTube pages that post videos featuring a young girl named Piper, but in disturbing situations with the use of 3D effects and CGI. The description of the videos claim that they are showcasing her editing skills, but the videos are weirdly perverse. I won't describe or show any of these videos because they are genuinely bordering on. The commenters on these channels are seemingly getting off to it, commenting things like "I love you" and "get in touch with me." In August 2020, users on 4chan investigating the channels posted an over 30-page document covering their findings when they investigated the email address linked to the channels. The email address directed them to a man named William Glenn Whitaker, a registered in Florida, who started his own talent agency for kids in 2002, subsequently being shut down by local police when they discovered on his computer. While operating this talent agency, William recorded hundreds of talent showcases of children below the age of 5 until he was eventually shut down by the police once they learned that he was around children. The videos that William posted on YouTube have also been linked to an intricate network of sharing methods, which 4chan users concluded most likely took place on his multiple Twitter accounts that featured even more disturbing content than his YouTube channel. As of 2025, William Glenn Whitaker has reportedly passed away at the age of 73, according to an online obituary from Hallwyn Funeral Services. This House Has People in It. This House Has People in It is a surreal horror short film by Alan Resnick. The short film originally premiered in 2016 on Adult Swim as part of their infomercial series. The plot goes as follows. We see a family through security cameras placed all around their house. The parents, Tom and Anne, are preparing food for their son's birthday party. While cooking, the couple argue about their teenage daughter, Madison, who is laying on the floor next to them in protest of their previous argument. As the son's birthday party begins, guests start arriving in their front yard, but Tom and Anne begin to panic as they can't seem to get Madison off the floor, almost like she's glued. And that's all I'm gonna say about this short. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it. If you have already seen it, you'll understand why. It's only 11 minutes long, and you can find it on the Adult Swim YouTube channel. I heavily recommend you go check it out after this video. It's a masterpiece. Non-theism. Non-theism is kind of a broad term that refers to beliefs that reject belief in a god. It's not the same as atheism, which directly asserts that there is no god, but instead covers a range of views, including agnosticism, secular humanism, and spiritual practices that don't involve deities. While non-theism isn't inherently dark or disturbing, it can feel unsettling to some because it challenges deeply held beliefs about existence, purpose, and what happens after death, as well as sparking some feelings of existential dread. Jennifer Cornett. Jennifer Cornett, known online in the Final Fantasy VII community as Joanna, was a cult leader who in the early 2000s coerced multiple members of the Final Fantasy VII fandom into living with her in a house in Pennsylvania. Inside this house, dubbed the Final Fantasy House, Jennifer would impose bizarre conditions on her roommates, making them dress up and roleplay as Final Fantasy VII characters, controlling the food they ate, and even locking them in rooms to begin their spiritual awakening. One of the members of the house recounted his experience online, stating he was humiliated daily to the point where he chose to become homeless instead of facing the subjugation Jennifer would enact on him. The full story of Jennifer Cornett and her cult are well documented online. Too well documented, in fact. If I were to cover it here, this video would be an extra hour just for this entry. I strongly recommend you go check out Frednik Knudsen's video on the Final Fantasy House. It has some of the most concise research I've ever seen in a video. The Mad Pooper. In July 2017, it was a normal afternoon for the Budd family. That was until Kathy Budd's children ran into the house screaming that a woman was pooping in their front yard. Kathy ran outside, and there she was, a runner who decided to just take a poop right on her lawn. She asked the woman, "Are you really taking a poop right here in front of my kids?" And the runner simply replied, "Yeah, sorry." Bud had assumed the woman would clean up her poop and never return, but that wasn't the case. The family kept finding her poop, along with dirty poop-smeared napkins the lady had left in their front yard. Apparently, the runner had been pooping on the sidewalk and front yard of the Bud's house for more than 7 weeks. Following these 7 weeks of turd torment, Kathy posted flyers coining the name The Mad Pooper and informing her neighbors that a female jogger in the area was using their property as a toilet. Quickly, neighbors around the Budd family began reporting that they had seen the woman pooping in their backyards and a local Walgreens. Strangely enough, the area wasn't short on bathrooms. There were porta potties in a nearby park and a bathroom across the street from the Budd house. So far, the last update on the situation was back in 2017, with the Mad Pooper never being caught and Kathy Budd putting a sign on the wall near her front yard saying, "Please, I'm begging you, please stop." According to Kathy, the woman ran past it 15 times and still pooped. The Yuba County 5. On the evening of February 24th, 1978, 5 men from Yuba City, California set out to attend a college basketball game at CSU Chico. These 5 men were Gary Mathias, Jack Madruga, Jack Hewitt, Bill Sterling, and Theodore Ware. Each of these men had mild intellectual disabilities. Mathias being a discharged schizophrenic Army veteran who was at the time considered stable. After attending the basketball game, the 5 drove back to Yuba City, but instead of taking the highway like normal, they drove onto a remote dirt road in the Plumas National Forest. 4 days after they were seen leaving CSU Chico, the car all 5 of them were in was located by a local forest ranger, completely abandoned in multiple feet of snow, but still operational. The car was 70 miles from Chico, far off any direct route to what would have been their intended location. None of the men's families could speculate as to why they might have driven up a long and winding dirt road on a winter night deep into high-elevation remote forest, without any extra clothing. Efforts to search the vicinity were hampered by a severe snowstorm that day. 2 days later, after searchers and snowcats nearly became lost themselves, further search efforts were called off due to the bad weather. Other than the car, no trace of the men was found. Once snow had begun to melt in June 1978, the search was reignited, with local police finding Ware, Madruga, Sterling, and Hewitt's bodies in a trailer 20 miles north of the abandoned car. Investigators determined that Madruga, Sterling, and Hewitt died from hypothermia, while Ware had apparently lived in the trailer for a few weeks or months as it had enough food and supplies to sustain the entire group. However, he died of starvation and hypothermia sometime later. Gary Mathias's body was never located, though first responders to the scene discovered his shoes inside the trailer, suggesting he may have survived with Ware before attempting to leave the trailer to seek help. To this day, the incident is still a huge mystery, as no one knows what truly happened. Police have since closed the case and theorized that while walking to the trailer, 3 of the men succumbed to the cold, while Mathias and Ware camped out in the trailer for a few days or weeks before Mathias inevitably tried to seek help. Godly Recon. Godly Recon was a 2006 YouTube channel run by a woman named Caroline. On this channel, Caroline uploaded typical videos you'd see on YouTube in 2006. Eventually, she would begin making videos claiming she was being stalked, before finally uploading a video titled Goodbye. The video is only 20 seconds long, shows a black screen, most likely due to the camera being on the floor when it was recorded, and Caroline screaming as if she's being murdered by the stalker. After this video was uploaded, the channel started getting traction around 2007, where it was then taken down by YouTube entirely. In 2016, YouTuber Squid Nation uploaded a video covering the topic. This video was followed by Scare Theater doing his own investigation. In Scare Theater's video, he came to the conclusion the channel most likely never existed and was a hoax from Squid Nation, as no evidence of the channel existed until after Squid published their video. Bianca Devins. Bianca Michelle Devins was a 17-year-old Instagram influencer from Utica, New York, known for her gothic and alternative aesthetic, as well as her cosplay and discussion about mental health. On July 14th, 2019, after attending a concert with a male acquaintance, Brandon Clark, an intense argument started between the two. Brandon stabbed Bianca to death, then photographed her body, uploaded the graphic images to Instagram and Discord, and even tagged her family members in the posts. The images spread rapidly across social media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Discord, and 4chan, creating a wave of harassment towards Bianca's family. The shocking and violent nature of the case prompted national media coverage, with experts and reporters calling the flood of messages sent to Bianca's family a form of psychological terrorism. In February 2020, Brandon Clark pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. In March 2021, he was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. In response to the case, New York passed Bianca's Law in December 2022, criminalizing the distribution of graphic personal images intended to harass or degrade victims. Amanda Todd. Just a heads up, this next entry covers things including child exploitation and abuse, so if you don't want to hear about things like that, skip to the timestamp shown on screen. Amanda was a 15-year-old from British Columbia who, in September 2012, posted a deeply emotional YouTube video using handwritten flashcards to recount years of online exploitation, bullying, and self-harm. When Amanda was 12 years old, she was manipulated into flashing a webcam by an adult, who then blackmailed her by threatening to share the image with her friends and family. Despite changing schools and moving, the harassment followed her and escalated into relentless bullying and physical assault, worsening her mental health. On October 10, 2012, Amanda tragically took her own life a week after releasing the video. Her video went viral, gaining over 15 million views by mid-2025, and put the effects of cyberbullying into global awareness. The hacktivist group Anonymous publicly accused a suspect, and plenty of misinformation spread across forums and message boards. In response to her death, Canadian lawmakers and school districts pushed for tougher cyberbullying laws, and Amanda's mother created the Amanda Todd Trust to support youth mental health and anti-bullying education. Dr. Nicholas Bate. Just a quick disclaimer, this next entry includes discussion of extreme sexual abuse and is overall disgusting to listen to, so if you don't want to hear about things like that, skip to the timestamp on screen. Nick Bates is one of the biggest degenerates to ever use the internet. He's been criticized for admitting that he doesn't shower or brush his teeth, causing them to rot and be pushed backwards into his mouth. He has also admitted that he's a coprophile, stating that he's covered his walls with He stated that he doesn't want to get a job and instead wants to be a house husband and have an underage wife. Nick had an online girlfriend for a short period named Anna, which he met on a roleplay forum. In texts with Anna, he talked about his fetishes and admitted to having his half-sister. On April 30th, 2015, Nick was arrested on charges. Police reported that Nick raped his half-sister around 2009 to 2010 when she was 5 to 7 years old. Nick denied the accusations on Twitter, but has previously labeled himself as a In 2016, a Kiwi Farms user documented Nick's court case, claiming that the victim was forced to go to court and explain the grooming she experienced, although the user chose not to specify what she said. Nick was proven guilty and was sentenced to serve 16 to 40 years in prison. He attempted to appeal his sentence 2 times, but both of his attempts were denied. Alex Shepard. Alex Shepard was an admin on the Silent Hill 4 wiki who posited a theory that the main antagonist of the game was circumcised as a baby, leading to him becoming influenced by the occult and entering a pact with Satan. The article positing this theory is massive, ranting about circumcision being linked to cults, brainwashing, human rights violations, and harming the bond between a mother and son. Within the article, he also provided multiple screenshots from Silent Hill 4 that he claimed pointed to possible foreskin symbolism. This controversial wiki entry led to numerous mods arguing with Alex, a bunch of users agreeing with Alex crashing out, and eventually leading to a vote that removed Alex's admin permissions and temporarily suspended him from all wikis on the website. Today, Alex is no longer on the Silent Hill 4 wiki, but he has made appearances on the Xenosaga and Shin Megami Tensei wikis, where he further argued about circumcision. Angry Neighbor. Angry Neighbor, which is stylistically spelled backwards, is a channel that uploads audio of their neighbors. The content of the channel usually consists of a black screen with audio of their neighbors throughout the videos. The titles that are later applied to the videos are very aggressive, outright insulting the neighbors. While most of the videos contain a black background, some of them have text or images. The purpose of the channel is currently unknown, but some people online have speculated that the owner of the account is a stalker that's obsessed with their neighbors. Enrix. Enrix.angelfire.com is a mysterious website possibly connected to the Lost Experience ARG, which began in 2006 for the TV show Lost. The website is pretty weird. On the homepage, it discusses the Enrix virus and multiple other fake diseases and disorders. Next to the body of text, there's a picture of a woman. Upon clicking the image of her, the text gets distorted, as well as her face, eventually becoming a smiley face with the text, "Please wake up, and thank you for visiting our website." On the top menu bar of the website, there's 2 additional pages you can go to. The first one leads you to a picture of a key that will lead you back to the homepage. In the bottom left of this page, there's hyperlinked text that says bypass login. Upon clicking this, you are led to a new page that reads, "The dream is ending, Tyler," along with a linked YouTube video titled Persephone Numbers Station. The final page is a contact page which will just lead you back to the homepage upon clicking the button to contact the administrator. The linked video, Persephone Numbers Station, was actually a video linked to the Lost Experience ARG, but that ARG has been solved and no one has been able to connect this weird website to the game. The woman on the homepage is actually a Thai doctor named Mali Palunawek. She apparently has nothing to do with the website, and her picture was most likely chosen at random. The website is super unsettling, especially when you consider the fact that no one has been able to find who made the website or what its text and disturbing imagery could mean. To this day, Enrix.angelfire.com is a mystery that we still haven't solved. Order of the Solar Temple. Another warning, this next entry goes over a series of brutal killings and a mass suicide by a death cult, so if you don't want to hear about stuff like that, go to the timestamp on screen. The Order of the Solar Temple, more commonly known as simply the Solar Temple, was a religious secret society cult that became infamous for their several mass suicides and murders that occurred during the 1990s. Following an investigation into possible arms trafficking, the founders Joseph Di Mambro and Luc Jouret began planning what they described as a transit to Sirius, a star in the Canis Major constellation. Members of the cult believed that upon dying, they would acquire solar bodies on Sirius, Jupiter, and Venus. Following the creation of the plan, 4 letters were written which grouped people into categories of traitors, immortals, and awakened. They stated that traitors of the cult would be murdered, immortal members of the cult would be assisted on their transit, and the remaining awakened would simply end their own lives. On September 30th, 1994, the Dutoit family, which were former members of the Solar Temple, were murdered by members Jerry Janud, Colette Janud, Joël Egger, and Dominique Belleton. The Dutoit family was formally invited to a dinner at a cottage in Morin Heights. Upon entering the house, Belleton lured Tony Dutoit to the basement bathroom, where he was knocked unconscious with a baseball bat by Egger and Janud. After he was rendered unconscious, they stabbed him repeatedly until he died. After Tony was murdered, his wife Nikki was stabbed once in each breast, 4 times in the throat, and 8 times in her back. Once Nikki and Tony were gone, the members murdered their child by stabbing him through the heart with a wooden stake. Following the murders, Belleton and Egger left the scene using the Dutoit's car, whilst the Januds cleaned the house for 4 days, eventually taking their own lives by ingesting sleeping pills and setting the house on fire. 2 days later, on October 2nd, 1994, 23 people were murdered in the small village settlement of Sherry. Albert Giacobino and Marie-Lou Roboto were likely the first ones murdered, with Albert being shot and Marie-Lou being smothered to death. 21 of the 23 were killed from gunshot wounds, whilst the other 2 died to suffocation carried out with a plastic bag. 8 of the bodies were arranged in a circle formation, wearing white, black, and gold silk capes. Past the room where the 8 bodies were, 3 other bodies were found, with another singular body in an adjacent room. After the 23 murders were carried out by Jouret and Egger, they called Joseph Di Mambro to inform him that the job was done. Afterwards, Jouret left Sherry, and Egger was spotted fleeing in a red Ford Fiesta with 3 other men inside. At the same time the Sherry massacre was happening, Joseph Di Mambro was in Salvan, a small resort town only 50 miles from the Sherry settlement. Di Mambro and some of his most faithful members were eating at a restaurant, with Di Mambro being visibly sad as he had already murdered his own son for being a traitor. Later in the day at 4 p.m., Luc Jouret called a locksmith, claiming he had lost his keys. This locksmith was integral to their plan, as they originally arranged to murder 54 people to align with 54 Templars, which were burned at stake in the 14th century. Thankfully, the locksmith quickly fled the scene upon unlocking Jouret's door, making the estimated death toll only 53. At 11:33 p.m., Di Mambro called Egger to initiate a remote-controlled ignition in Jouret, Salvan, and 2 of their hideouts in Avignon and Térité. Most of the ignitions failed, and the only systems that worked properly were a farm in Jouret and 2 houses in Salvan. Shortly after the calls were made, the members in Salvan recorded a videotape showing around a dozen members eating their last meal whilst singing the Knights of the Round Table, eventually drinking a poison juice before falling asleep. In total, 25 bodies were found dead in Salvan, reportedly spread around 2 houses. A large number of the bodies were unrecognizable after they were burned. Joseph Di Mambro and Luc Jouret were so badly charred, their bodies had to be identified using dental records. Additionally, the gun that was used in the Jouret murders was found, and multiple dead bodies were injected with a deadly concoction of chemicals. 53 individuals were murdered in that span of just 72 hours, with the Solar Temple cult becoming notorious alongside Jonestown and the Waco siege, which occurred only a year prior. Fujita Giken 0001. Fujita Giken 0001 is a Reddit user that posted to multiple subreddits from February to March 2017, claiming that they were facing serious human rights abuses at a factory in Thailand. The account copy and pasted the same comment to subreddits like r/gaming, r/mildly interesting, r/television, and more. The comment reads, "I faced a serious problem of human rights at Fujita Giken, Thailand. Please help me." Only one of the comments strayed from the others, this time in Japanese. The comment in Japanese roughly translates to, "It is power harassment in Thailand." Other users on the subreddits were obviously concerned about Fujita's claims, and the user Heebie-Jeebies Turtle responded to the original comments with Amnesty International's Thailand contact information, urging Fujita to seek help. The factory being referred to is a branch of a Japanese company, which is a machining manufacturer in Bang Preong, Thailand. Google reviews of the company mention that workers experience terrible working conditions and borderline slavery. Other accounts were found that might have been made by Fujita, but they have since been suspended, and it's impossible to say whether or not they were copycat accounts. Reddit users looking to find the truth about this account were incredibly confused. One comment by a now deleted account reads, "I have no doubt that this guy was a real person in trouble crying out for help. It doesn't make sense as a troll since it wouldn't elicit any angry response in an average person. Also, the fact that there are multiple comments about human rights abuse and slavery from a wide-ish range of time on the company's Google page makes it clear that this isn't just coming from the poster. I think that a commenter on the other discussion post is right, that he likely Google translated his phrase into English and posted it on posts on the front page of r/all. I don't know if there's anything we can do to find out if this guy is okay or who he is, but someone on the other discussion thread who apparently lives 30 minutes away from the factory said the best course of action would be to contact Amnesty and try to generate some media attention, since that would make Thai officials act quickly to fix the problem and quiet international press. I don't know how to go about doing that, but a good place to start would be to contact Amnesty, which is what I'll do." The mystery has gone mostly quiet since Fujita's original comments in 2017, and we may never find out who they were, why they made these comments, and the whole truth behind this account. Jodhpur Alien. The Jodhpur Alien refers to a video taken in Jodhpur City supposedly showing a baby alien. The video went viral on Indian social media platforms and gained further notoriety when it hit Western Facebook moms. Now, I know what you're thinking. Baby alien is kind of specific, right? Well, that's because it's not an alien, as it's most likely an animal fetus. I can't show you the picture because it's really gruesome and, in all honesty, looks like a human fetus, so just let your imagination fill the gaps or give it a Google after this video. That's really all there is to this entry. It's another strange animal carcass that no one has been able to explain, similar to the Montauk monster we covered in our last video. Japanese idol stalker. In 2019, a Japanese man accused of stalking and assaulting a Japanese pop star told police that he stalked her online and found her real-life location through the reflection in her eyes in one of her posts to Instagram. The man said he had seen a train station in the reflection of her eyes, identified the exact station through Google Street View, then waited at the station until he saw the victim and followed her to her home, later restraining and taking advantage of her. This incident is just one instance of many in recent years where Japanese pop stars and singers have been attacked by crazy stalker fans. In 2016, Japanese singer Mayu Tomita was left in critical condition after being repeatedly stabbed by a fan as she was waiting to perform at a concert in Tokyo. Maho Yamaguchi also went public with allegations that she had been assaulted by two obsessive fans. The case with the train station is just so disturbing. The fact that he was able to find exactly where the victim was through something as simple as the reflection in her eyes is absolutely terrifying. This absurd stretch of text is in reference to what happens when you look it up on YouTube. Upon searching this string of text, you'll be met with multiple videos with the same title, all of them varying levels of scariness. Some of them are simply shitposts, some of them are video game soundtracks, and some of them are really, really terrifying. The origin of these posts is generally unknown, but I did some digging on Reddit and found many users claiming it's a South American meme. You post a video with this specific title, make the thumbnail something scary or borderline criminal, and then when people play the video, it's a jump scare or bass-boosted music. I'll leave the original Iceberg chart in the description, so you guys can go check this out on your own. Have fun, just make sure to turn your speakers down. Murder of Jun Lin. Just a warning, this next entry has descriptions of one of the most gruesome killings and gore videos the internet has ever seen, so if you don't want to hear about stuff like that, you can just skip to the end of the video, as this is the last entry. Jun Lin was a 33-year-old graduate student from Wuhan, China, studying computer engineering at Montreal's Concordia University. He arrived in Canada in 2011, balancing school with a part-time job, and lived quietly in an apartment in Griffintown until late May 2012. On May 25, 2012, Jun Lin met Luca Rocco Magnotta, also known as Eric Newman, a part-time model and escort at Magnotta's apartment. There, Magnotta stabbed and mutilated Lin, filmed the act, defiled the body, dismembered it, and even allegedly fed parts of it to his dog. The footage of the murder, which was uploaded to sites like bestgore.com, became known online as One Lunatic, One Ice Pick. Magnotta had additionally previously posted animal torture videos, causing online investigators to be on his trail before the murder of Jun Lin. Parts of Jun Lin's body were later mailed around the country, with limbs being sent to political parties and schools, and the torso being left in a suitcase in Montreal. Magnotta was arrested in Berlin on June 4, 2012, after being identified through CCTV footage. He was extradited to Canada and later convicted of first-degree murder and 4 related charges, including disrespecting a body, mailing obscene material, and harassing public officials. He received a mandatory life sentence with no chance of parole. And we're finally here. The end of the dark side of the internet iceberg. This series has been such a blessing to work on and share with you guys, and I'm so happy you're all seeming to enjoy it. This is the first time our channel has seen such explosive growth, and I'm still in disbelief at the sheer amount of positive reception the channel has seen. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone that liked, commented, shared, or just watched an episode from the series. It really does mean so much to me, and I can't wait to get more videos out to you guys. As I mentioned in the intro, if you guys want to chat with us or other viewers about our videos, or really anything else, make sure to join our Discord. The link is in the description. Have a great rest of your night, or day, or whatever time it is for you. Once again, thank you, and I'll talk to you guys in the next video. See ya.